Hello and welcome to my YouTube channel. This is Saving Six by Chloe Walsh. Hope you enjoy.
Christmas Wishes and Joyrides, December 23rd, 2003. Aoife. You don't have to buy me a present this year, babe, Paul announced as he sat across the table from me at the Dinnerman after the lunchtime rush on Tuesday. It was 2 days to Christmas, and we had been up the walls at work all morning. All I want for Christmas is, don't even go there, I warned, reaching across the table to clamp a hand over his mouth. Seriously, Paul, I have less than 2 minutes of my lunch break left until I have to get back out there. I have no intention of using them to fight with you. He threw his hands up. Who's fighting? Us, I shot back, setting my hand back down. Or at least, we will be if you bring up the whole sex in lieu of a gift idea again. Aoife. He stared hard at me, brown eyes full of barely contained frustration. Come on, babe. We've been going out forever. 3 years isn't forever, I replied, taking a sip from my coffee. It's a drop in the ocean in the grand scheme of things. We will be together 4 years next February, he argued back. Not when you add up all of the times during those 4 years when we've been off, I reminded him. Take that into account and it's closer to 2 years than 4. Aoife, he snapped, reaching over and snatching my hand up. Come on, I've been patient. I've done the waiting. You've also done the sexing, remember? I shot back, reminding him of just how much he'd enjoyed our break back in third year. Why are you bringing that back up? He blew out a frustrated breath. That was 2 years ago. We were off at the time. You said it was okay. I didn't cheat on you. No, you didn't cheat on me. You were careful to wait a couple of hours after we broke up before sticking your dick inside that black-haired bitch from Tommen. I stuck the knife in by hissing. What was her name again? Ella something? Bella, he muttered, having the good grace to drop his head. Bella Wilkinson, and you know that she didn't mean a thing to me. I was drunk and depressed. You had just ended it. Last time I checked, needing breathing space because your boyfriend publicly labelled you a slut doesn't constitute as a good enough reason to get drunk and stick your dick in the closest available female. But hey, what do I know about the workings of the male teenage mind? I swear to you that it didn't mean anything, he bit out. It wasn't even that memorable, Eve. Honestly, it was just sex. That's fine, Paul. I believe you, I told him. It's just so we're on the same wavelength. You should know that sex isn't just sex to me. No, he bit out, because sex is just a mythical fucking word in the world of Aoife Malloy. Oral is perfectly acceptable, but God forbid you let a dick inside of you. I rolled my eyes. Your tantrum isn't gaining any support for your cause, asshole. What the hell is it going to take to pry your legs open? He muttered, under his breath, tone laced with resentful sarcasm. A fucking ring. I opened my mouth to give him a piece of my mind when Gary, my boss, flagged me over with a tap of his watch. I need to get back to work, but consider this conversation over, I said, rising from my seat and repinning my apron to my waist. I'm not discussing it again until I'm ready, but once I am, you'll be the first to know. Is it him? Snatching my wrist, he pulled me back to him and asked, It's still about him? He narrowed his eyes in disgust. Because he doesn't fucking want you, Aoife. He's too busy sticking his dick in half the... No, it's about me, Paul. It's about me not being ready, I snapped, yanking my hand away. I need to get back to work. Whatever, Paul grumbled, waving me off. Enjoy being leered at. Hey, Gar, I said, ignoring the big sulking dope behind me as I hurried behind the bar. Sorry about that, I lost track of the time. You're grand, love, the old man assured me. The back lounge is after filling up again, so plenty of tables to serve, but only take the food orders and clear away glasses. Whatever you do, make sure you don't take any drink orders, you hear? He cast a glance to where my boyfriend was sitting and muttered, We don't need any little birdie running home to Daddy with tales that his 17-year-old girlfriend was serving alcohol. Don't worry, Gar. I'm always discreet. I patted him on the shoulder and winked. And what the guard's son doesn't know won't hurt him. That you are, Aoife, he replied with a relieved smile on his wrinkly face. Right you are, so. With my notepad and pen in hand, I headed into the back lounge and was immediately bombarded by a surge of both hungry and thirsty punters. Smiling to myself, I straightened my shoulders, stuck out my chest, and walked towards to a table full of rowdy men. Hello, gentlemen. What can I get for you today? Oh yeah, I was going to make a fortune in tips today. I ended up staying on at work for a couple of extra hours to help out with the never-ending rush of punters out on the town celebrating Christmas. Instead of finishing at 6 like I had been scheduled to, it was after 9 when I finally left the pub and made my way across town, with the hope of snagging a spin home off my dad. When I reached the garage, it was in darkness. Shit, I muttered, kicking the metal roller door. This is just perfect. Groaning loudly, I let my forehead rest against the cool metal while I contemplated my options. Walking home after an 11-hour shift in 4-inch heels? Not happening. Phone up my father only to have him tell me to drive myself? Nope. My fingers grazed the car key in my coat pocket, and I instantly rejected the notion as a ripple of fear coursed through me. I hated driving. I literally detested the whole ordeal. I detested and feared it so much that the most rust bucket of an Opel Corsa that my father had done up and given to me back in September for my 17th birthday remained parked at the garage. That's right. I was so fearful of driving a moving vehicle that I didn't want it anywhere near my house. Unlike a lot of other places, the law was pretty relaxed in Ireland regarding learner drivers. Basically, you took a theory test, got your green licence from the tax office, and off you went. We didn't need to undertake a shit ton of lessons or abide by a million laws like my cousins in London had to. Hell, my own mam had been driving on her green licence for 20 years now. The guards always looked the other way. It was no biggie. The only damn reason I had applied for my provisional driving licence was so that I would have photo ID to go out drinking with when I turned 18 next year. I didn't want it to drive, but that's exactly what my father assumed I would do. I hate to point out the obvious, Malloy, but when a shop door's locked and the lights are out, it means the place is closed. Joey's familiar voice filled my ears, and I quickly swung around to see him coming from the side of the building. Jesus! I whisper-hissed, startled to see him in the darkness. What are you doing out here? Locking up, he replied dryly. If you're looking for your old man, you're out of luck, he added, as he used a set of keys to lock the side gate behind him. He went on the beer with the rest of the lads at lunchtime. I feigned sadness. And they didn't take you. Sadly not. I suppose you need to turn 18 to enjoy the full perks of the job, huh? He smirked. I need to turn 17 first before that can happen. That'll be soon, right? Your birthday is close to Christmas, right? Yeah, he agreed, sliding his work keys into his pocket. Christmas Day. That's so shitty, I groaned, feeling a flash of sympathy for him. I bet you've been cheated out of so many presents down through the years with the whole 2-for-1 gift bullshit. I can't say that I've ever noticed, Malloy, he replied. I'm not the present counting type. Well, you're a better person than I am, Joey Lynch, because I would cause ructions if I had to share my birthday with Jesus. Joey laughed, actually laughed, a genuine laugh, as he closed the space between us. So, are you going to ask me, or are we going to stand out here all night? My heart flipped in my chest. Ask you what? To walk you home. Okay. I blew out a shaky breath. Walk me home, Joey Lynch. That's telling, he teased, leaning against the door as he smiled down at me, green eyes dark and full of heat. You need to ask nicely. My God, it was something else when that boy smiled. He was just so beautiful. I have a better idea, I heard myself say, and then I did something incredibly fucking reckless. Reaching into my coat pocket, I withdrew the set of car keys and jingled them in front of his face. How about you drive me instead? Even though he was the master of concealing his emotions, Joey couldn't mask the excitement that flashed in his eyes. I won't be 17 for 2 more days. I only have a tractor license until then. That's true, I agreed, watching his gaze flick from my face to the keys and then back to me. So that means that we'll be breaking the law, doesn't it? I taunted, giving the keys a little rattle. But then again, when has that ever stopped you? Joey stared at me for a long time before releasing a low chuckle. Give me the keys, Malloy. Squealing with nervous excitement, I clenched my eyes shut and choked out a laugh when we took the corner of the local supermarket after burning the rubber of my tires, doing 6 donuts around the empty car park. Oh my Jesus, watch out for the footpath! Relax, Malloy, I've got this. Yeah, he did. Joey might not have an official license yet, but he certainly knew how to handle a car. I put it down to years of messing around with motors at the garage with Dad. With Jay-Z and Beyoncé's '03 Bonnie and Clyde blasting from the car stereo, a fitting song given the circumstances, I held on for dear life to the dashboard as the wild and reckless boy in the driver's seat blew my mind. Sitting in the passenger seat beside him, I felt like I was on a power trip. Like we could take on the whole world in this moment. It was exhilarating. Happy fucking birthday to me! Joey laughed, clearly delighted with life, as he slipped my car into 5th gear and left the lights of Ballylagan behind us. So, where do you want to go, Malloy? Anywhere with you. I don't care. Just don't kill me, okay? I begged, and then screamed out a laugh when we flew over a hump in the back road. Joey cast a sideways glance at me and grinned. I'm making no promises. A lot of miles on the clock later, and we were on the back road near the beach, with me in the driving seat, and Joey laughing his ass off at my discomfort. I can't do it! The car chugged and stalled for the 3rd time in a matter of minutes. It's pointless. I'm never going to figure this shit out. Well, you better keep trying, he warned, not one bit sympathetic to my cause as he balanced my heels on his lap. Because I heard your father tell Danny Riley that if you don't pull your finger out and start actually driving instead of admiring the stereo, he'll sell him the car. Fine by me. Flustered and barefoot, I turned the key in the ignition and attempted to pull off. I'm entirely the wrong person to be behind the wheel of a potential death machine. Yeah, because you're really going to do some damage in 1st gear. Joey drawled. Come on, Malloy, you know the drill. Clutch and slide into 2nd. I can't. You can't. I really can't. Stop being a princess and just fucking do it. Deep in concentration, I attempted to do just that, but the gear stick wouldn't comply. "This car hates me," I wailed, yanking on the gear stick and then wincing when the engine roared in protest. "Jesus, come here. Okay, press the clutch." Reaching across the passenger seat, Joey covered my hand with his and deftly slid us into second. "Now, put a bit of pressure on the accelerator," he instructed, while I repressed a shiver from the feel of his big hand on top of mine. "Good. Now clutch again," he added as he switched us into third. "See? You're doing it. Driving without conking the engine. It's not as bad as you've built it up in that head of yours." "Yeah, but it's just so fucking tricky," I wailed, both hands springing up to grip the wheel. "Feet on the pedals, hands on the wheel, hand on the gear stick, eyes on the road." I blew out a frustrated breath. It's like I tell my dad every time he forces me to get behind the wheel. There are just too many things to do at once. I thought females were the ultimate multitaskers. "Well, not this female," I choked out, twisting the wheel to avoid a pile of sand sludge on the road. "Oh my Jesus, Joey, I hate this stupid car." "You don't hate the car," he countered. "You hate the feeling of not being in control. It's new and scary, I get it, Malloy. You're just figuring it all out." "How do you know so much about this?" I eyed him, sitting beside me. "How can you be 3 months younger than me and kick my ass at driving?" "It's not a competition, Malloy," he chuckled, with a shake of his head. "And your dad showed me a lot down through the years." "Well, good for you," I bit out, because he basically showed me nothing until he handed me the keys for this thing and said, "Drive." "Give it a couple of months. You'll look back at this night and laugh." "Doubtful," I mumbled, eyes locked on the dark night ahead of me. "Very doubtful."
I don't want to go home. December 24th, 2003. Joey. Pressure was the thing that I was most used to in my life. It never normally fazed me. Not when I spent most of my life with the weight of my father's hands around my neck, threatening to cut off my air supply. But all of that paled in comparison to Aoife Malloy's infinite ability to restrict my breathing. It was 2 a.m, and the clock had rolled into Christmas Eve. Instead of being home, like I knew I needed to be when there was a full bottle of whiskey at my father's disposal, I found myself spinning around with her instead. I felt like a criminal being with her. I had no damn business stepping foot inside the girl's car, a car I had spent a lot of my time working on at the garage, a car I certainly shouldn't have gotten behind the wheel of and driven. But when she dangled those keys in front of me, the temptation had been too strong to resist. I also didn't understand her reasons for wanting to be here with me. Why she continuously sought me out. But I wasn't about to argue with her tonight because it meant I didn't have to go home and deal with any of my father's bullshit. No. I wasn't about to talk Malloy down from the ledge, because the longer we teetered on the edge of the law, the longer I got to be with her. Because the truth of the matter was that I enjoyed her company. I enjoyed being with her. Be it arguing or messing around, flirting or fucking around town in her car her daddy bought for her. I felt genuine affection towards the girl, which was abhorrently abnormal on my behalf. But I did. She could piss me off more than most, and she drove me demented at times, but there was no one else I would prefer to break the law with. Even as we parked up back outside the garage, with a bag of chips balancing on the dashboard between us, I was having a hard time trying to find the motivation to leave her. The truth was that staying right here in this car with the only person whose touch didn't make my skin crawl seemed like a good idea. "This one's my favourite," Malloy said, turning up the volume on her stereo when the Pogues' Fairy Tale of New York drifted from the speakers. "Hands down the best Christmas song ever." Popping a chip into her mouth, she grinned over at me. "What's yours?" "Don't know." Shrugging, I reached over and grabbed the chip. Never really thought about it. "Oh, come on, Joey," she pushed. "Everyone has a favourite Christmas song." Not me. I preferred silence. I shrugged. "This one, I suppose." "Good." She nodded her approval. "It reminds me of you." "Whoa," I deadpanned. "Which part?" "All of it," she teased, tossing a chip at my face. "From now on, this will be our song." I narrowed my eyes at her. "Oh yeah? Because we really need a song." "Well, it is Christmas Eve, babe," she joked, and then she went right into a piss-poor rendition of the first verse of the song before choking out a laugh. "See? It's perfect for us. There's only one small problem with your song choice," I offered dryly. "I'm not your babe, Malloy." "Whose fault's that?" she came right back with, not looking away and not backing down. I wonder." Christ. She was just so ballsy. It was seriously impressive and sexy as fuck. I soaked her in, every freckle, every curve, the colour of her green eyes, the pale golden streaks in her already blonde hair. "Yeah, well," smirking, I shook my head and turned back to stare out the front windscreen. "If tonight's little joyride is anything to go by, then you should be thanking me for that." "You would think so," was all she replied, as she rummaged around in a sack of discs. "Okay, so it's clear that you're not sold on the last song. So how's this for hitting the nail on the head?" Malloy asked, then switching up CDs and pressing track 3 on her stereo. The Goo Goo Dolls blasted from her stereo. "Iris," I cocked a brow. "Good song choice, Malloy, but I have to admit that I'm not feeling the festive vibe from it." "No, asshole, not as a Christmas song," she urged, cranking up the volume. "As our song." I opened my mouth to respond, but she reached across the console and covered my lips with her hand. "Shh, just humour me and listen, okay?" Reluctantly conceding to her demands, I nodded once and kept my eyes locked on hers as the lyrics of the song fucked with my head. "Well," she finally breathed when the song ended. "It's perfect, right?" "Yeah, Malloy." My voice was thick as I wrestled with a million complicated fucking emotions. "It is."
I Care Too Much. December 24th, 2003. Aoife. If Joey wanted to sit in this parked-up car outside of the garage half the night, then I would gladly sit right there with him. It didn't matter that it was -2 degrees outside, or that I was close to freezing in my work clothes. At least, if he was in this car with me, it meant that he was out of trouble. He wasn't out getting high. Time passed by much quicker when I was with him, and I didn't notice the hours slipping away as I regaled him with random tales from my life. You see, Kevin might be the twin that held the lion's share of academic intelligence, but I was the one that could talk the ass off a donkey. For real, I had been blessed with the ability to make a conversation out of nothing, which was how I had somehow managed to keep this wildly unattainable boy's interest piqued for most of the night. And then he said, "Oh, baby, my bed smells like you, but it's fading fast. Come over and refresh my sheets." I explained, fake gagging at the memory of Paul's ridiculous phone call the other night. "I mean, seriously." I choked out a laugh as I rolled up the sleeves of his hoodie that he'd given me to wear. "Get a handle on yourself, man." "Oh, Jesus, the shame," Joey groaned, covering his face with his hand. "I am actually embarrassed for the prick." "I know, right?" I agreed, waving a hand around. "That's exactly how I felt." "What did you say back to that?" I grinned deviously. I told him to spray some perfume on his pillow, turn off the lights, and get reacquainted with his hand. Joey threw his head back and laughed. "Vicious." "Yeah, well, he earned it with that line." I laughed. "I mean, come on. What did he think I was going to do? Run over to his house and rub myself all over his mattress like a tomcat scenting its territory? The deluded idiot." "Probably," Joey offered, still chuckling. "In case it slipped your attention, he's sort of obsessed with you." "No, Paul is obsessed with this," I replied, gesturing to my body. "He has no interest in this." I tapped a finger against my temple. "He doesn't even know me, Joey. Not really. He's never taken the time to. It's all about appearances. Honestly, I doubt he would care if I never spoke a word, just so long as I smiled and looked pretty." "Then what are you doing, Malloy?" He came right out and asked, green eyes clear for a change and locked on my face. "Do you love him?" "I have love for him." "That's not what I asked." "I knew that." "What do you want me to say, Joe?" "Make it make sense to me." "Make what make sense?" "You and him." "Oh, God!" I laughed. "How long do you have?" "All night." Blowing out a shaky breath, I thought about it for a while, trying to find a diplomatic way of saying, "Because if I have any chance of getting over you, I need to be with a boy who's the complete opposite," before settling on, "I guess I've always known where I stand with Paul. Something I've never known with you." "Where you stand?" "Yeah," I nodded slowly. "I mean, don't get me wrong, I know it's not perfect. It's really, really far from perfect. But at least I'm navigating our relationship with a clear head and my eyes open. And most importantly, I can't get hurt. I know his game, and he's not going to be able to pull the wool over my eyes." "That sounds miserable." "It's safe. Safer than you." "So he's your shield?" "My shield?" "From getting fucked over?" Joey's eyes furrowed. "Why keep it going this long?" "I don't know." I shrugged, feeling at a loss. "Probably because it's all I've known since first year. Being with Paul is comfortable. There's no work to it, and besides, he wants to be with me. And you don't." Joey stared at me for the longest time before shaking his head. "It won't last with him." "No? Oh, God, I hope not." "You don't think?" "No." He shook his head again. "Any relationship that is held together because it's comfortable isn't a relationship worth having." I huffed out a breath. "Yeah, well, take it from someone with first-hand knowledge of this kind of thing. Sometimes comfortable is as good as it gets." "Bullshit. Comfortable isn't as good as it gets," Joey challenged, narrowing his eyes. "You shouldn't settle for comfortable, Malloy. You shouldn't settle for anything less than being in love to the point of madness. The only person that you should be settling for is the person who unsettles you the most." The person who drives you to brink of suicide because he or she makes you feel so fucking much that you can't catch your breath or remotely function without them. And what's more is you won't want to. You won't want to breathe or feel or fucking function without them. That's how you'll know that it's a real relationship, Malloy. Only when you're feeling the most discomfort you've ever felt in your entire life should you even consider settling. Because that's when you'll know you're in love. Which sounds to me like a hell of a lot nicer way to live than settling for someone you have nothing in common with because it's comfortable. Whoa. My breath hitched in my throat as my heart decided to jackknife in my chest. You really believe that? For you? He nodded with a hint of uncertainty. Absolutely. What about you? What about me, Malloy? Is that what you're holding out for? I whispered, pulse racing. That kind of epic love? No, he said flatly. My heart sank. Why not? Because you have to care about someone to fall in love. He gave me a hardened look. And I don't care about anyone, remember? Now I was the one to say, bullshit. Twisting sideways in my seat, I met his hard look with one of my own. You care about me, Joe. You're my friend, he conceded. Yeah, your friend that you care about. Malloy, it's okay to care about me, Joe. He glared at me. I don't care. I narrowed my eyes. Yes, you do. Listen, the only one I've ever been able to depend on being there is my shadow, and that's how I like it. He snapped, running a hand through his hair. I don't care about people because I can't afford to. I don't have the time in my life or the space inside of my head to allow myself to care about anyone other than my family. That's me, okay? That's who I am. I can't afford to care, Malloy. Well, that sucks because I do. I tossed back, feeling hurt and flustered and a million other emotions in this moment. I care about you, Joey, and I always have. It had never been my brightest idea. Too bad I was headstrong and incessantly reckless with my heart. Too bad I was determined to care about him regardless. Don't fucking say it out loud. Joey groaned, dropping his head in his hands. Christ, Malloy, why do you always have to go too far? Why can't you just keep that shit to yourself, please? You mean like you? I demanded, unflinching. You know, Joe, one of these days you're going to have to stop lying to yourself and admit how you feel. There's nothing to admit. Yes, there is, and you know it. You're wrong. You're just afraid to admit it, I argued, holding a finger up. Because that means you'll have to acknowledge the fact that there's a girl sitting right in front of you who cares about you for no other reason than that she just does. A girl who isn't depending on you to do anything for her other than be her friend. A girl who sees just how much of an asshole you can be, but cares about you regardless because I do, Joe. I absolutely fucking care, despite your shithead tendencies. Hell, maybe even because of them. I threw my hands up in resignation. Who the hell knows anymore? If you could just try to understand what I'm trying to do. He bit out and then exhaled a ragged breath. If you only knew what I was trying to spare you from, you wouldn't push for this. Push you for what? I demanded, heart thudding violently. Your friendship? Push for anything from me, he roared back. Fuck! Eyes bulging with temper, I went right ahead and pushed him. Literally, with both hands. How's that for a push, you big coward? Don't fucking start, Joey warned, holding an arm up to ward me off. Don't even think about going there with me. It won't end well. Too late. I pushed him again, and then I did it twice more for good measure. Come on, tough guy. At least now I'm pushing for more in the only way you seem to understand. Malloy. I pushed him. I'm warning you. I pushed him again. God damn it, Malloy. Tossing me onto my back, Joy pinned my hands to my sides and leaned in close. You reek of desperation, and it's such a fucking turn-off. He was saying the cruelest things, but his eyes told a different story entirely as he hovered over me, chest heaving against mine as his body thrummed with tension. Why would I care about a girl who offers herself up on a plate for the taking? Narrowing his eyes, he leaned even closer and hissed, You're another fella's girlfriend, and yet here you are, on the flat of your back for me like a slut. Get off me! I practically snarled, temper frayed as his words cut me to the bone. Now, asshole! No fucking problem. He sneered, equally furious as he jerked back. You can be such a fucking bastard! I screamed as I flung the passenger door open and jumped out of the car. The biggest one I've ever met. And you can be such a fucking bitch, he roared back before quickly climbing out of the car after me. Wait, where are you going? Away from you. It's your car, Malloy. Damn it. I don't care. You don't have any shoes on. Double damn it. I don't care. Malloy, cop on to yourself, will ya? His tone was hard and laced with frustration. You're not walking home in the dark on your own. Why not? Afraid I'll be easy pickings since I'm such a slut and all that. Would you just stop moving for a sec? No, now fuck off, and don't even think about coming after me. Don't walk away from me, Malloy. Don't tell me what to do, asshole. Upping my pace, I hurried around the street corner and quickly crossed the road. Because it was so close to Christmas, people continued to spill out from pubs and bars. Wait. His strong arms came around my body, pulling me flush against his chest. Just hold up, will you? Let go, I warned, shivering when his hands clamped down firmly on hips, keeping my back pressed closely to his chest. Now. I fucked up, came his thick response as his breath fanned my cheek. Forgive me. No. My heart raced wildly. You hurt my feelings. Be my friend again, Malloy. No. Shaking my head, I twisted around to look up at him. You said that to hurt me. You knew it would. And if I forgive you, you'll only hurt me again. Yeah, I probably will. Green eyes, so lonesome and full of regret, seared me. But I don't mean to. He blew out a harsh breath. I won't hurt you on purpose again. Accidentally or on purpose, it hurts just the same. I can't. Releasing a shaky breath, I took a step back. You really hurt me with that. I care. Reaching out a hand, he grabbed the front of the hoodie I was wearing, his hoodie, and fisted the fabric as he pulled me back to him, our bodies flushed together. I care, he repeated, eyes locked on mine, as his hand moved up from my hoodie to cup my neck. Too much. See? Blowing out a ragged breath, I sagged forward, letting my head fall against his chest. That's all I wanted to hear. I know, Malloy. Resting his chin on my head, he sighed heavily. I know.
How's your halo? December 31st, 2003. Joey. My life was a sequence of one disaster after the next. The first of which happened to be the day I was born. Yeah, that was a fucking mistake in itself. I didn't say that because I was suicidal, looking for pity or depressed. I said it because it was the wholehearted truth. I'd been born into a family that never wanted me. To a weak mother and a wicked bastard of a father. I was the spare son, the backup, second best to my mother's favourite firstborn. And from day one, it had been a shit show, a train wreck. More children followed after me, my father's inability to put a condom on his dick, the root cause of our household's overpopulation. Well, that, along with his inability to hear the word no. Growing up in a home like ours made it difficult for me to work right. I didn't mean hold down a job. I had one of those since childhood. I meant that I didn't work right in the head. Not like other people my age, at least. There was a whole host of things wrong with me, things I was too scared to invest time in trying to figure out. Truth be told, my brain was a scary place to be, and I didn't want to be anywhere near me most of the time. How fucked up was that? The current piss-poor state of my life was a direct result of poor choices I had made. Choices that had been made for me by people who were supposed to love me, but either didn't have the capacity to love me or just plain didn't. I knew I was far from a saint, and I wasn't blaming my wrongdoings on anyone other than yours truly. But fuck, things might have been different if I had been given a different start in life. A start like the prick standing in front of me had been given, for example. Yeah, with a stable family, a nice house, and a few quid tucked away in the bank, Paul Rice had been given a good start in life. A better one than me. It must be nice to be able to sleep at night without the fear of being dragged out from under the covers and beaten within an inch of your life. Must be nice to not be distracted by the screams of your half-starved siblings, or the low wails of your battered and bruised, not to mention brutally raped mother on the daily. Dick. "Babe, lay off the vodka tonight, yeah?" he told Malloy, as they wandered into Danielle Long's jam-packed parent-free kitchen on New Year's Eve, while her house party was in full swing. They had spent most of the party in the sitting room. I knew this because I'd legged it out there to get away from them. I was determined to get off to a good start this year. New year, new me, and all that bullshit. But if I had to watch that prick molest the side of Malloy's face with his tongue a second longer, I would have lost before I had even started. I care too much. See? That's all I wanted to hear. Blinking away the memory before it took hold and depressed me, I concentrated on the prick in front of me as he spoke down to her like she was a small child. Seriously, I gave more respect to Sean, and I wiped his ass on the daily. "You know how you get aggressive after drinking?" Ricey continued to put her down by saying, acting like he owned the air around him. He opened the fridge and retrieved what had to be his 7th can of lager, leaving his girlfriend empty-handed. "And I can't stand it when you get all sloppy." Leaning against the back door, I watched as Malloy's cheeks flushed bright pink. But instead of giving him a piece of her mind like she normally would, she just brushed it off. She just let it go. She let him speak to her like he was her keeper. It didn't settle well with me. Fuck it, though. I wasn't getting involved in any more of her drama. Last time I tried to defend her, I lost a head so badly that I almost killed her brother. "You spoke to her like shit, too, asshole." My mind reminded me, and I flinched at the horrible fucking mess of things I had made with her before Christmas. My inability to produce a competent fucking sentence to explain to Malloy how very wrong I was for her had resulted in me spewing poison and making her cry. Tearing my eyes off her, I took a deep drag from my joint and held it in my lungs for the longest time, reveling in the burn, in the dizziness, in the momentary release it gave me. It wasn't enough, though. It never was. The little baggie of benzos in the ass pocket of my jeans were proof of that.
Mixed in with vodka and Vicodin, and I was getting somewhere.
I could forget her voice for a while. I could forget everything. Staring out the back door into the darkness, I found my mind wandering back to the earlier conversation I had with my mother. "How could they be so cruel?" Mom demanded, holding her head in her hands as she stared down at Shannon's torn, blood-encrusted jumper strewn on the top of the kitchen table. "I just don't understand this, Joey." "Neither do I agreed, feeling at a complete fucking loss as to what to do for my sister. We were on Christmas break from school, and somehow the bullies from school had managed to follow her home from a walk. A bloody nose and a torn jumper had been the result. Since she started second year, the bullying had ramped up to epic proportions. I tried to sort it. I fucking tried to nip it in the bud. But it was like I was fighting against the tide. The more scores I settled, the faster they seemed to keep rising up against me. It was fucking exhausting. And I was running on empty. "I thought you said you would look out for her this year." Mom sobbed then, and I couldn't miss the accusation in her tone. "She looks up to you so much, Joey." No. Don't even think about putting this on me," I warned, holding up a hand. "I didn't do this to her. And I looked after her last year too, Ma'am. I did everything I could for the girl." "I know you did," Ma'am strangled out. "But couldn't you have done something to stop it today?" "Like what?" I demanded, throwing my hands up. "I can't watch her 24/7, Ma'am. I have class and training and work and something." Ma'am cried. "Anything." "What do you want me to do, Ma'am? Go around beating the shit out of her bullies? Because I can't, Ma'am. They're girls. I'm out of my fucking depth with this as much as she is." Running a hand through my hair, I expelled a harsh breath. "I can't keep fighting all of Shannon's battles for her, and I can't keep fighting all of yours either." "Stealed any more cars lately?" Malloy's familiar voice infiltrated my thoughts, dragging me back to the present. And fuck if my heart didn't take a U-turn in my chest when she sidled up beside me and nudged my arm with her shoulder. "Nice hoodie." "Nah, just the one," I shot back, returning her nudge. "And nice legs." "I'm wearing jeans tonight." "Not in my head." "Funny." She grinned up at me, and I couldn't stop myself from mirroring her actions. "So, what are you smoking tonight?" Her disapproval was blatant. "How's your halo, Malloy?" "In better shape than yours by the smell of it." Standing in the doorway beside me, I watched as she leaned in close and took a whiff of my smoke. She said in a tone laced with sarcasm. "Smells like debauchery." I arched a brow. "You're killing my buzz, Malloy." "Am I?" She beamed up at me. "That's the best news I've had this whole entire shit-fest of a night." "Not in the festive spirit. I would prefer to be anywhere than here tonight, Joey. And that's not an exaggeration. she told me with a sigh. Including that freezer that you guys call a garage, even with my father's hairy ass crack staring me in the face. She blew out a frustrated breath. I mean, he owns like 10 belts. You'd think he'd wear one. A reluctant smile spread across my face. Maybe you should have a drink, being as it's New Year's Eve and all. Reaching for the bottle of vodka I'd hidden behind the microwave, I waved it in front of her. Besides, I've heard it's good for the nerves. I've already had 3 beers, she replied, by way of explanation, as she batted the bottle. And Paul always gets shitty with me if I have too much to drink. And she cast a glance to the kitchen door behind her and then shook her head. And fuck him. That's my girl. That's the spirit? Turning to grin at me, she asked. You got any coke to go with that? I cocked a brow. Her eyes widened. I meant a drink, asshole. I winked back at her. Grab a glass. No. Malloy laughed a couple of hours later as she sloshed her drink around in her hand and staggered towards me. There's no way you can keep this going. I can go all night, Malloy. I shot back, feeling a lot more relaxed now that I'd half a bottle of vodka in my system. We were outside the back of Danielle's house, had been for over an hour, playing this fucked game that Malloy referred to as the one-word game. What had started with us joking around, taking turns to add one word to make a sentence, had turned into a fucked-up story. I'd never played before, but as the vodka kept coming, the story kept getting more inventive. Knotting her fingers in the front of my hoodie, she pulled me close and grinned up at my face. Give me that bottle. I don't know, Malloy, I taunted, unscrewing the cap and drinking straight from the bottle. Any more debauchery and your wings won't take you up to heaven. Then I'll just have to stay in hell with you, won't I? She teased, back, swiping the bottle out of my hand and taking a huge gulp. She wasn't an aggressive drunk. She was a fucking hilarious one. Obviously, the girl wasn't keeping the right company on nights out. You're my best friend, she blurted out of left field. But don't tell Casey, because she'll claw your eyes out for that title. I'm honoured. You should be. Well, you're mine too, I agreed with a chuckle. But don't tell Podge because, yeah, he won't give a shit. So, we're besties? She asked, holding her pinky finger up. Fuck it. I shrugged and hooked mine around hers. Why not? Yay, okay, she laughed, sinking down on the edge of the trampoline, bottle in hand. Where were we? He was reaching between her legs, I reminded her, sinking down beside her. Oh, yes, she squealed with delight and flopped onto her back, causing the trampoline to sway beneath us. And don't be fucking around with it this time, I warned, swiping the bottle out of her hands to take a swig. When it gets to the good bit, don't choke. I didn't choke, she snickered, pulling herself up on her elbows. Okay, so he was reaching between her legs. Frowning, she thought hard for a moment before adding, when? I rolled my eyes. All of her eyes widened. Sudden. He stopped. She smirked. 2 I arched a brow. Slide her thong down her legs. Full stop, she cracked. Then his, her cheeks flushed bright pink when she added, mouth was there. There? I arched a brow. The fuck, Malloy? Where's there? Okay, she conceded, giggle. His mouth was on her. Grinning, I gestured to her to go right ahead and take her turn. No, I can't. She choked out through fits of laughter as she flopped back on the trampoline. Stop trying to make me. Yes, you can, I laughed. Say it. I can't. Say it. Pussy, she screamed at the top of her lungs. His mouth was on her pussy. There, I said it. Choking out another fit of laughter, she strangled out, I'm going to wet myself. Jump the fuck off if you are, I laughed, twisting sideways to watch her roll around on the mat, clutching her side. If you piss on this trampoline with me on it, I'm going to have to revoke our friendship status, Malloy, and find somebody else to play the one-word game with. You wouldn't dare. Twisting onto her hands and knees, she crawled back to me and sighed in contentment. I'm irreplaceable. That she was. Joey! A familiar voice called out from the back door. Are you coming inside? Danielle asked as she hovered in the doorway. I was hoping we could have a dance. I don't dance. Oh, I was really hoping we could. Like I said, I don't dance. Well, come inside soon, yeah? I want to ring in the new year with you. Yeah, grand, Dan. I'll be inside in a bit. Snickering when the door closed behind Danielle, Malloy ribbed me with her elbow. Sounds like she wants to do more than just ring in the new year with you. Grinning, I shook my head and looked at her. Is that right? Yep. Bursting out in another fit of giggles, she added, Sounds like she wants your mouth on her pussy. My brow shot up. Bold words coming from the girl who was too shy to say the word pussy 2 minutes ago. Pussy, pussy, meow, meow, she countered with a fake pear. How's that for too shy? I take it back, I replied, dryly. You're a wild one. And you're the opposite of pussy, she offered with a supportive smile. Gee, thanks. No, you're welcome. Smiling, she reached up to pat my cheek. Take it down, she instructed then, pulling down my hood. I want to see your pretty face. Pretty? I snorted. Jesus, keep those compliments coming, Malloy. You'll do wonders for my ego. You are, though, she sighed, hand moving from my cheek to cup the back of my neck. If I had a pack of Rolos right now, I'd give you my last one. Yeah, I smiled, indulging her. Well, if I had a packet of Rolos right now, Malloy, I'd give them all to you. You would? Her eyes widened like saucers as she looked up at me like I'd just offered her the moon on a string. That's the nicest thing anyone's ever given me. I shook my head and laughed. You're such a lightweight, she grinned. Okay. How's this for the next word in the story? Pressing her fingers to her temples, she hummed before blurting out. She spread her legs wider for him to taste her throbbing clit She blew out a shaky breath and leaned in closer. She used her. I felt her shift closer. Hands to push his boxers. She exhaled a ragged breath and whispered, down, and then he. Her hand tightened around the back of my neck. Buried his. Hard. Her breath hitched when I whispered, cock. She gripped my neck so tight, her nails dug into my skin. Deep. My heart was gunning in my chest, so loud and violently that I was surprised to still be breathing. I resisted the urge to rest my forehead against hers. Instead, I held my ground and watched her watch me. It was too much, her, the moment, my feelings, the way my heart beat. It was all too fucking much. And still, I remained completely motionless, watching her watch me. Inside, I felt her lips sway dangerously close to mine. Off. His girlfriend, Paul said coldly, startling us. What's going on out here? Hey, Paul. We're just in the middle of the one-word game, Malloy chirped, oblivious to the look of murder etched on her boyfriend's face. Want to join us? No, he said flatly. I want to spend time alone with my girlfriend, but I haven't been able to find her for the last hour and a half. That's because she was out here playing with Joe, silly. She reeled off happily. Well, would you mind coming inside and ringing in the new year with me? He argued. If it isn't too much of a bother for you to peel yourself away from Lynchy, that is. Sure, Paul. Smiling up at me, she tapped my nose with her finger. And I'll see you later. I'll be seeing you, Malloy, I replied, watching her peachy ass as she shimmied into the house. You won't, Paul said when Malloy had gone back inside. You won't be seeing her playing games with her, or having anything to fucking do with her. I laughed. You've got some serious issues with control, lad. I mean it, Lynchy, he warned. Stay away from her. She's the one who keeps coming back to me, lad, I drawled, draining the last remnants of vodka from the bottle. What does that tell you? It tells me that she's bored, and you're the perfect charity case to work on. Really? I shrugged. That's funny, because it tells me that you're too boring for her, and I'm giving her exactly what you can't. And what's that? He sneered. A tramp stamp on her ass and a wrapped sheet the length of her arm. Not yet, I smirked. But there's always tomorrow. Listen, prick. I'm only going to say this one more time. Leave my girlfriend alone. Stay out of her face and stay out of her life. Whatever you say, I replied, unwilling to brawl with him tonight. Not when I was in such a good mood now. Oh, one more thing I will say before I go. Swinging around to glare at me, he added. Thanks for getting her drunk for me. I narrowed my eyes and his smile darkened. It's always easier to get her knickers off when she's off her face from drink. With that, he turned around and disappeared inside the house. I stood up and moved to go after him, but what could I do? The fuck could I say to that? I could hardly stop them. She chose to be with him, repeatedly. He was her boyfriend. I was her nothing. I was her nothing. fuck my life.
Knocking on Danielle's door. January 1st, 2004. Aoife. Oh, yeah, babe, that's it. Paul groaned, pressing me deeper into the mattress in the spare bedroom he'd pulled me into. Instead of being downstairs having a good time at the party like I had been doing, I was currently sprawled out, half naked beneath my drunk-as-a-skunk boyfriend, while I sweated vodka and plotted my escape. You're so fucking sexy. Paul continued to purr as he groped and pulled at my bare breasts like they were his personal play toys. Fuck me, I can't wait to ram my dick inside you, he added gruffly, trailing his tongue up my neck. I'm going to fuck you so hard you won't be able to walk straight for a week afterwards. Wow. The words every virgin wanted to hear. His hands moved to the elastic waistband of my thong, and I clamped up. Wait! No! He groaned, burying his face between my breasts. No, 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 don't say wait. Wait! I repeated, chest heaving as I slapped his hand away from my knickers. Wait! It's been 3.5 years, Eve, he whined, pressing sloppy wet kisses to my neck. 4 in February. Haven't I earned your V card by now? V card? No, I shook my head. I don't want to do this here. Shh, it's fine. Here is perfect. It's New Year's Eve. Very romantic. It's not happening, Paul, I argued, slapping against his chest in my bid to get the big drunk bastard off me. Now get off me. For fuck's sake, Aoife, he snapped, rolling off me and onto his back. This is bullshit. How is it that I'm the only fella in our year with a long-term girlfriend and still the only fella not fucking getting any? I'm not there yet, I explained, sliding to the edge of the bed. I'm not ready to have sex with you, and I'm not about to be pressured into having sex with you at a shitty New Year's Eve party either, I bit out, reaching for my bra on the bedroom floor. Then at least suck me off. I glared at him, palming his cock. Put that thing near my face, and I'll bite it off you. You wouldn't. Try me. You're such a bitch. If you can't be patient and wait until I am ready, then that's on you, not me. Well, what if I can't? He sat up and glared at me. What if I'm tired of waiting for you to pry open those Virgin Mary legs? I narrowed my eyes at him. Then we have nothing left to say to each other. Fine, then fuck off and find some other misfortunate bastard to walk you home tonight, he snapped, throwing the covers off himself and jerking to his feet. Because I don't even want to look at you right now. Look, I'm sorry, okay? I strangled out, feeling weirdly emotional at his cold rejection. I told you that I'm just not ready for sex, okay? And I told you that I don't want to look at you, he sneered as he yanked on his boxers. So you can fuck me or you can leave. The words were no sooner out of his mouth when the bedroom door flew inwards. Not here, Danielle purred as she pulled at the buckle of a shirtless Joey's belt. Let's go in my room instead. Pain. It ricocheted through me like a knife. Clearly high on whatever concoction he'd taken after I left him earlier, Joey swayed against her, eyes bleary and unfocused, as he reached for her waist and pulled her towards him. Here's grand. Ouch. It hurt. It hurt so bad that I had to suck in a sharp breath to catch my breath. Oh, sorry, guys, Danielle squeaked when she noticed our presence. We were just... Her voice trailed off as her cheeks reddened. Well, you know. It's fine. Swallowing down the bile in my throat, I quickly turned my back to the door as I slipped on my bra and shrugged on my jeans. We were just leaving. See? They're fucking, and I can guarantee that he didn't have to spend 3 years convincing her either. Paul spat, roughly throwing my t-shirt across the room at me. Come on, Aoife. This is what lads my age are supposed to be doing. Then I mean it both figuratively and literally when I tell you to go fuck yourself, Paul, I hissed, as I quickly pulled my t-shirt back on, feeling the stinging threat of tears in my eyes. Fuck you, Paul sneered. Enjoy the walk home in the dark on your own. I hope there aren't any weirdos lurking in the bushes. You can have the room, Danielle. I was just leaving. I choked out, face burning as I slipped my feet into my ballerina pumps and moved for the door, which just so happened to be blocked by Joey, who was slumping against the door frame. Great. This was just epic. His eyes landed on my face, and I swear I saw a flicker of recognition pass through them before he shook his head and turned away from me. Is he okay? I asked, slipping past his tall frame. He's fine, Danielle assured me as she slung his arm over her shoulder and led him down the hall to her bedroom. Happy New Year! Whatever happened between Joey and Danielle in her bedroom had clearly been exactly what she wanted, because when she came back downstairs afterwards, she was so happy with herself that she was practically floating. Disgusted with myself for the abnormal level of jealousy I had steered towards a girl who had never done anything to me, I tried to pull myself out of my dark mood, but the truth was that I just couldn't. Numb to the bone, not to mention well and truly sober now, I sat on the couch in her sitting room and watched as the crowd slowly dwindled until there were only a handful of us left. I should have gone home hours ago, but I couldn't seem to get my feet to walk out the front door. Not when he was still upstairs, completely fucking out of it. I knew it should be Paul I was thinking about, upstairs and alone in the room I'd abandoned him in, but it wasn't. It was Joey. I liked that he was a little fucked up. I adored his sharp edges and I loved his broken pieces. I liked him, even though I knew he'd just give my classmate everything Paul had tried to give me. What did that say about me? I just fucking liked him. So much that it hurt the skin covering my chest. Jesus. Unable to stick the not knowing a second longer, I sprang to my feet and bolted for the staircase, catching a glimpse of Danielle in the doorway of the kitchen as I went. Stay put, stay put, stay put. Rounding the banister, I hurried past the room I'd shared with Paul a few hours ago and went straight for the door at the end of the hall. It was cracked open, so when I slipped inside, it didn't make a sound. Joey? I whispered into the darkness as I felt my way over to the bed. Finding a lamp on the locker, I flicked it on, bathing the room in a soft yellow hue. Joe? Malloy, he groaned, twisting his face into the mattress. My heart both cracked and soared at the sound. Soared because, even in his worst state, he knew my voice. Cracked because he was naked in another girl's bed, with a used condom strewn on the bedroom floor. Are you okay? I heard myself ask, heart racing as I looked down at where he was sprawled out, what I presumed, naked under Danielle's pink floral duvet. The covers were draped over his hips, leaving the rest of his body exposed and revealing a huge crucifix tattoo on his back. No, Joey groaned, keeping his face buried in the sheets. Fuck. Exhaling a shaky breath, I gingerly sat on the edge of the bed next to him. What did you take? I fucked up, Malloy, he slurred, twisting his head from side to side. Again. Yeah, You did. Sighing heavily, I placed my hand on his shoulder and watched as the muscles in his back physically tensed under my touch. What am I going to do with you, huh? My breath hitched in my throat at the sight when my gaze landed on a long 5 or 6 inch scar going diagonally across his back. It was concealed behind the crucifix tattoo, but if you looked close enough, it was plain to see. Is that from a belt? I heard myself whisper, not even trying to stop myself from trailing a finger over the other deep ridges and grooved scars that seemed to be littered across his flesh. Most seemed old, like they had been imprinted on him a long time ago, but some of them were more recent. And this one? Probably. He mumbled drowsily. Don't look. What happened to your back, Joe? Heart in my mouth, I continued to trail my fingers over his marred skin, feeling the ache in my chest spread as the seconds passed by. Where did all these scars come from? And don't say fighting. Fighting, he said anyway, before rolling onto his back. Christ, my head is hopping. Yeah, I replied, reaching up to smooth his blonde hair back. I bet it is. You're really here. He cracked a lid open and peered up at me. Thought I dreamt you up. And then he looked at me, completely spaced out of his mind, with lipstick smeared across his mouth and cheek. Hey. My stomach bottomed out at the sight. You shouldn't give yourself away to the likes of her, I whispered, giving him back the words he'd spoken to me a long time ago. A flash of recognition filled his eyes, causing his nostrils to flare. Malloy. It hurts, I admitted softly, reaching down to rub the lipstick off him. This hurts me. I would never hurt you, Malloy. He slurred, his words a lot like his life, a broken mess. I'd rather die than hurt you. Don't say that. It's the truth. Releasing a pained groan, he croaked out, Only thing I've ever done right in my life is leave you alone. My eyes filled with tears, and I quickly blinked them away, but not before one lone tear dripped from my cheek and landed on his bare chest. You're crying. A bleary sort of anxiety filled his features as he slowly pulled himself up on his elbows. Why? What did I do? I'm grand. Shaking my head, I tucked my hair behind my ear, feeling his hot breath on my cheek. I'm okay. He looked around us then, his eyes raking in the unfamiliar bedroom as confusion swept over him. Did I? His gaze settled back on mine, wild and panicked as he sat straight up. Did we? No. Shaking my head, I forced out the bitter truth. Not us. Fuck. His body visibly sagged. Malloy. Don't stay here. My breath hitched in my throat and I dropped my gaze to the mattress, to where the smell of sex was still in the air. In this bed. I exhaled a ragged breath, hating the plea as it came stumbling out of my mouth. With her. Joy tipped my chin up and forced me to look at him, as he stared so hard the green orbs of his irises darkened to coal. Okay. He finally said, thumb stroking over the curve of my bottom lip, as I leaned my cheek into his big hand. I won't. A little while later, I was walking the familiar trek back to my house. With his hood pulled up and his hands shoved into the front of his hoodie, Joey looked exactly like he always did when he walked me home. A little pissed off and a lot sexy. I didn't have the energy to joke around with him tonight, though, or even speak. So instead, we walked in silence with a cloud of bitterness hanging over our heads. "Thanks," I said when we reached the gate, "for walking me home and, well, you know, it's grand." He kept his hands in his pockets as he watched me close the garden gate behind me. "I'll see you at school next week." "Yeah." Nodding, I lingered in front of the gate, watching him watch me. "I suppose you will." He nodded stiffly but made no move to leave, and neither did I. "I thought I hurt you tonight," he finally said, breaking the heavy silence between us. "When I woke up and saw you there, I thought I did something we couldn't take back. I was so fucking relieved when you told me that we didn't." Exhaling a heavy sigh, he added, "But the way you're looking at me right now makes me wish we had." He shook his head and turned to walk away. "At least, if we had, then I could understand the disappointed look in your eyes." "Joe," I sucked in a sharp breath as he started to walk away. "Joey, wait, I'll be seeing you, Malloy," he called over his shoulder. And then he was gone.
I will always stick up for you. January 7th, 2004. Joey. Hey Joe, have you seen your sister? 7 words I'd learned to fear, especially if they were spoken at school. Shoulders stiffening to the point of spasm, I stopped unravelling the new grip on my Hurley and glanced up at Danielle. "Why?" My tone was hard and flat as I crouched on the grass. Clad in my school jersey, short socks and football boots, I was about to head out for training with the rest of the team. What happened? "She's bawling her eyes out in the bathroom." Again. "Why?" I demanded, rising to my feet and towering over the petite blue-eyed blonde in front of me. Chewing on her lip, Danielle gestured towards the school building. "I'm not entirely sure what happened, but I heard she and Ciara Maloney had a few words." "A few words?" Reaching for the clasp on my helmet, I snapped it open and ripped it off my head. "Any chance these words turned into a few slaps?" Danielle shrugged, looking nervous. "Listen, I don't want to get involved, okay? I don't want to get on anyone's bad side. I'm only telling you because you're a friend." Friend? That was a stretch. Friends cared about each other. I could count the people I considered my friends on one hand. My sister was one, Podge was another, Alec, thick as shit that he was, still made the cut, Tony Malloy, for obvious reasons. Aside from my sister, there was only one girl that held court in my affections, who held the highest rank of friendship my heart could offer. And it sure as hell wasn't the girl who I lost my virginity to back in 3rd year, the one I had made the mistake of hooking up with on multiple occasions since. Danielle was a girl I was friendly with, but she wasn't my friend, and I had no intention of repeating the mistake I made on New Year's Eve. The clingy texts I received from her most days since were more than enough of a wake-up call to let me know that particular ship had sailed. I couldn't remember a whole pile about the night. I had been too fucked up at the time to take stock of anything other than the fantastic fucking feeling of floating away. The only part of the whole night that I did remember was the condom I clumsily rolled on my dick and her hair. It was blonde and long and smelled like coconuts. The smell stuck in my nose for days afterwards. Problem was, I couldn't be sure if it was Danielle's hair and scent that I remembered, or if it was Malloy's. She'd been there when I came to, had looked at me like I was responsible for breaking her heart clean open in her chest, and, after walking her home that night, hadn't looked at me since. The look in her eyes that night had complicated everything for me, because I was now fully aware that I had the ability to hurt her, whether I was near her or not. There was a sobering thought, but not as sobering as the scene I had arrived home to after walking her home from said house party. Yeah, the absolute carnage I had been faced with had quickly killed any notions of girls and a social life. Ma'am had fallen down the stairs while I'd been out and had broken her arm. How fucking convenient. I had spent the following 24 hours at home alone with the kids to look after, not to mention reeling in my guilt while my mother sat in A&E with him. "Did she hit her?" I asked, dragging my thoughts back to the present. "Was it bad? Come on, Dan, just tell me." "It was bad, Joe," she whispered, reaching up to rub my arm. "There was a lot of shouting and screaming. Apparently someone cut her hair too." My blood ran cold. "Tell me you're joking." "Your mam is up there now," she added, cringing. "They called her in. She's talking to the principal." Jesus fucking Christ.
Chest heaving, I cleared the 5-foot wall enclosing the pitch in one quick sweep
Before storming off in the direction of the school building, football studs clattering against the concrete as I went.
"Don't lose your head, Joey,"
I heard Danielle call after me, but it was too late for that. My head was long gone, lost in fucking space. The moment I heard someone had taken a pair of scissors to my sister's hair. Like a red rag to the bull, I stormed through the schoolyard towards the main building and slammed my hand against the glass door so hard I was surprised it didn't shatter. "Where's the fire?" Alec asked when I stormed past him and the rest of the team, who were heading outside for training. "Lynchy, the pitch is the other way. Get fucked!" I roared, losing what little self-control I had left inside of me, as I thundered towards the girls' bathroom. "You can't go in there, Joseph," Mrs. Lane, one of the female teachers, warned when I stormed past her. "Oh yeah?" I sneered, shoving the door open. "Fucking stop me." "Excuse me?" she demanded, tone laced with shock. "You'll be suspended for speaking to me like that." "Then suspend me," I countered, turning my attention to the group of girls huddling at the communal sinks. "Get the fuck out now." "I'm getting the principal," Mrs. Lane warned in a shaky voice as she quickly ushered the girls out of the bathroom. "You do that," I sneered, slamming the door shut in her face. Blowing out a breath that felt like flames, I walked along the row of a dozen or so toilet cubicles, pushing each door as I passed, until I came to the last one. It was locked. "It's me," was all I said, and then waited, heart rate spiking as I prepared for what I would find on the other side of the door. Several beats passed before the sound of a lock clicking filled the air, and then the door swung slowly inwards. Sitting on the closed lid of the toilet, with her knees tucked into her chest, and her eyes bloodshot from crying, my baby sister peeked up at me. "Hey, Joe." My heart cracked clean open in my chest at the sight of her. It didn't matter to me that she was 14 now. In my eyes, she was still the tiny girl in pigtails who had followed me around for most of her childhood. The world was dark and full of disappointments. This wasn't new information to me. I was far too familiar with the shitty side of life. I'd learned that lesson a long time ago, but Christ. Nobody wore heartbreak quite like my sister. Trembling, I forced myself to rein in my temper, something I was surprisingly good at doing around my sister, and crouched down in front of her. "Hey, Shan." Her lip was split, her uniform caked in what, by going off the smell, I could only assume was sour milk, and she was clenching her long, dark ponytail in her hand. Her ponytail that wasn't attached to her head anymore. I was going to kill them. I was going to kill them all. Don't ask me what happened, she whisper-sobbed, tone pleading. I don't want to talk about it. Okay. Going against every instinct inside of my body, I nodded slowly, careful not to make any sudden move that would scare what was left of her senses out of her. I won't. I understood what it felt like to be afraid. I'd spent most of my life drowning in terror until I just stopped caring. Caring meant feeling. If I didn't care about what happened to me then, I had nothing to fear. I could survive feeling like that. I could survive this life. Shannon stared at me for a long moment, big blue eyes full of unshed tears, and then she bolted forward like a skittish foal, crying hysterically, "I don't want to be here anymore, Joe." "I know, Shan." Catching her small frame as she barreled into me, I wrapped her up in my arms as tight as I could, wanting to protect her from something that had already happened. "I know. I want to die," she continued to cry, choking hard on her tears. "I want to not be here anymore." "You can't go dying on me," I tried to coax, as terror filled my veins. "What would I do without you, huh?" "But I make everything worse for you," she continued to cry. "You keep getting in fights trying to protect it and stick up for me. It's not fair on you, always having to save me." "That's my job, Shan," I said as I pried her ponytail from her small fist. "I'm your big brother. I will always stick up for you." I love you, Joe." "I love you too," I whispered, wrapping her up in my arms. "I'm going to fix this, okay? I'll make this right for you, I promise." "Shannon!" Mam's loud cry filled my ears as she hurried into the bathroom, with our principal hot on her heels. "Oh, Shannon, baby!" "Shannon?" Mr. Lyhan, our principal, acknowledged in a gentle tone, and then, "Joseph," in a flatter one. "What are you going to do about this?" I demanded, rising to my feet and taking Shannon with me. "Did you see this?" Thrusting my sister's ponytail in front of his face, I hissed. "What the fuck are you going to do about this?" "Joey," Mom snapped, flushing as she pulled Shannon out from under my arm and into hers. Looking as pale as a ghost, she pointed her finger at my face. "Don't you dare use that kind of language when you're speaking to your principal." "Don't worry, Mrs. Lynch," Mr. Nyhan replied in a haughty tone. "We can discuss your son's behaviour at a later time. Miss Lane will contact you in due course to discuss the issue." Oh, what fucking ever? I sneered, shaking my head. You're worried about my behaviour. But I'm not the one going around hacking anyone's ponytail off.
Joey!
Ma'am choked out.
Enough, please.
I will deal with the students involved as I see fit, Mr. Nyhan replied. Not how you demand me to, Joseph. Meaning that you'll do fuck all, I hissed, tone laced with disgust. Keep it up, Joseph, the principal warned. Because with an attitude like that, you're on the verge of skipping over suspension and moving straight to expulsion.
Please.
Mom started. Please try to understand. He's going through a lot right now. Don't beg for me, I warned, hating the emotion seeping into my voice when I locked eyes with my mother. If he wants to expel me, then he can go right ahead. It's okay, Joe. Shannon sniffled. I'm okay. No, it's not okay, Shan. I shook my head. None of this is okay. And you're not okay either. Shaking my head, I walked towards the door, feeling to need to get as far away from these people as I physically could. I'll fix this, Shannon. I'll make it right.
Joey!
Ma'am called after me. Joseph! That was Mr. Nahan. Where do you think you're going? Not bothering to answer either one of them, I shoved the bathroom door open and stalked out. Eyes scanning the horde of students in the hallway, I honed in on Podge's carrot-top head. Ciara Maloney's brother, I bet out. Where would I find him? Mike? Podge's brow shut up. I think he's having a smoke behind the PE hall. Nodding stiffly, I headed for the front door. Why? I heard him call after me, but I didn't stop to explain. With my mood darkened to the point of no return, I rounded the back of the PE hall, not stopping until I had Mike Maloney's jumper fist in one hand, while I buried my other fist in his face. Commotion erupted around us as several of our classmates cheered and called out, "Fight! Fight! Fight!" "What the hell, Joe?" Mike demanded, staggering backwards, like a shark tasting blood in the water. I was on the bastard, my fists moving harder and faster than I thought possible, dragging him to the ground. I wrapped my hand around his throat and squeezed. Scary, isn't it? I seized, tightening my grip until he began to turn purple, being attacked for no reason. "Joey!" Podge called out, trying and failing to pull me off him. "Come on, lad! You're choking him!" "Good!" I roared, spitting with temper. Maybe this way his whore of a sister will take the fucking warning.
"Joey!"
Mr. Ryan, our hurling coach, roared, coming to help Podge drag me off my classmate. "That's enough! Let him go, now!" "Let that be a warning to your sister," I roared. "If she so much as looks at my sister again, I'll kill you." Chest heaving, I pointed straight at the lad, bleeding all over the concrete, as Mr. Ryan and several of my teammates dragged me away. "Do you hear me? I will kill you."
Don't pretend you haven't noticed. January 7th, 2004. Aoife. I heard about the fight after lunch on Wednesday. It was all anyone could talk about, as the school bustled with gossip and rumours. Apparently, Ciara Maloney had orchestrated some type of vicious attack on Joey Lynch's younger sister Shannon, and in retaliation, Joey had pommeled Ciara's brother, beating Mike until his face was unrecognisable. Both Mike and Shannon had reportedly been taken to the doctor by their respective mothers, while Ciara sat it out in detention, and Joey went on the missing list. "It has to be his last strike," Paul said, sitting to my left and looking entirely too happy about the whole horrible situation. Lynch has had too many chances, Paul continued, drumming his fingers on the desk. Nian's definitely going to expel him this time. Kind of like how you've had too many chances with me, I thought to myself, still feeling salty over how he had tried to pressure me on New Year's Eve. I don't know, Paul, Casey replied from where she was sitting to the right of me, dragging me from my thoughts. If he expels Joey, then he'll have to expel Kira too for what she did to Joey's sister, and somehow I can't see that happening. Even after he almost put Mike in the hospital? Leaning forward in his seat, Paul talked over me, giving my best friend his sole attention. You weren't there, Case. You didn't see Mike's face. He was mangled. Lynchy had to be physically dragged off the lad, he argued. I don't care how good of a hurler he is. That lad is a liability. A fucking lunatic. Hey, I'm not arguing with you about the guy, Casey replied. Joey Lynch might be sex on legs, but he's about 2 fights shy of a stint in prison. Yeah, a stint in prison or a straitjacket, Paul muttered under his breath. And he's been with so many girls, he's more like a walking sexually transmitted disease on legs. Well, he can feel free to infect me any time he likes, Casey replied, waggling her brows. That's not funny. Oh, would you relax? I'm only joking, Casey shot back with a laugh. Well, about the infection part at least. If boys were fairground rides, Joey Lynch would be the roller coaster. Her eyes danced with mischief as she winked and said, You can't blame a girl for wanting to take a ride on that bad boy. Wasn't that the truth? Nice analogy, Paul grumbled, looking thoroughly disgusted. Ah, don't worry, Paulie boy, Casey teased, reaching over to pat his hand. You're a definite fairground ride, too. I am. He grinned wolfishly. Which one? The teacups, she snorted. Oh, pack it in, the pair of you, I snapped, annoyed with the entire situation. You're acting like he's this terrible person when he's not. He was defending his sister who had been terrorized. Yeah, Eve, but Mike didn't do it, Casey offered up. He was just an innocent bystander. Oh, you mean the same way his sister was innocent? That didn't stop Kira Maloney from cutting the poor girl's hair off now, did it? Get a grip, Aoife, Paul scoffed. There's a big difference in giving someone a haircut and beating 7 kinds of shit out of a person. Giving someone a haircut? I balked. Did I just hear that right? Listen, I'm not condoning what Joey did to Mike, because that was outright insanity. But I'm telling you right now that if anyone tried to hack my hair off with a pair of rusty scissors, then I would take leave of my senses. True, Casey reluctantly agreed. I would lose my shit. Exactly, I pressed. It would be the very last thing they did with scissors, that's for sure. And that's his baby sister that happened to. I added, You've seen Shannon Lynch walking through the halls between classes. She's like a mouse. She couldn't defend herself if she tried. So, because his sister can't defend herself, that gives him the right to use his fists to fight her battles. Paul arched a brow, clearly unimpressed that I had a different opinion on the matter. He's nothing but a thug, a hot-headed bully, one you should stay clear of. Care to say that to his face? I heard myself toss back heatedly. No, Paul drawled in a sarcastic tone, because he would try to rearrange my face with his fists, like he already tried to do on several occasions, Aoife, which is exactly the point I'm trying to make about the prick. He shook his head and muttered, To be honest, I don't know how your father puts up with him at the garage. Tony must be a god-honest saint to have stuck it out so long with that waste of space. He's a good worker, I was quick to point out. Dad's always praising how dependable and punctual and hard-working Joey is, so maybe you don't know as much about him as you think you do." "What's this?" Paul growled. "The I Heart Joey Lynch Club." "Well, it sure beats the complain about him until you've bored everyone to tears club that you're the founding member of," I shot back, unwilling to back down. "Why are you always defending him?" he demanded, tone laced with annoyance. "Because you're always talking shit about him," I snapped back. "He's my friend, Paul. Deal with it." Christ. Paul narrowed his eyes. "If you still like the guy so much, then what are you doing with me?" "Good question," I snapped. "I've been asking myself that exact question a lot these days." Paul reeled back like I'd struck him. "Are you serious?" "Whoa, guys, everyone take a chill pill," Casey interjected. "Let's not have a fight over this." "Who's fighting?" I snapped, very much in fighting form. "Whatever," Paul grumbled. "That prick doesn't deserve this much airtime. The sooner he's expelled and out of this school, the better for all of us." "It's so easy for you all to sit there and judge him," Podge erupted as he shoved his chair back and pushed out of his desk. "When not one of you knows what that lad has to deal with. You don't have the slightest inkling." "We all have shit to deal with, Podge," Paul argued unapologetically. "That doesn't give any of us the right to walk around like a ticking time bomb, and it doesn't give him the right to do it either. He doesn't get a free pass to kick someone's head in every time he loses his temper." "You've just proven my point exactly," Podge said. "You don't have a clue." He turned his disappointed gaze on me. "I thought you, of all people, would know better than to judge him." "What?" I gaped at him. "Me of all people?" "Don't pretend like you don't know, Aoife." "I don't," I replied in confusion. "I don't know." "Bullshit," Podge snapped. "You act like his friend, but I guess that's all it is, an act, because the minute the chips are down, you talk shit about him with the rest of them." "Hey, back off," Casey warned, quickly coming to my defence. "Don't start on her just because your friend fucked up. She's not his cheerleader." "You know what?" Podge growled, shaking his head. "I don't have time for this shit." Having said that, he shouldered both his and Joey's school bags onto his back and stormed out of the classroom. Feeling like I had been sucker punched in the gut, I quickly scooped up my things and hurried after him, ignoring protests from Paul, Casey, and the poor substitute teacher attempting to rein in the class. "Podge, wait!" I call after my red-headed classmate as he stalked off in the direction of the school exit. "Wait a minute, will you?" "I'm not in the form, Aoife," was all he replied. Not turning around, he pushed the glass doors open and walked outside into the latest downpour of January rain. "I'm really not." "What did you mean back there?" I asked, falling into step alongside him as he hurried away from the school. "About the crap Joey has to deal with." I blew out a frustrated breath. "What crap?" "Like you haven't figured out by now," Podge grumbled. "You're not blind, Aoife, and you're far from stupid either." "Humour me," I pleaded. "Come on, Podge, tell me what you meant." "You've seen the condition he comes into school in," he snapped, losing his cool. "Don't pretend you haven't noticed the bruises, Aoife. Not when they're so fucking obvious that he can't hide them most of the time. Come on, girl. It doesn't take a genius to know that he's getting the stuffing knocked out of him when he's not at school." And there it was. It was something I definitely hadn't expected him to say, but in a weird, unsettling way, I also sort of had. My mind wandered back to the scars I knew he both bore beneath his clothes, and further back again, to an altercation I witnessed a couple of years back where, After losing the county final to the neighbouring town, Joey had come to blows with who I presumed was his father at the back of GAA Pavilion car park. At the time, I'd put it down to his usual hot-headedness and the fact that Ballylagan had been hammered in the game. But now, recalling the way the bigger man had pushed and shoved at him before clamping a hand on the back of his neck and physically forcing Joey into the back of a car, it was becoming a lot clearer. "Oh my God," I whispered, covering my mouth with my hand. "Don't act so surprised," Podge accused. "He works with your father, like you didn't know what's been going down." "I didn't. Wait! Joey told you that?" I demanded, reaching out to grab a hold of his jumper. "He told you that his father is beating him?" Pausing mid-step, Podge swung around and gave me a look that said, "Are you crazy?" "No, of course he didn't tell me," he spat, tone indignant. "In case you haven't noticed, he's a fair bit closed off. Joey doesn't tell anyone what happens in that house. I've heard enough rumours and seen him come into school enough times with black eyes to know that he has it a lot harder than you or that self-righteous asshole you call your boyfriend." "Hey, that's not fair," I snapped, flushing. "I was trying to defend him back there." "Yeah, sure you were," he sneered before walking off. "I was," I argued, hurrying after him once more. "I don't have the same opinion of Joey that Paul has." "I don't. I have my own mind, Podge." "Well, then maybe you should use it sometime," he shot back. "And maybe you should speak up a little louder for the lad, especially considering he's returned the favour a time or two for you." "What?" I narrowed my eyes. "What's that supposed to mean?" "Nothing," Podge bit out, upping his pace in his obvious bid to get away from me. "It means nothing at all." "Where are you going with this school bag?" I called after him, pushing my damp hair out of my eyes as the rain continued to hammer down on us. "Taking it to him," he shouted over his shoulder, "wherever the hell he might be." "Let me do it," I heard myself say as I raced after him in the rain. "I can't find him, Podge," I repeated, slipping Joey's bag off his shoulder and onto mine. "Let me do it." He watched me with mistrustful eyes. "Why?" "Because I want to." "Why, though?" "Because I just do, okay?" "Fine." He eyed me warily. "You won't tell Joe what I said to you about his dad, will you? Because he'll lose his—" "I won't," I promised, cutting him off. Not when I had every intention of having him tell me himself. He wasn't at the garage with Dad. He wasn't at the GAA grounds, and he wasn't at any of the other local haunts I knew he frequented. That only left one place. His house. The estate I lived on didn't have the best reputation, but it was Disneyland compared to the one he lived on. With some of the houses on his street boarded up, and even more covered in graffiti, it was safe to say that Elks Terrace had a definitive air of misery about it. There was a burnt-out car at the far end of the dilapidated green near his house, close to where 3 ponies were roaming freely, grazing on the overgrown grass and weeds. Jesus. Inhaling a steadying breath, I rounded his graffiti-clad garden wall, walked up to the front door, and knocked loudly. Several beats passed before the sound of key jiggling in the lock filled my ears. A few seconds later, the door opened inwards, but only a crack. "Yes?" "Hi," I said, smiling brightly at the young girl peeking through the crack in the door. "Shannon," I quickly noted. "Is Joey here? I need a word with him." She glanced behind her and then quickly shook her head. "He hasn't come home yet." Red-eyed and sniffling, her skittish gaze flicked to the school bag I was holding, and she slowly opened the door further. "Is that his bag?" "Yeah," I nodded. "He left it at school. I'm just returning it." The sound of raised voices drifted from somewhere behind her, and she quickly reached for the bag. "Thank you for bringing it home for him. I can give it to him." "That's okay," I replied, taking a step backwards, hand firmly clamped around the strap as I hoisted it onto my shoulder. "I can wait." Something was off. I could feel it in the air the moment she opened the door to me. Podge's earlier words flashed through my mind, and I winced sympathetically before quickly steeling my resolve. "Like I said, I need a word with your brother," I added, offering her what I hoped was a warm smile. "I'm Aoife, by the way. Aoife Malloy. Joy works with my dad." "Yeah," she whispered, keeping her head down as she clutched the door like it was the only thing holding her up. "I know who you are. You were at my Grandad Murphy's funeral." "Yeah, I was. And you're Shannon, right?" I knew that was exactly who she was. Joey's little sister? I had seen her around school many times since she joined BCS, but she kept to herself, never making eye contact with anyone long enough to be noticed. Looking at her now, it was hard to peg her for older than 11. She was only a couple of years younger than me, but she had the body of a small child. "Yes." Nodding, she kept her chin tucked down as she whispered, "I'm Shannon." "I heard what happened at school today," I added softly, cringing when my eyes took in the sight of her hacked-up, shoulder-length bob. "I'm sorry that happened to you." "It's okay," she croaked out. Her hands were shaking. In fact, she looked about 2 seconds away from passing out on the floor. "Hey, are you okay?" I asked, tilting my head to the side in my bid to get her to meet my eye. "Yes." "You don't look okay." Concern rose to life inside of me. "You're as pale as a ghost." More shouting filled the air, and I watched as she physically flinched. "You should go." Her voice was small and pleading. "Now, please." The door was yanked inwards then, and a small blonde boy grinned up at me. "Joey's friend," he said in delight. "The pretty girl." "Hi, Ollie," I replied, smiling down at him. "I haven't seen you in a while. How have you been doing?" "I'm okay," he replied, tone bright, seemingly oblivious to the very loud argument occurring behind the closed door at the far end of their hallway. "Are you here to play with Joey?" he asked them, all innocence and wide smiles. "Ollie," Shannon warned in a shaky tone, "go back inside." "Yeah, I am," I hurried to say. "Is he here?" "Uh-huh," Ollie replied, nodding dutifully and causing Shannon to exhale a shaky sigh. "But he's getting in trouble right now. You want to come in and wait for him?" It was the look of pure terror in his sister's eyes that had me answering, "Sure," as I took a cautious step inside. "Joe's in big trouble again," Ollie explained, gesturing with his small hand to follow him into the sitting room. "It's a bad one this time." Bolting past me, Shannon hurried into the sitting room and scooped up a small bundle of what I first thought was a white blanket, until the white blanket began to squawk and a small blonde head popped out from behind said blanket. "You have yourself a real cute baby on your hands," I said, eyes locked on the wriggling infant in her arms, the one I remembered from the funeral. No, she strangled out, as she rocked him in her scrawny little arms. "He's not my baby. That's Sean," Ollie explained, climbing onto the worn-looking couch and then patting the space next to him. "He's the newest one of us." "He's our brother," Shannon clarified, as she tried to soothe the grisly infant who was refusing the bottle she was offering him. "How old is he?" I asked, sinking down on the thread-worn cushion. "Who?" "Sean." Bouncing him in her arms, she tucked a blonde curl behind his tiny ear and said, "He just turned 2. "Really?" I found it incredibly hard to believe that the infant in her arms was as old as 2. He was dinky in size and reminded me more of a 12-month-old. "I've got 4 brothers," Ollie added. My eyes widened. 4? "Yep, and 1 sister," Ollie added proudly. "Darren's the oldest, then there's Joe, Shannon, Tig, me, and Sean. In case you haven't guessed, he's the one who can't keep his mouth shut," Tig interjected from his perch on the armchair opposite us. Flicking through channels with the remote control of the television in hand, he cast me a sideways glance before looking back at Shannon. "He's going to flip." "Who?" I asked. "Daddy," Ollie said at the same time as Tig said, "Joey," and Shannon said, "Nobody." "Acting the big hard man at school," a dominant male voice roared, causing all of the children around me to flinch and cower. "You're lucky they're not going to the guards with this. You'll be off the team permanently. Yeah, that's right. They've suspended you from the team too." "You think I give a shit about getting kicked off the hurling team?" I heard Joey's strained laugh. "Get fucked, old man. That's your dream, not mine." "Oh, you're still riled up, are you? Don't worry, I'll knock that out of you, boy." "What in God's name is wrong with the pair of you? Why do you always resort to using your fists? Why can't you stop being like this?" A woman's voice cried out. "Why do you have to resort to violence at the drop of a hat?" Uncomfortable, I looked at his siblings, who were all dutifully ignoring the shouting coming from the other room. "It's too much, Joey. I can't handle you anymore. I really can't." "Handle me? You don't need to handle me. You don't need to do shit for me. Not that you do anyway. I'm grand as I am. And I was trying to protect my sister if you're so fucking concerned. She's going to end up topping herself if you don't get her out of that school. She can't take any more of them." "And I can't take any more of your behaviour." "Then throw me out. Don't fucking tempt me, boy." "Get off him, Teddy." "Now, where the fuck is that sister of yours? She's got a hand in this." A few moments later, the sitting room door was thrown open and in walked a tall, formidable-looking man. Their dad, I mentally noted, recognizing the very obvious resemblance he bore to the children littered around the sitting room. I also instantly recognized him as one of the meaner, sleazier drunks that propped up the bar at work when I worked the afternoon shift on weekdays. He never ordered food, so I never had to personally serve him, but I always got the creepiest vibe from him. "Who's this?" he demanded, balking at the sight of me sitting on his couch. "This is Aoife," Ollie said proudly, patting my shoulder with his small hand. "She's my friend." "Teddy, wait!" A woman, who looked an awful lot like Shannon, called out, hurrying into the room after her husband. "Please, just wait." Her voice trailed off when her eyes landed on me, and I swear I saw her sag in relief. "Oh, hello." "Hi," I replied, quickly standing up. "I'm Aoife." "Aoife," the mother repeated with a small nod of her head. Sliding the sleeve of her cardigan down in her attempt to conceal the cast on her arm, She forced a small smile and asked, "Are you friends with Shannon?" Her husband snorted as if it was the most ridiculous thing he'd ever heard. "Take one look at her, Marie." His dark eyes roamed over me in such a way that I felt uncomfortable. "She's not here for the girl." "Then who?" The mother's voice trailed off for a brief moment before she nodded her understanding. "Oh, you're here for—" "Me." An achingly familiar voice said, "She's here for me." "Joey," I breathed, locking eyes on my furious-looking classmate as he stood in the sitting room doorway. "What are you doing here, Malloy?" His tone was hard, his eyes blazing with barely contained frustration as blood trickled from a cut above his eyebrow. "In my house." "You forgot your bag at school." I held it up as by way of explanation, gaze honing in on his dishevelled hair and the collar of his t-shirt that had been stretched out of shape. "I figured you might need it back." "You might as well toss that fucking thing away." His father sneered, and the stench of whiskey wafting from the man was as obvious as the smell of cakes in a bakery. "Fat lot of use he gets out of it." "That was very kind of you." His mother was quick to interject, taking the bag from me with her good hand. "Wasn't that kind of her, Teddy?" Uninterested, her husband grunted some semblance of a reply before snatching the remote out of Tig's hand. "Up out of my chair, you little shit," he commanded, snapping his finger. "And bring me in my smokes." I watched as the older child scowled up at his father in such a way that he reminded me of his older brother, but then quickly clambered out of the armchair. "Come on, alls," he grumbled, padding out of the room. "You can help me find an ashtray." "It was nice to see you," Ollie chirped up at me, all brown eyes and innocence, before he climbed off the couch and hurried after his brother. "Yeah," I squeezed out, heart fluttering around nervously as I watched the little guy hurry out of the room. "You too." Shannon, who looked like she had turned to stone on the mortal spot, blinked wildly before rushing from the room, mumbling something about Sean needing a drink as she went. "Can I make you a cup of tea?" their mother offered, pulling on the sleeve of her cardigan, looking almost as uncertain as her daughter. Almost as frightened. "Or would you prefer a coffee?" "No, she's not staying," Joey answered instead, as he inclined his head towards the front door, never taking his eyes off me. "A word?" Better..." My voice trailed off as I watched the front door swing open and Joey stalk outside. "Go," I finished, offering his mother a small smile before stepping around her and moving for the door. "Thank you for bringing his bag home," she called after me. "It really was very good of you." "No problem." Offering her a hasty wave, I followed her son out of the house. "Bye." The minute I had stepped outside and closed the front door behind me, Joey was on me. "Who the fuck do you think you are?" he demanded in a hushed tone, clearly livid as he paced around like a madman. "Coming to my home like this?" His green eyes blazed with a mask of anger, but I could see the absolute panic underneath as his attention kept slipping to the front door behind me. "What were you thinking showing up here?" "I was thinking that you forgot your bag and might need it." I tossed back before reaching a hand up to touch his face. "Did he do that to your eye?" "Stay out of it," he bit out, snatching my hand up before I could touch him. "I mean it, Malloy." Once again masking his fear with his temper, he met my eyes with a look of pure fury and pushed my hand away. "Stay out of my face and stay out of my fucking life." "Listen to me." Closing the space he'd put between us, I reached for his hand, willing him to open up to me. I know, okay? I get what's happening here. Your dad's a drunk, right? With my thumb, I gestured behind me. Gets a little handsy after a few too many glasses of Jameson? I reached out to touch his shoulder. Your back? Those scars. You need to leave, Malloy. Joey seethed, chest heaving, as he quickly stepped out of my reach again. No, I'm not fucking around here. His gaze flicked to the house again, and I could see the anxiety in his eyes. You need to go, he snarled, stalking down the driveway. You need to go now, Malloy, he added when he reached the garden wall. Just fucking go, please. I'm not going anywhere until you talk to me, I argued, not giving him an inch, as I stalked towards him and reclaimed the space that he had put between us. The rain was pouring down on both of us, but I wasn't walking away. Not now that I knew. Not ever again. I had a decent life, and a relatively stable home life. Sure, my father had a roaming eye, which meant that my parents' relationship was off more times than it was on, but neither he nor Mam were abusive to each other or to myself and Kev. We didn't have a whole pile of money behind us, and we depended on social housing like most of the families on our estate, but we weren't lacking anything, and definitely not love. It was given unconditionally and came from an unlimited supply source. Most importantly, they didn't beat us or starve us, and we weren't woken in the dead of the night to the sound of glass shattering or flesh pummeling flesh. We weren't afraid to speak our minds or launch an opinion for fear of physical retaliation like his mother and siblings so obviously were. It's okay, Joe, I urged, imploring him to hear me as I pushed my damp hair off my face. I get it now. And I did. Suddenly, all of the aggression and mood swings began to make sense. The drugs, the fighting, the vicious way he attacked both Paul and Kevin when he thought I was under threat. It was like a rain cloud had lifted in front of my eyes. He wasn't violent by nature. He was violent because he wasn't nurtured at home. I understand what's happening here, and I'm on your side. You don't know shit about what's happening here, Joey warned, backing up another step when I reached up and touched the darkening bruise on his cheek. Don't touch me. Why not? I closed the space between us once more, pinning him to the garden wall. I reached up and let my fingers graze over the cut on his brow. Are you afraid I'm going to hurt you? No, he strangled out, shaking from head to toe as he physically strained his body away from me. I'm afraid I'll hurt you. His words threw us both. Hurt me, I repeated, and quickly shook my head. All you've ever done is look out for me, Joey Lynch. You would never hurt me. I could, he argued back, running a hand through his soaked hair. I might. Wide-eyed and chest-heaving, he watched me warily, waiting for my reaction. Waiting for my rejection, I quickly realized. That's not going to happen. With my eyes locked on his, and my heart hammering wildly in my chest, I forced myself not to flinch, not to turn away at the sight of his bruised face or the dark circles under his eyes as I whispered, "Because you're not him." Joey stiffened. You don't know that, Malloy. You don't know me. I break everything I care about. That's what I do. I fuck it all up. My heart skipped about 36 beats. It's okay to let yourself care about me, Joe, I whispered, knowing that I was treading on some very dangerous territory right now, but not having the self-control to fall back and retreat to safer surroundings. Not when the only place I ever wanted to be seemed to be in the middle of one of his breakdowns. "Don't do that." His voice was gruff, green eyes full of dangerous heat. "Don't look at me like I'm that guy, Malloy. Don't look for hidden meanings in the things I say. I'm not the guy for you." He shook his head and blew out a pained breath. "I will break this." He paused to gesture between us before adding, "Whatever this is, this warped little friendship we formed over the years, I will fuck it up." "But will you mean it?" I pushed, refusing to back off. "That's the important part." "No." His green eyes narrowed on me, studying me with a sharpness that was entirely unnerving and exhilarating all in one breath. "I won't mean it. Of course I won't fucking mean it, but that won't stop it from happening." His words broke off when I kissed him. That's right. I lost my head right there in the middle of his street, threw caution to the wind, and slammed my lips to his. His entire frame froze for a long moment, stiff and unmoving, and I briefly wondered if I had made a terrible mistake. But then he was kissing me back, twisting our bodies around so that I was the one with my back to his garden wall, as his lips moved against mine with an air of expertise that was truly rattling. My breath came hard and fast, leaving me feeling almost faint as I swayed against his tall frame. He wasn't overly big or hugely muscular, even though I knew from watching enough of his fights that he was ridiculously strong. Instead, he was lean, with muscles that were defined beneath his taut, tanned skin. Reaching up, I wrapped my arms around his neck, holding on to this boy for dear life as I kissed him back with everything I had inside of me. This was our first kiss, and it wasn't the comet-hitting Earth moment I had anticipated from years of binge-watching unhealthy teen sitcoms. It wasn't anything like what happened in the movies. It was so much more. This kiss was real and raw and gritty and so full of unspoken emotion that I felt my legs shake from the pressure. His arms came around my body, with one hand resting on my hip, as he knotted the other in my hair, kissing me back with an intensity that caused jolting shocks of pleasure to ripple through my core every time his tongue brushed against mine. Drowning in both my senses and the rain hammering down on us, I allowed myself to be completely swept up in the moment, in him. Nothing else mattered to me in this moment. All I could see, feel, taste, touch was him. He was everywhere, consuming me entirely. I had 3.5 years' worth of kisses with Paul, and a few other boys before him to prepare me, but nothing could have prepared me for the feelings this particular boy evoked inside of me. He could have had all of me right there in the rain, and I wouldn't have raised a finger in protest. That was how deep the dangerous feelings I had developed for him went. Joey kissed me like he was starving for me, and no one else's lips could sate the hunger overtaking him. I knew the feeling, and returned it unconditionally as I kissed him back with an insatiable hunger of my own. With his lips never leaving me, he lifted me up with effortless ease and set me down on his garden wall. And then his hands were on my bare legs, his experienced fingers gliding over the smooth skin of my thighs as he pushed them apart and stepped between them. His hands were in my hair, his tongue in my mouth, his big body cemented to mine, all of his hard edges probing against my soft ones, and even though I knew I was a shitty person for not breaking up with Paul before kissing someone else, all I could think about was how especially right it felt to be with Joey. This kiss was going to have consequences, I realized. Huge, heart-stopping, feeling-igniting consequences.
Maybe you're the dangerous one. January 7th, 2004. Joey. I had whiplash from the crazy twists and turns this day had taken. It had started with a fight with my dad. The middle involved a whole heap of trouble at school, and it was ending in a kiss. Feeling Malloy's soft lips against mine, as she moaned into my mouth and pushed her body against mine, was entirely too much for me to handle in this moment. I was reeling, completely fucking thrown by the girl whose hands were knotted in my hair. Her scent, so fresh and addictive, invaded my lungs, taking me down harder than a punch from my old man ever could. It's this scent you remember, my brain quickly recognized, and this hair. With my heart racing wilder than any drug had ever provoked, I held her in my arms, fought the feeling of panic that was climbing up my throat, and allowed myself to finally stop fighting against the tide of feelings overcoming me. The feelings that had been drowning me for 5 years. When I saw her standing in my sitting room earlier, with that piece of shit leering at her like she was fresh meat, I all but took leave of my senses. If I had more years on this earth, it still wouldn't be enough time to describe the depth of fear I had felt when I watched that bastard train his attention on her. How I kept the head, I would never understand, but the urge to protect her had been so strong that my need to get her safely away from my father had eclipsed anything else in that moment. She had power over me, and we both knew it. I tried for so long to do the right thing, to steer clear of her, to be a good person for once in my life. She had caught me in a weak moment, though, and my resolve had continued to crumble with every stroke of her tongue. I couldn't think straight. My mind came up blank, and my body took over. I couldn't think about the argument I had with my parents, or the suspension I was facing at school. Not my sister's bullies, or the shift at work that I knew I was late for. I couldn't think about anything other than her. Aoife Malloy consumed me to the point that I didn't feel like everything was completely fucked in the world anymore. Excitement and fear thrummed through my body, as I allowed myself to feel something other than hopelessness, as I enjoyed the sensation of being inside my own body, my own head, for once without needing to self-medicate first. Dangerous fucking lips, I warned myself. Don't get your hopes up. Soaked to the skin from the rain pissing down on top of us, I felt a shiver rack through her body, and reluctantly forced myself to pull back. Are you? Don't even think about stopping, came her flustered reply, as she hooked her fingers into the waistband of my sweats and dragged me back to her. I'm not shaking because I'm cold, she growled, wrapping her legs around my waist. I'm shaking because you're making me horny. Now stop talking and keep kissing me. Jesus, I muttered, finding her blunt to the point of outspoken nature even more of a turn-on than usual. Maybe you're the dangerous one. Maybe I am, she agreed, sliding a hand underneath the hem of my t-shirt. God, you're so hard, she moaned against my lips as her hand trailed over my stomach. My dick's a little further south, Malloy, I teased against her lips. Funny, she replied. I was talking about your stomach, not the beast. And then she raised my t-shirt up a few inches, taking a good look at what I had to offer. Yeah, I was definitely talking about those abs. Like what you see. What? She grinned shamelessly. I always check the product before I make any purchases. And? She blew out a shaky breath and nodded. Oh, I've been sold on you for a long time now, Joey Lynch. Her words did something to me. Fucked my head up real good. And when she pulled me back into her embrace, and pressed her lips to mine. I couldn't see beyond her. Tread carefully, the beating muscle in my chest commanded, because if you let her in, if you let yourself fall for this girl, you'll never recover. Forget that shit. She's already in. Keep her. Oh my God! I think he just got her pregnant, a female voice announced from somewhere behind us. What did you expect? I told you he doesn't do relationships. Oh my God, hold up. Is that Aoife Malloy? Jerking away like my lips had burned her, Malloy flicked her gaze over my shoulder to where the annoying fucking girls' voices had come from. Oh, crap! She strangled out, clamping her thighs around my hips like a vice. We're so busted. For fuck's sake. Clearing her throat, she said, Hey, Rebecca. Hey, Danielle. I glanced back at my house, and for the first time in my life, I actually wanted to go inside. Jesus Christ. Biting back a pained groan, I dropped my head on her shoulder for a moment while I steeled myself for the shit show that I had no doubt was about to unfold.
This is all on you. January 7th, 2004. Aoife. Is that seriously Aoife Malloy I'm seeing with Joey Lynch between her legs? Rebecca announced in a voice laced with exaggerated admonishment as she stood underneath a bright pink umbrella with her pal in tow. And behind her boyfriend's back. Giving me a look of snooty superiority, she totted softly. On the wall outside his house, no less. Wow, classy girl, Aoife. Real classy. Oh, bore off, Rebecca, I growled, unwilling to wither under her snotty judgment. We were kissing, not riding, so tone down the disbelief. It's not that deep. Joey? Danielle choked out, and I stared in horror as tears filled her eyes. What are you doing with her? For fuck's sake, Joey muttered under his breath. Inhaling a deep, steadying breath, he stepped away from me and turned to face our classmates. Girls, he acknowledged with a clipped nod, cheeks flushed and lips swollen from all of our earlier kissing, as he took a stance in front of me. What are you two doing around my neck of the woods? Danielle was looking for you, Rebecca snapped, gesturing to her tearful friend. She wanted to make sure you were okay after what happened at school. More fool her, I guess. Yeah, well, I'm fine. Oh, yeah, Danielle cried out hoarsely. We can just see how fine you are. Don't start, Joey said in a low, warning tone. I didn't make you any promises. You had sex with me less than a week ago, she practically screamed. And now you're... She shook her blonde head and glared at me. What the hell, Aoife? You were supposed to be my friend. What are you even doing here? I was? I thought we were more classmates and acquaintances than bosom buddies. Hey! Jumping down from the wall, I held my hands up. I didn't know you had anything serious going on with him. We don't. Joey was quick to point out. We have nothing going on, serious or otherwise. And I was just... Trailing off, I shrugged. Checking on him, too. Liar! Danielle screamed, face turning an unflattering shade of purple. You saw us together the other night. You knew exactly what was happening between us. She did, Joey barked. Well, that makes one of us. You have your own boyfriend to check on, Rebecca hissed, tone accusing as she joined the fray and pointed a finger at me. You do remember Paul, don't you? Oh, pack it in, Bex. Joey sneered. He's far from fucking perfect himself. Yeah. Does Paul know what you've been up to? Danielle demanded, planting her hands on her curvy hips. Not yet, I drawled calmly when I felt anything but, and resisted the urge to reach into my pocket and grab my phone. But I'm sure that you'll be only too happy to tell him. Oh, you can bet your ass I will. She glared at me. He's going to flip his lid. Bold of you to assume that I care, I shot back, groaning internally when I couldn't stop my mouth from verbally kicking my own ass. Quiet, Aoife, you're in the wrong here. Now shush. Narrowing her eyes, Rebecca planted her hands on her hips and glowered at me. It's bad enough that you don't have any respect for your own relationship, but you could have spared a thought for Danielle's. What relationship? Joey demanded, throwing his hands up. Because she sure as shit isn't in one with me. Oh, Joey, Danielle sobbed, pressing a hand to her chest. How could you? No, don't go there. Don't give me that, oh, Joey, how could you bullshit. He snapped, shaking his head. I told you, Danielle, I fucking told you that I wasn't interested in anything serious. I told you that it was a one-time thing and you said that you were fine with it. A one-time thing? She glared at him. Have you forgotten about the other couple of dozen times? Ouch. Don't give me that shit. Joey was quick to counter. I laid it all out for you, said I wasn't interested in anything more than one night, and you said that you agreed with me. Well, I lied, she cried out. Well, I didn't. Clearly frustrated, Joey ran a hand through his soaked hair and hissed, You came on to me, remember? You propositioned me, and I made my intentions perfectly clear. You knew that I was out of my mind that night. You knew I was unavailable. I was up fucking front with you, Dan, so these tears you're spilling are not on me. Have a heart, Joey. Rebecca snapped when her friend cried harder. The girl has feelings for you. Then tell her to stop having feelings for me. Releasing a frustrated growl, he pointed a finger at Danielle and hissed, You promised you wouldn't do this. I know, but... No buts, he snapped, and no promises either. I'm a free agent. You might be, Danielle spat, pointing a finger in my direction. But she's not. What she is or isn't hasn't got a damn thing to do with either one of you. Joey sneered in a menacing tone. So why don't you both turn around and walk your asses out of here before this gets messier than it needs to? Who are you calling? I blurted out, attention flicking to Rebecca, who had her phone pressed to her ear, expression smug. Hi, Paul. Yeah, it's me, Bex. My eyes widened. Yeah, so I'm up Elks Terrace, and I thought you should know that I just saw your girlfriend Aoife with Joey Lynch. Oh, God. Uh-huh, that's right. Yeah, I legit just saw them scoring with each other. Jesus Christ. Joey groaned under his breath. My mouth fell open. What a bitch. Yeah, I swear, Rebecca said, grinning deviously. No, I'm not lying. She was wrapped around him like ivy. Ugh. I dropped my head in my hands and groaned. It felt like my rolling stomach had fallen out of my ass as I listened on helplessly. What could I do? Not deny it, that's for sure. I'd been caught red-handed. I planned on owning up to Paul anyway, and it would have sounded a hell of a lot better coming from my mouth than hers. Yeah, because the instant Joey Lynch reciprocated my kiss, my feelings, I knew there was no going back to pretending. Oh my God, Joe! I groaned, screaming on the inside as the realization of what I had done suddenly dawned on me. I'm my father.
What are you talking about, Malloy?
Dad! I choked out. I'm him. I looked at Joey. He's a cheater. I'm a cheater. I threw my hands up in dismay. We're both cheating apples from the same cheating tree. Oh, I muttered, thoroughly distressed. And now I'm no better than he is.
Relax.
Joey attempted to comfort me by saying, tone gruff,
It was a kiss, not an affair, Malloy. You're nothing like your father.
Affair? I stared at him, unblinking. What do you mean, affair? He shrugged, clearly uncomfortable. Oh my God. You know, don't you? I sucked in a sharp breath as my brain quickly twigged. About the other women? What he gets up to? You know about my dad's affairs? He didn't respond, but he didn't deny it either. You knew? I shook my head. You've always known? And you didn't think to tell me?
It's not my business,
he finally said, jaw clenched tight from the obvious tension that was emanating from him. Catching a hold of my arm, he led me slightly away from the girls before he continued speaking. I work with the man. I'm not his keeper, and I'm not your spy either. I don't get involved in shit that doesn't concern me. The rain was beating down on us, plastering his halo of dirty blonde hair to his forehead as raindrops trickled from his brow to his nose, and then his lips. Yet still, he remained absolutely rigid, eyes locked on mine.
Don't make it more than it is, Malloy,
he said in a heated tone.
It's an omission, not a betrayal.
Well, it feels like one,
I strangled out, looking up at him.
I feel betrayed. Emotion flashed in his eyes before he quickly schooled his features. Tony gave me a job, took a chance on me when nobody else would. My loyalties have always been with your father, not your mother. What about your loyalties to me? I pushed the boat out by asking.
His jaw ticked.
That's not fair. What about me, Joe?
Malloy.
Oh my God, are you two having your first fight? Rebecca interjected with a laugh. Priceless. That didn't take long. It was at that exact moment in time that a familiar blue Toyota Starlet came speeding up the street towards us. Brakes screeching loudly, I watched as the passenger door flew open and Paul climbed out of his brother Billy's car. Lovely. Just feckin' lovely. Is it true? He roared, red-faced and raging as he marched towards me. Did you fuck her? What? Gaping, I shook my head. No, I didn't sleep with anyone. Calm down. Hurrying over to intercept him before anything happened, I placed a hand on his chest. Paul, please, if you just give me a second to explain. My words broke off when he literally shoved me out of his way in his bid to reach my partner in this particular crime, intent on one thing only, evoking violence. You just couldn't leave her alone, could you? Paul roared, going chest to chest with his nemesis. You had to have her. You had to mark her off your list. List. Laughing darkly, Joey met his challenge head on, shoving him back with his chest.
The fuck are you talking about?
You had no right to touch her. Rearing an arm back, Paul punched Joey in the face. You had no goddamn right. Joey's head twisted sideways, and I held my breath, almost afraid to see what he would do in retaliation. I didn't have to hold that particular breath for long, because in the blink of an eye, Joey had Paul speared to the road. Newsflash, asshole, your girlfriend kissed me, Joey snarled, pouncing on Paul like a lion would a gazelle as his fists rained down on his face. Shut up, Joey, I groaned, dropping my head in my hands. God! The truth hurts, Malloy. Joey seethed, laying into Paul. Yeah, that's right, prick. Your girl over there made the first move. And let me guess, you weren't interested, Paul roared back at him. Have you seen your girl? Joey taunted. Of course I was interested. In fact, I was very fucking interested. Still am. Joey, stop taunting him. Billy, don't you dare, I warned, only to curse in frustration when Paul's brother ignored me entirely and jumped into the fray. Get off my brother, you dirty junkie. Grabbing a hold of the back of Joey's t-shirt, Billy dragged him off Paul before knocking him to the ground and driving his boot into Joey's stomach. Repeatedly. Over and over. Jesus. Oh my God, stop! Danielle screamed, covering her face with her hands. Are you happy now? I demanded, glaring at both girls who were watching on in horror. Look what you've done. What you've done? Rebecca choked out shakily. This is your fault, Aoife. This is all on you. Yeah, Danielle sobbed. Look at what you've done. Yeah, I thought to myself as I raced over to break up the fight. I know. That's right, you little prick. Billy continued to taunt as he held Joey's arms behind his back, rendering him essentially helpless, while Paul kicked and punched at him. Not so fucking tough now, are you? Get fucked. Joey half spluttered, half laughed, as he grunted and heaved every time Paul's boot connected with his flesh. Blood was flowing freely from his lip, but he didn't seem to notice or care as he continued to taunt Paul. No wonder you're pissed, lad, letting a girl like that slip through your fingers. I'm going to kill you. Joey laughed. You couldn't fight your way out of a paper bag, prick. Stop it, I ordered, pulling at Billy's brick-shit house-sized shoulders in my feeble attempt to get the older lad to release Joey. Let go of him. Can't say I regret kissing her back, though. Joey spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned. I'd have her mouthing me again in a heartbeat. Oh my God, Joe, stop taunting him! I practically begged, stumbling backwards when Paul pushed me out of harm's way. Paul, come on, I'm sorry, okay? I'm sorry I hurt you, but please just stop this. Screw you, Aoife, Paul snarled, socking Joey in the gut with his fist, looking angrier than I'd ever seen him. You'll play the Ice Queen card with me, dangling your virginity over my head like a fucking carrot, but the minute this piece of shit crooks his finger, your knickers come off. Is that it? Oh my God, nothing like that even happened! I screamed back at him. It was a kiss, okay? It was just a kiss. Nothing's ever just a kiss with him. Paul sneered, hitting Joey again. I hope you enjoyed it, because when I get done with him, he won't have a face to kiss. Hey! It was at that very moment that a small, blonde-haired boy came bounding out of the Lynch's house and rounded the garden wall with a floor brush in his hand. Get off my brother! Tig! Joey roared, chest heaving and eyes wild now as he thrashed and tried to break free, the sight of his brother igniting his protective instincts. Go back inside. I said get the fuck off my brother! Tig screamed, ignoring Joey's words as he swung the floor brush at the back of Paul's legs. Hey, don't touch him, I snapped when Paul roughly shoved Tig away. He's just a little kid. Your brother's a scumbag with a serious learning problem, little man. Billy taunted the younger Lynch. My brother and I are here to teach him a lesson that'll stick. How about I teach you a lesson? Tig seethed, taking aim at Billy this time. On how to fight fair. With that, the little guy rammed the handle of the floor brush into Billy's face. And how to not be your brother's little bitch boy. Blood sprayed from Billy's nose, and he quickly released his hold on Joey's arms. "Jesus Christ!" he roared, cupping his nose with both hands. "You little lunatic!" Joey and Paul went crashing to the road once more, fists flying back and forth. "Like that, did you? Well, here's some more where that came from." Yielding the floor brush around like he was master flipping Splinter from the Teenage Turtles, Tyke hit him again, this time in the dick. Falling like a sack of spuds to his knees, Billy cupped his junk and groaned, while the little guy went in for the kill, flaking him on the head with the brush. The sound of Paul's promises of pain dragged my attention back to where he had Joey on his back in the middle of the road while he straddled his chest. "You couldn't just let it go," Paul snarled. "You could have any girl you want. What am I saying? You've had every fucking girl you've ever wanted, but that wasn't enough for you, was it? You had to go and ruin her." "Give it all you've got, lad." Joey continued to laugh as his head snapped sideways from the impact of Paul's fist, clearly exhausted from the hammering he'd just taken. "It's the only free pass that you'll ever get from me." The sound of sirens filled the air, and the flashing blue lights came into view. "Oh my God, the cops!" I heard Rebecca call out, as the both of them legged it before the squad car reached us. "Oh, crap," I choked out when my eyes landed on the Garda car coming towards us. "Stop it! Pack it in, the pair of you!" Rushing over, I grabbed at Paul's arm, only to stagger backwards, seeing stars, when his elbow made contact with my face. "Ouch!" I cried out, losing my balance from the brunt of the force and landing on my ass on the road. Pain coursed through my cheekbone as the stinging sensation of tears filled my poor wounded eye socket. "Look at what you did, you prick!" I heard Joey roar. "Look at her!" "Jesus, Aoife!" Paul was quick to shout, turning his attention back to me. "You all right?" I'm fine," I croaked out, holding a hand over my sore eye, as a horrible vibrating ache pounded inside of my head. "Just stop fighting." "What's going on here?" a Garda demanded, marching into the fold with two more following close behind him. Great timing, I thought to myself sourly, especially now the fight was over. Billy and Paul quickly went on the offence, giving the guards their version of events, which just so happened to completely throw Joey under the proverbial bus. "That's not how it happened at all," I argued to the female Garda, who was scribbling down notes in her little black notepad. "It was a huge misunderstanding." And then he threw the first punch. Paul reeled off, lying through his teeth, while Joey sat on the road, remaining stoically silent, not bothering to defend himself. "And it's not the first time either," Billy interjected. "He assaulted my brother before today too." "That's right," Paul agreed, nodding. "And he's literally just been suspended for breaking my friend's nose at school today during lunch." "Liars," Tyke spat, face turning beetroot red from temper. "He was holding him down while he paused to point an accusing finger at Paul, "kicked his face in." "I was trying to protect my brother," Billy assured the Garda. "Paul's never been in trouble with the law in his life, sir. Neither of us have. You can ask our father, Garda Superintendent Jerry Rice." I narrowed my eyes. Name-dropping Billy. "But this lad keeps bullying him." "Bullying him?" I gaped. "Stop it, Billy." "It's true. My brother has been the victim of a vicious smear campaign. I was afraid for his safety," Billy continued, tone convincing. "He's dangerous, Garda. I don't want to think about what could have happened to my brother if I hadn't been here to protect him from this lunatic." After taking down a whole heap of notes, making a few phone calls and cajoling between themselves for a few minutes, one of the male Gardas searched us all before finally settling on Joey, gaze stern and unyielding. Oh, crap. Shitting on your own doorstep, Lynch? He asked, inclining his thumb towards the Lynch house. Have to say, that's a new one for you. Yeah, well, what can I say? I like to keep things interesting. Panting breathlessly, Joey flopped back on the ground and held his wrists up. Let's just get this over with. I watched in horror as another Garda walked over to where Joey was sprawled out and roughly dragged him to his feet. Joseph Lynch, I am arresting you under Section 4 of the Criminal Law Act on the suspicion of assault. What? Tig roared, eyes bulging, as he threw his hands up in outrage. Are you serious? They were double-teaming him. You are not obliged to say anything unless you wish to do so, but whatever you do say will be taken down in writing and may be given in evidence. Mom! Tig hollered then, bolting back towards his house. Come out, quick! They're arresting Joey again! Wait! I blurted out, hurrying over to where they were placing handcuffs on my Joey. This is all a huge misunderstanding. What's going on here? I heard Joey's father demand as he stood at the front door of their house, with a can of beer in one hand, the remote control for the television in the other, and a cigarette balancing between his lips. Squinting, he asked Tig, Which one is that? It's Joey! Tig cried out hoarsely, still clutching the floor brush as he looked up at his father with a pleading expression. Please, Dad, do something. Your son is under arrest, Teddy. The Garda called back to him. Under the yeah. Teddy Lynch interrupted, waving the guard off. Don't give me that long spiel. What's he being accused of? Assault, the Garda replied, looking a little uncomfortable. Assault, eh? He turned his gaze on Joey. Did you do it, boy? Sure did, Daddy. Joey sneered as tension emanated from his body. Then do whatever the fuck you want with the little bollocks. His father told the guard. Let the courts deal with him. Just don't expect me to come down to the station to bring him home like the last time. He turned back to Joey and called out, Do you hear that, you little fucker? Don't be phoning your mother up to come save you either. You can clean up your own mess this time. With my mouth hanging open, I watched as his father hauled a tearful Tig back inside and closed the door behind them. I wasn't the only one stunned by his father's reaction, because the guard leading Joey to the car shook his head and muttered something unintelligible under his breath. Wait, I blurted out, jumping into action as I hurried to intercept them. Garda, please, you don't understand. He didn't start this. Save your breath, Malloy. Joey interrupted as he walked compliantly to the car. It doesn't matter. No, it does matter, I argued, watching helplessly as he was bundled into the back seat. Joe! The car door slammed shut, cutting me off, and I looked on, helpless, as resigned green eyes stared back at me. Joe, I whispered, pressing my hand to the glass. I watched as he sucked in a sharp breath before turning away from me, jaw set in a hard line, as another Garda climbed into the back seat alongside him. The other two guards climbed into the front seat, and then they were driving away, taking him with them. This time the tears filling my eyes weren't caused by my throbbing eye socket. Spinning around to glare at Paul, who was walking back to the car with his brother, I called out, Are you proud of yourself? Don't you dare talk down to me, he seethed, swinging back to point a finger at me. This is on you, Aoife. None of this would have happened if you weren't sneaking around behind my back. Furious, I stalked towards him and shoved at his chest. Listen here, you big bastard. I might be in the wrong for kissing him, and I'm sorry for hurting you, but what I did pales in comparison to what you just did. You cheated on me, he roared in my face. It was just a kiss. Maybe physically that's all it was, but you've been having an emotional affair with him for years. Paul, he got what was coming to him. With a look of utter contempt etched on his face, his gaze trailed over me, and his lip curled up in disgust. And so did you, slut. Slut? I laughed bitterly. Oh my God, I am so glad I didn't lose my virginity to you. Nah, he roared, losing his cool, because you were saving that up for him, weren't you? You wouldn't let the fella you've been with for 4 years go near you, but you're more than willing to be a whore for a junkie. Don't be so ridiculous, Paul. He'll have you on your back with his dick inside you before the week's out, he warned, face red and eyes bulging with temper. And then you'll be old news to him, just like Danielle and all of the others. He'll sack you off once he's had his fill of you, and when that day comes, because it will come, don't even think about coming crawling back to me. I'd rather join a convent than ever let you touch me again, you big prick, I called after him. That's unfortunate, he tossed over his shoulder as he walked back to his brother's car, because once Joey Lynch is done ruining you, not even the nuns will have you.
Willful Girls and Withering Willpower. January 28th, 2004. Joey. The original punishment I had received for fighting with Mike Maloney at school had initially started as a week's suspension, but had quickly escalated into an extra month once the principal had caught wind of my arrest. Cautioned by the guards and given a slap on the wrist for the fight I had with Ricey outside my house, I had been excused from school until after the February midterm, in which I was told to return with a new attitude or not return at all. Fuck them. They could keep their school. I didn't want to go back there anyway. The place was full of snakes and liars. My only regret about the whole ordeal was that I wasn't at school to protect my sister when she needed me to. And judging by the number of days Shannon had come home in floods of tears since my suspension, it was safe to say that she needed a lot of protection. After all of the drama and tears with Danielle, I had decided to put my dick into semi-retirement, needing another girl bitching at me like I needed a hole in the head. It didn't stop me from thinking about Malloy, though. No, she lived rent-free in my head. Same as always. The emotion on her face as she watched the guards take me away that day was sobering. She cared a hell of a lot more than was good for both of us, and I couldn't handle it. What she witnessed that day was a small preview of what being with me entailed, of how bad a guy like me would be for a girl like her. A train wreck. Disgusted with myself for barreling over a line I had vowed never to cross, I forced myself to blank her out of my head, something that was a lot harder to do now that I had her mouth on me. With Tom Petty's Free Fallin' drifting from the radio at work, I shook my head to clear my depressing thoughts. Wiping the oil from my already stained hands with a rag, I reached for the socket wrench that I had been using to replace the spark plugs on a 97 Golf. Setting it back on the rack with all of the other tools, I locked the car and tossed the keys in the office before grabbing a sweeping brush. Alone to clean the place up. My penance for once again getting into trouble with the law. I quickly tidied up before switching off the lights and letting myself out the back door of the garage. I was bolting the door when a familiar voice came from behind me. "So, this is where you've been hiding." Stiffening, I paused with the key in the lock before forcing my body to relax. "I don't hide, Malloy." "Well, apparently you don't call either," she drawled in that sarcastic tone of voice that I was so used to sparring with. "Your dad's not here." "I know." Turning around, I found her leaning against the side of the building with her arms folded across her chest. "I didn't come here to see my dad." "Then what did you come for?" "You." "What's wrong, Malloy?" I asked, lingering when I knew better. The sensible thing to do would be to walk away from her, but I never seemed to have much of that when she was near. Clad in dark jeans, a white puffy jacket, a grey scarf and matching woolly hat, she looked every inch the good girl I knew she wasn't. "You missing me at school or something?" "Or something," she replied, not giving me an inch. "So why didn't you call, Joe? It's been 3 weeks." My gaze flicked to the small bruise under her left eyes that she was still sporting, and a pang of guilt churned in my gut. I quickly masked it with indifference. "Why would I call?" "Again with this bullshit?" She rolled her eyes, not buying the crap I was attempting to sell her. "Answer me." I shrugged. "I didn't have the time." "Oh, yeah," she drawled, "because you're so busy these days, what with being suspended from school and from the hurling team." "Clearly I've less time on my hands than you have, skulking around town in the dark." I gestured around us. "How'd you get here, Malloy?" "I use these remarkable new inventions called feet." "Funny," I deadpanned. "How are you getting home?" "Believe it or not, the same remarkable inventions can be used to go in 2 directions." Yeah, that wasn't happening. "Come on." I shook my head and stepped around her. "I'm walking you home." "Don't do me any favours," was her smart-ass response, while she fell into step beside me. "I'm not," I shot back. "I'm doing your father a favour." I heard her grumble the word "dickhead" under her breath, and I had to bite back a smile. "Move your ass, Malloy. I have places to be when I get done babysitting your ass." "Oh, you mean the same ass you enjoyed filling up outside your house that day?" "That was a slip." "Yeah," she agreed. "A slip of your tongue in my mouth." "I meant figuratively," I told her, pulling my hood up to hide my amusement. "Which you displayed literally," she huffed before adding, "So, when are you coming back to school?" "After the midterm next month," I replied, shoving my hands into the front pocket of my hoodie. "How's it going over there?" "Oh, you know," she replied, breezily, waving a hand around in front of her. "Pariah number 1 meet pariah number 2. "That bad, eh?" "It'll blow over once the dust settles," she said with a resigned sigh. "It's only a bit of hazing." I frowned. "From Paul?" "And the delightful Danielle, who's still holding on to her grudge with a death grip." Smirking, she cast me a sideways glance. "You sure caused some damage to her pride with your dick, Joe." "Yeah, well," I shrugged, not having a fucking clue how to answer that. "What can I say?" "You could explain what you were thinking," she challenged, and I didn't miss the bite in her tone. "Of all the girls in school that you could have messed around with that night, you had to pick a grade A clinger." "Yeah, well, she wasn't my first choice that night," I heard myself admit. "If I recall correctly, my first choice was taken." Stopping in her tracks, she turned and looked up at me. She's not taken any more. Are you serious? My eyes widened. Rebecca's single now. Malloy's eyes narrowed. You dick. Relax. I laughed, narrowly avoiding a side swipe. I'm only messing with you. Not funny. So, you're finally finished with Paul the prick? Yep, we're good. Unless hell freezes over. Good. He was a prick. So you said a time or 20. Falling into step alongside me once again, she nudged me with her elbow and asked, So, what's happening here, Joey? Nudging her back gently, I said, You tell me, Malloy. She exhaled a ragged breath, causing the cold night air to expel from her lips like a puff of smoke. You're not going to make this easy for us, are you? No. I shook my head. No, I'm not. Fine. How's this for easy? I like you. She came right out and declared, and fuck if my heart didn't pound in my chest in response. And before you start with all of your bullshit denials, I know you'll like me back. She was quick to add, It stands to reason that if we both like each other, which we both do. She paused to narrow her eyes and point a warning finger in my face. Then shouldn't we, continue liking each other on an exclusive basis? Slowing my feet to a stop, I tilted my head to one side and watched her. Are you propositioning me, Malloy? Blowing out another shaky breath, she closed the space between us. That depends. On what? My tone was low and gruff, and when I felt her hand entwine with mine, I couldn't stop the shiver that racked through me. On what you do next? She whispered, leaning up on her tiptoes to press a soft kiss to the curve of my jaw. Fuck. This girl. Pulling back slightly, she locked her green eyes on mine. You're not running? Leaning in, she pressed another soft kiss to my cheek, lingering a little longer this time. That's always a good sign. Jesus. Malloy, I half growled, half groaned, as she continued to blow my world apart with soft, feather-light kisses to my cheek, getting closer and closer with each one. It's a bad idea. Don't worry, she said in a soft tone, as she reached up and stroked her thumb over my cheekbone. It'll be safe with me, Joe. What will? Your trust? My survival instinct kicked into gear, demanding I ward this girl off because she was getting way too close to my weak spot. You think I trust you? Maybe not yet. She cupped my face in between her hands, pressing me to look at her. And Jesus, she took the air clean out of my lungs with that move. But you will. Forcing myself to hold my breath and not pant breathlessly like a fucking tool, I absorbed every sensation that trickled through my body, knowing full well that no one had ever affected me like this girl. I see you, Joey Lynch, she continued to say, stroking her nose against mine. Yeah, I replied in a gruff tone. I see you too, Malloy. No. Shaking her head, she shifted closer, pressing her body flush against mine. I mean that I see you. My heart thundered wildly in my chest, though on the outside I didn't move a muscle. If you really saw me, the real me, you'd be running by now. A sad smile pulled at her lips. You really believe that, don't you? I didn't answer. Didn't need to. She already knew that She hit the nail on the head with that statement. "You're tired of being alone," she whispered against my lips. "You're tired of being let down." She kissed me again. "Of being hurt." "Stop," I warned, tensing. "Don't try to psychoanalyze me. Don't play those games with me, Malloy. I don't fucking like them," I added, feeling my walls go flying back up at a rapid pace. "You don't know shit about me, so back the hell off." "I think I do know you," she argued right back, unwilling to unlock her hold on me so that I could get some much-needed breathing space. "I think I finally figured you out." Bullshit. Running a hand through my hair in frustration, I jerked away from her touch, feeling completely naked around this girl. "So, you met my family once and you think you know it all? You saw a few scratches on my back, big deal. You don't know shit, Malloy. Not a goddamn thing. Stop it," I warned again, holding a hand up as I backed the fuck away. "Don't look at me like that." "Like what, Joe?" Her voice was soft, her eyes warm, as she closed the much-needed space I'd put between us. Reaching up, she cupped the back of my neck. "Don't look at you like you matter." With a sharp tug, she dragged my face down to hers and pressed another hot kiss to my lips. "Because you do." She kissed me again, harder this time. "You matter to me, Joey Lynch." "I shouldn't," I strangled out, forcing my body remain rigid and not fold into her like a huge part of me wanted to. "And yet, you still do," she whispered, knotting her fingers in my hair. "And what's more is that I matter to you too," she smiled. "And it scares the hell out of you." "You don't mean shit to me." I desperately tried to convince the both of us as my chest heaved. "I don't care about you, Malloy. I never have and I never will. You're a terrible liar," was all she replied before crushing her lips to mine. My words were swallowed up when she pressed her lips to mine, and I didn't even try to resist her this time. I couldn't if I wanted to. She ran her hands through my hair, and I was thoroughly fucked. She gently held on to my hips, drawing me closer as her tongue slid into my mouth. She was just so fucking sexy. My hands shot out of their own accord, cupping her rosy cheeks as I kissed her back with a tenderness that I didn't know I possessed. No one had ever touched me with this level of affection before. I could feel how much Malloy cared. It was emanating from her lips, and that made me want to do better, be better, straighten my shit out, and be the fella she deserved. "You need to run." She shook her head. "I don't run." "Run," I desperately urged. "Run, Malloy." "I'm staying right here," she whispered. "With you." "Malloy, I know who you are," she whispered against my lips, taking the lead when I physically couldn't in the moment. I wasn't seeing straight, couldn't fucking think straight, as a concoction of God only knew what floated through my veins. And yet, there she was, crystal clear in front of me, making the rest of the haze of the whole fucking world just fade away. The quintessential lost boy. Her lips grazed mine as she spoke. "Don't worry, Peter Pan. I'll be your Wendy." I kissed her. Shouldn't have done it. Knew it was a terrible fucking idea, but still, that didn't stop me. Knowing how jinxed I was couldn't change my mind anymore either. I was just too fucking weak to resist the girl a second longer, shivering against my will, I let her control me, gave her the power to hurt me worse than my family ever could. When she kissed me like that, I couldn't take the vulnerable way it exposed me. Like a sheep baring its neck to a wolf, I went willingly, give it all up to her, knowing that she could hurt me beyond repair. Oh, Jesus, it was bad. It was dangerous. I was the very worst person a girl like her could get tangled up with, and still, she clung to me like I hung the goddamn moon. I needed to stop it, and I would, as soon as I summoned up enough willpower to stop kissing her. But that might take a while. The beating muscle on my chest warned.
The one-word game. February 20th, 2004. Aoife. Then he teased. I clutched the pillow beneath my head and whispered, "Her clit." My legs shook violently. With his, oh my God, tongue, Malloy. Joy's head poked up from beneath my duvet. He teased her clit with his tongue. Oh my God, you can't just stop like that, I groaned, reaching a hand between my legs to fist his hair. Get back down there, damn it! He laughed softly, and then my eyes rolled back when I felt his lips back there, his tongue snaking out to taste, and teased me in ways I never knew a tongue could make a girl feel. I'm, hips jerking violently. I felt my toes curl up to the point of pain as white-hot flashes of heat pulsed through me. Oh, shit, Joe! Ride it out, Malloy, he coaxed, using his fingers and tongue to touch me in ways that made my body burn and my back arch off the mattress. Fuck my tongue, baby. Baby! Oh, Jesus! Clenching my eyes shut, I did exactly that. You're sort of a babe, Joey Lynch, I teased a little while later as I watched him climb out of my bed and slip on his grey school trousers. Has anyone ever told you that? It's definitely a first for me. Yeah, me too. You're staring, he pointed out in his gruff tone as he shrugged on his now rumpled shirt. What's up? I arched a brow. So? More than normal, he replied, focusing on rebuttoning his shirt and stealing me from the glorious image of his bare chest. Let's have it. I shook my head. I'm just thinking. His gaze flicked to mine. Sounds dangerous. You're dangerous. Nothing. I flopped back on my bed and sighed. It doesn't matter. Releasing a low growl, he closed the space between us. When a girl says it's nothing, it's never nothing. Sinking down on the edge of my bed, he rested his hands on either side of me and leaned in close. So, I'll ask again. What's up, Malloy? I'm just thinking about Paul, I admitted with a sigh. Nice, he deadpanned. How's that going for you? Not like that, I grumbled, slapping his arm. I'm thinking about something he said. What did he say? He warned me that you would have me on my back with your dick inside me within a week. Pulling myself up on one elbow, I used the other to gesture to my very naked body beneath the covers. Hello? Joey smirked. It's not funny, Joe, I huffed. He said that you would sack me off once you've had your fill of me, and not even the nuns in the convent would take me in. He threw his head back and laughed. Gee, thanks for the reassurance, I grumbled, flopping back down. I feel so much better now while I lay naked in a puddle of cum. The nuns in the convent wouldn't take you whether I was on the scene or not, Joey laughed, peeling my hands away from my burning face. Remember, Jesus is always watching, Malloy. He sees what you do to yourself with those fingers when you're alone at night. Oh, fuck off, you turncoat, I grumbled. I told you that in confidence. And I'm so grateful you did, he shot back. The visual keeps me company when I'm alone with my hands at night. Okay, that's kind of hot, I admitted, grinning wolfishly up at him. Listen, you need to relax and put that prick's bullshit predictions out of your head, he said then, because that's all they are. Bullshit. Yeah? I blew out a breath. Really? Really, he agreed, leaning close to press a hot kiss to my mouth. Besides, it took me 3 weeks to get you naked. Not one like he predicted. Winking, he added, and it's my fingers and tongue I've been putting inside you, not my dick, so that just shows what Loverboy knows. I narrowed my eyes. Joey. I better get going, he laughed, clearly unsympathetic to my cause, before your father gets suspicious and starts wondering why I've been late for work every evening this week. I smiled sweetly up at him. Tell my dad that you prefer servicing his daughter than the cars in his garage. Yeah, because that would go down well. Frowning, he added, I've never done that before, you know. Skipped work or been late for a girl. You're becoming a real bad habit, Malloy, and a bad influence with it. Coming from the boy who can scale the side of a 2-story house better than a cat, I called out, watching as he tossed both his hurley and helmet out of my bedroom window and onto the shed roof below, before tossing his school bag with them. Don't be joining any convents on me now, you hear? Joey said, swinging his leg over the ledge. Contrary to your ex's predictions, I'm not quite ready to sack you off yet. Ha ha ha, I deadpanned. Funny. I'll be seeing you, Malloy, he added with a cheeky wink. And then he was gone. Honour restored. February 23rd, 2004. Aoife. Late Monday night, when I had bored myself to tears with homework, I decided to change it up by going downstairs and annoying my parents. Unfortunately for me, the members of my family were in similar mischievous form. Well, would you look at Lady Mock herself, Mam said the minute I walked into the sitting room as she turned down the volume on the TV control and gave me her full attention. What happened, Aoife, love? Did your mattress finally spit you out? Ha ha. I rolled my eyes. Very funny, but no, nothing so dramatic. I was studying. With books? Kev tossed out from his perch on the couch. Yes, Kev, with actual books, I shot back, flopping down on the couch next to him. Don't act so surprised. I can open a book, you know. Ah, but can you read the inscription inside? Don't you be teasing my little pet. Dad interjected from the other side of the room, where he sat with Mam in their matching armchairs. How are you, Aoife, love? Daddy's girl. Kev fake coughed. I'm grand, Dad, I shot back with a smug grin. How was work? Ah, grand, love, he replied, resting his slipper-clad feet on the coffee table. Young Joey was in flying form this evening. I bet he was. I grinned. That's nice. Did you hear about our Aoife and Paul breaking up? Kev interjected then, digging me in the thigh with his foot. What did I tell you about touching me with those hooves? I snapped, batting his foot away with a cushion. I heard something about that, all right, Mam replied, no doubt having heard it from Katie's mother next door. A few weeks ago now, isn't that right, Aoife? Yep. Really? Dad's eyes widened. You never said anything, Aoife, love. Oh, yeah, I replied, huffing out a breath. Well, there's not much to say. It's dead in the water. For now. Kev snickered. Forever, I corrected, smacking him over the head with the cushion. Asshole. Ah, don't you worry, pet, Mam coaxed, setting down her knitting. I'm sure he's already planning on how to win you back as it stands. He'd be flogging a dead horse, I replied, narrowly avoiding a cushion to the head from my brother. We're done, Mam. Sure they'll be back together again in no time, Dad said, turning to look at my mother for help. They're on and off like the weather, those two. Not this time, I reckon, Kev taunted. I don't think your darling Aoife's too upset about the breakup either. He winked knowingly as he climbed to his feet and wandered out of the room. Isn't that right, Aoife? That's right, Kevin, I replied, glaring at his retreating back. I couldn't give a flying fig, Mam quickly interjected. Couldn't give a flying fig, Aoife. One of those two, I shot back with a smirk. He can go to hell. Well, good, Dad said with a supportive nod. He was a right little bollocks, Trish, wasn't he? Mam laughed. He was a bit of one, all right, Tony. A right uppity little fucker. Sure, what would you expect from a Garda superintendent's son? That's true love, to be honest. It used to stand the hair on the back of my neck when you'd bring him over to the house, Dad admitted with a rueful expression. I was afraid of my life that you would take him into the shed and expose me. Ah, here now, Tony, Mam chuckled. I doubt the guards would come knocking on the door over a few bottles of home-brewed poutine. You'd never know, love, Dad mumbled. You'd never know. So, any new love interests, sister dearest? Kev asked when he returned a moment later with a bowl of cereal. Any short-tempered would-be mechanics in your sights? What's that now? Mam's ears pricked up. You've got a new boyfriend already? Yes, Kev mused. She sure does, Mam. No, I don't, I bit out, resisting the homicidal urge I had to throttle my brother. Kev's just being a little shit-stirrer. Oh, come on, he laughed. It's so obvious. What is? Nothing, I strangled out. Aoife and Joey. Kevin, I hissed, red-faced. Joey and I were trying to be discreet, and up until now, I thought we had been doing a great job. Apparently, nothing got past my brother, though. Nosy fucker. Joey? Dad's eyes widened. My Joey? I think you'll find he's more Aoife's Joey than yours, Dad. My brother sneered. At least, that's what I've heard at school. Oh, you are a dead man. Those rumours are a bunch of crap, I choked out, lying through my teeth. And you being my brother should know better than to believe them. What rumours? Both Mam and Dad asked in unison. There was a fight, I blurted out of nowhere. A fight? Dad's frown matched my brother's. What fight? I looked to Kev to help me, but he came up with an empty shrug. So much for twins being able to read each other's mind. My one was a dud. Thinking on the spot, I quickly reeled off what I hoped was a generic, watered-down version of the truth. It happened a while back. Remember that black eye I got after Christmas? Well, it didn't happen from falling off Casey's rollerblades like I told you guys. Mam rolled her eyes. Obviously. What happened to you? Dad was quick to demand. Did someone hit you? His eyes narrowed. Did Joey? No, Jesus, no, Dad. I quickly appeased. Joey never laid a finger on me. Well, none I didn't beg him to. Basically, Paul was saying a few shady things about me around the place. Like slut and whore and cock tease. and when Joey heard about it, he pulled him up on it. Shrugging, I added, for your benefit, apparently. You know, since I'm your daughter and he has a lot of time for you ever since you took him on at the garage. That's why Joey got arrested for fighting early in the new year. Remember? Dad nodded. I do. Yeah. I blew out a shaky breath. Well, anyway, I got the black eye from Paul when I tried to break up their fight. In his defence, it was an accident, I begrudgingly admitted. But once the rumour mill got wind of Joey sticking up for me, people started gossiping about us, putting 2 and 2 together and coming up with 5. I let out a breath. Yep, that pretty much sums it all up. Kev snorted and then quickly buried the sound with a cough when I gave him a look that threatened violence. Yep, that sounds about right. Dad stared at me for a long moment before exhaling heavily. Well, I hope Joey gave that bollocks a good stuffing. What was he saying about you, love? Mam asked, concern etched on her face. Would you like me to phone his mother? Because I will. I'll give her a good piece of my mind. No, ma'am, it's grand, I hurried to say. Paul was just salty because I wouldn't... Well, I shrugged. Because I wouldn't... have sex with him, Kev offered dryly. He was pissed because Eva wouldn't have sex with him after 4 years of stringing him along and treating him like an afterthought. I didn't string him along, I snapped. And it was 3.5 years, not 4. Kev cocked a brow. Sure you didn't. Fine, I reluctantly conceded. Maybe there is a teeny tiny bit of truth to that statement, but that doesn't mean that I have to lay on your back and spread your legs for him. Kev shook his head. Because that's what Paul thinks you're doing with Lynchy. More lies, I bit out, glaring at my brother. Kevin, Dad barked. Don't be saying those kinds of things in front of your sister. What kind of things? You know, Dad mumbled, flustered. Sex-type things. She's too young for that sort of talk. She's the same age as me. Still, Dad huffed, looking incredibly uncomfortable. It's not right, son. Was that it, Aoife? Mam asked me. Paul was making up stories about you. I shrugged. Pretty much. And there's no truth to the rumours about Joey. None at all, I lied. Well, I never. Dad looked to Mam and shook his head. Fair play to young Joey, having my back like that. Yeah, Kev drawled, tone laced with sarcasm. Let's all raise a glass to the Honourable Joey Lynch. What a good lad. Dad beamed at my mother, defending my daughter's honour. Kev snorted again, and this time he didn't even bother to hide it. I'm off to bed. Yeah, I squeezed out, as the image of Joey's head between my legs filled my mind. My honours restored.
Blue eyes and blue balls. March 4th, 2004. Joey. I ended up being almost half an hour late for work on Thursday evening. The fourth time I'd been late in the past 5 weeks, because I was too weak to resist stealing an extra 20 minutes under the sheets with Malloy. Obviously, I couldn't tell her father that, so when he asked about what kept me, I reeled off some bullshit about hurling. Tony didn't bat an eyelid when I fed him that line that I'd rehearsed all the way from his daughter's bed to his garage. It was similar to the line I fed him last time, and the time before that, and the time before that. Tony never questioned me because he trusted me, and I was the lying piece of shit going behind his back and against his wishes by messing around with his daughter. For the past 5 fucking weeks, Jesus, I was a piece of shit. For the rest of the evening, we worked alongside each other in mostly companionable silence. I didn't have the stomach to pretend with him. No, because lying to this particular man was something that could never sit well with me. "Are you all right there, Joey, son?" Tony finally breached the silence when he found me out back having a smoke after I'd finished up work. "Yeah, Tony," I muttered, kicking gravel with my boot as I stood in the rain. His eyes flicked to the butt in my hand, and a look of resigned disappointment washed over his features. "I hope that's a roll you're smoking, boyo, and nothing stronger." "Isn't it always?" I lied, exhaling deeply. "How are you supposed to hurl when you're poisoning yourself with those things?" The question wasn't how I was supposed to play hurling. It was how I was supposed to survive if I didn't. "Ah, you know me, Tony." Stubbing it out, I quickly slid the joint back into the pocket of my work trousers before my boss lost his shit on me. "You can't kill a bad thing." He looked at me for a long moment and then shook his head. "Well, it's almost 9. You'd better get home, lad, before your mother sends out a search party for you. You have school in the morning." It didn't matter what time I stayed out until. Nobody was coming to search for me. "Tony?" "Yes, Joy, lad." I blew out a breath as I wrestled with my conscience, with the tsunami of guilt inside of me, because I knew exactly where I would go when I left him, and it wasn't home. No, I was heading straight for his daughter. I just wanted to say thanks. He smiled. "For what?" "For everything." I shrugged. "Just thanks. Anytime, boyo," he replied, waving me off. Sliding my phone out of my pocket, I smirked as I reread the text Malloy had sent me earlier. "Malloy, I'll see you and your hand and your fantastic fingers and your gifted tongue after work. I finished at 9. See you then, stud." Grinning like a dope, I began to tap out a text to let her know that I was on my way, when my phone decided to ring. My stomach sank into my ass when Shannon's name flashed across the screen. I didn't want to answer her because I already knew what it was she needed, and I didn't want to be needed tonight. Skin crawling, I forced myself to press accept and put the phone to my ear. "Joey," she sobbed down the line, "can you come home? We need you." Exhaling a weary sigh, I closed my eyes and let my head fall forward. "I'm on my way." I was rounding the corner at the bottom of the hill to our road when I saw her. The minute my eyes landed on her face, my hackles rose, and my blood ran cold in my veins. "What happened?" "Hi, Joe." She offered me a small wave as she stood under the street lamp in the pissing rain. How are you?" "I'm grand, Shan." On high alert and poised for danger, I closed the space between us, not stopping until I had her chin tipped up. Jesus Christ. Her left eye was swollen shut and darkening at a rapid pace. "I'm okay," she strangled out, shaking from what I presumed was a mixture of fear and the cold. Her teeth chattered violently as I inspected her face with a horrified expression. "It's not as bad as it looks." "It's not okay, Shan," I choked out, feeling like I was physically inhaling her pain in this moment. because she might be wearing the bruises tonight. But I was wearing the shame, along with the absolute fucking guilt of not being here to stop this from happening to her. Again. I know I shouldn't be outside this late, she sobbed, throwing her arms round me. But if I don't get out, he was going to kill me. You did the right thing, I assured her, body rigid, as I tried and failed to comfort her. You absolutely did the right thing. If he puts his hands on you, and I'm not there, then you run, Shannon. You fucking run, do you hear me? Sniffling, she looked up at me and nodded. I hear you, Joey. Where is he? I demanded then, striding past her in my bid to get my hands on the piece of shit we had the misfortune of calling Dad. Don't, Joe, Shannon cried out, chasing after me. I'm not worth getting hurt over. You are worth it, I roared back, shoving the front door open. Of course you're fucking worth it, Shannon. You're worth 1,000 of that piece of shit. And don't you ever let him make you feel anything less. Joey, wait! Ma'am hurried to intercept me at the front door. He didn't mean to hurt her. Move, I snarled, stepping around my mother, as I barreled inside, breathing flames of fury. Get the fuck out here, old man. Come out and hit someone your own goddamn size. Joey! Tag cried out from where he was hiding behind the banister. Cowering at his side were Ollie and Sean. He's after losing it. Yeah? Well, so had I. Where's the fire? Dad barked when he stalked out of the utility room that housed the toilet. He fumbled with the zipper of his jeans and then hissed sharply. Jesus Christ, boy. Pack in the roaring, will ya? I nearly cut me cock off. Pity you didn't. I roared, livid, as I stalked towards him, feeling the blood rush to my hands as they clenched into fists of their own accord. Even if my mind wasn't ready for this man, my body sure as hell was. You put your hands on my sister. I seethed, not stopping until I was in his face. Did it make you feel like a man? Shoving his chest with everything I had in me, I watched as he staggered backwards. You little bastard! My father roared, his face reddening with rage. When he lunged forward with a swinging right hook, I was ready, ducked sideways. The bone in my nose narrowly avoided another break. Joey, please! Ma'am wailed. You're getting slow, old man, I sneered, as my fist made contact with his jaw. Or else I've just learned all of your moves off by heart. Teddy, please don't. You think you can beat me? He staggered forward, both arms swinging with fists that felt like concrete blocks when they made contact with your flesh. I'll fucking end you, boy. Oh my God, stop it now, both of you. Not if I end you first, I roared, spearing his huge frame to the kitchen tiles. Not an easy thing to do when he outweighed me by at least 5 stone. Prick! Yeah, Joe, fucking kill him. Shut up, Tag. Don't, Joe. He's not worth it. Shut up, Shannon. Tag, go up to your room, now. Mommy, make it stop. Dada, wow, wow. Can you hear them? My hands around his throat. I squeezed with every ounce of strength I had inside of my body. That's your family, asshole. They're scared shitless of you. Little cunt! Reaching up, the bastard fisted my hair and dragged me roughly off his chest. Think you're a full-grown man? Joey! That was my turn to have my airwaves restricted when my father's beefy hand clamped round my throat. He didn't need to use 2 hands to strangle me either. Not when his hands were as big as shovels. Throwing one good punch, he connected with my eye socket so hard that I felt a vibration down to my toes. "How's that for a taste of your own medicine, pretty boy?" "Teddy, please stop." That was Mam. "He's your son." "You might have come from my prick, but you're no son of mine, boy." He sneered, and then added insult to injury when he hacked up a phlegm ball and spat right in my face. "Little fucking mammy's boy is all you've ever been." "Teddy, please." "Shut up, whore!" Dad roared. "Are you be next?" "Fuck you!" I tried to scream, but it only came out as a strangled whisper. Sitting on my chest with his full weight pressing down on my already deflated lungs, my father continued to taunt me. "Come on, tough man, fight back." Bucking wildly beneath him, I tried to throw him off me, but I knew in my heart that I never could. Dizziness began to engulf me then, joining the burning in my lungs as my muscles spasmed erratically. I was losing consciousness, I realized, and then, all of a sudden, the pain just dwindled away. The pressure in my eyes and the fire in my throat evaporated. "Just let go," a voice in my head urged. "It'll all be over if you just let go." I let my fists fall to my sides and did just that. "Joey." When I came to, a little while later, it was to the sight of my sister's face as she lifted and pulled at my eyelids. "It's me, Shan." Another finger in the eye. "Can you hear me?" Feeling like I was about to hack up a lung, I grabbed at my throat as I coughed and spluttered violently. Drawing air into my lungs, I quickly dragged myself into a sitting position and leaned against the fridge for support. "Oh, thank God." Kneeling beside me, Shannon leaned in with a tea towel and pressed it to the piece of skin above my left eye. "Are you okay?" Still coughing and spluttering, I held up a hand to ward her off, while I focused on dragging air into my lungs. "Oh, where is—" "He's gone to bed," she whispered, shuffling closer so that her small knees were pressed to my thigh. "I'm so sorry." "No, your fault." "Oh, God, Joe." Sniffling, she leaned forward and wrapped her small arms around my neck. "I love you so much. I'm so sorry he did this to you again." I didn't return her hug. Couldn't if I wanted to. Worn to the bone and breathing ragged, I took my time catching my breath before I asked, "Where's Mam?" Shannon looked down at the floor. "Shan." "Upstairs," she squeezed out, pulling at the thread on the side of my pants. "She had to coax him off you." "With sex. Yeah. I needed to get out of here. I couldn't be in this house tonight. If I had to endure the sound of him grunting and groaning from behind a closed bedroom door, I was going to crack. "Joe, don't go," Shannon begged, hurrying after me, when I climbed to my feet and staggered to the front door. "Please, don't go anywhere." "It'll be grand, Shan," I choked out, not looking behind me, as I bolted out the door quicker than I'd come in it. "You'll be safe, now that he's got his pound of flesh."
Do you have a death wish? March 5th, 2004. Aoife. I was in foul form when I got home from work on Thursday night. Aside from the fact that my poor toes had been annihilated from spending 6 hours crammed into a pair of heels that deserved to be thrown into the nearest fire, I was soaked to the bone too. None of that would have bothered me, though, I reluctantly admitted to myself, If he had just shown up. Joey had promised to walk me home after my shift finished, and I'd waited outside the pub for over an hour until the cold got the better of me. In the end, he never showed, and I ended up walking home alone in the pouring rain, which wouldn't have been so bad had my company showed up. Since then, I'd sent him a couple of text messages, but had heard nothing in response. Because I was dealing with Joey and not Paul, I found myself in uncharted waters. When Paul hadn't answered my texts or calls, I'd never given it a second thought. When Joey didn't answer, it made me want to curl up in a ball and rock. Pathetic as it seemed, I'd grown ridiculously attached to the boy who refused to put a label on whatever it was that we were doing. I didn't push because, for the first time in my life, I was afraid to lose. I didn't feel like I had the upper hand in this relationship, with the advantage being he held my heart in his hands. If Joey left, if he walked away from me, it would hurt. It would cripple me, and that was a worrying realization. I'd given so much power over to a boy who refused to call me his girlfriend. No. Instead, I was the friend he liked on an exclusive basis, but nobody could know. Fuck my life. Deciding to crack open the books for once, I managed to complete a decent amount of my homework and overdue assignments for school before I eventually sacked the books off for some Nathan Scott. At least, when I wanted to see him, all I had to do was switch on the television. Curled up in a ball on my bed, with a mini pack of crunchy bars on my lap, I rewatched One Tree Hill for the 100th time. Dozing off a little after 11, I slept restlessly, tossing and turning for most of the night, until I was fully awakened around 1:30 in the morning by the sound of knocking. Laying perfectly still, I listened in the darkness as the knocking continued on my window, growing louder and then dwindling off for a moment before picking back up again. Pissed off because there was only one person that I knew could scale a 2-story house, I threw the covers off and stalked over to the window. Pushing it open, I leaned over the sill and glared down at the bastard balancing on the roof of our garden shed like he was Houdini himself. What? The moment he realized I was up and looking at him, he quickly tossed away from him what I hoped was a cigarette butt, but knew in my heart wasn't. Malloy. A slow smile crept across his face. Fucking loy. Are you? I narrowed my eyes, instantly suspicious. Oh my God, you're high. Nuh-uh. Uh-huh. I rolled my eyes. What did you take? Drugs, Joey, I snapped, feeling my breath hitch in my throat. I know you're after taking something. He shook his head. No, I'm not. I've known you since we were 12, genius. I think I'd know when you're high. I whisper hissed. What did you take? Nice legs. Not tonight, buddy. Fine. If you're not going to be straight with me, you can leave. I don't want to leave, Malloy. Then what do you want? What do I want? Swaying from side to side, he held his hands up and shrugged. Fuck if I know, Malloy. Yeah, well, while you go on not knowing what you want, I'm going to sleep, I said flatly. Whoa. Where are you going? To bed, Joey. Why? Why? I glared down at him. Because it's the middle of the night, and that's what normal people do at night. All right, he frowned. Yeah. And because we have school in the morning, I snapped. You remember that place called school, don't you? Obviously. Still swaying, I watched as his brow furrowed and confusion set in. Am I in the doghouse again? Absolutely. You tell me. He stared blankly up at me. Forget anything tonight? Again, he stared blankly. Good night, Joey. I sighed in resignation and moved to pull my head back inside when the mad bastard lunged. Taking a running jump, he scaled the side of my house like a fucking cat, not stopping until he was holding onto the ledge of my windowsill. Why am I in the doghouse, Malloy? Do you have a death wish? I hissed, wide-eyed as he dangled from the side of my house. Oh my God, get in here, you idiot! Catching a hold of his arms, I helped to drag him through my window. That was so fucking stupid, I growled, when he was sprawled on his ass on my bedroom carpet. Don't ever do that again when you're in this condition. Holding his thumb up in response, he remained perfectly rigid on the flat of his back on my bedroom floor. I'm just going to take a breather down here for a bit. Yeah, you go right ahead and do that, asshole, I grumbled, climbing back onto my bed. From now on, consider my bedroom floor to be your personal doghouse. Joey slurred. If you let me come out of the doghouse, I'll let you come on my face. In your condition? Ha! I wouldn't let you put a finger on me, I snapped, pulling the duvet up to my neck. Now close your eyes and go to sleep. Malloy. Shh. Malloy. I'm sleeping. Malloy. What? I lied. He exhaled heavily. I got high tonight. Yeah, Joey. I know. I squeezed out, clenching my eyes shut, as the pain in my chest splintered and stretched until I was hurting all over. There was a long stretch of silence before he slurred, Malloy. What? Do you hate me? No, I love you. Go to sleep, Joey. Unable to close an eye, I saw every hour of the clock as I remained rigid in my bed, with only the occasional soft snore from the boy on my bedroom floor to keep me company. My heart hadn't stopped pounding since he'd shown up at my window. I was so mad at him for doing this to himself, but my anger paled in comparison to my concern. This was serious. He could die. It was always a possibility when you played with fire like I knew he did. I didn't know what he had taken tonight, and I was almost afraid to find out. Finally, around 5:30 in the morning, I felt myself slip into a fitful sleep. When I woke up the following morning, it was to the realization that I had somehow managed to sleep through the alarm on my phone. It was gone 9:30 when I woke, and I knew school had already started, so I just stayed where I was. Feeling thoroughly depleted of energy, I remained bundled up under my covers, aimlessly watching the screen of my phone as the time ticked by. Eventually, the sound of a throat clearing filled my ears, and I groaned. Mom, before you start, I'm sick. I'm on my period, I quickly called out, lying through my teeth as I thought up the worst, most horrendous temporary ailment I could possibly have. I'm after bleeding out in the night. It's a bloodbath in here. Honest to God, ma'am, there isn't a sanitary towel in the bathroom big enough to cope with the flow. Yeah, it's me. Your mum left the house a while ago. Springing up, I threw the covers off to find Joey sitting on the chair next to my window, with his hood up and his hands in the front pocket of his hoodie, his usual stance. I couldn't hide the relief that expelled from my lungs in a shaky breath. What are you still doing here? I couldn't hide the anger in my voice or the hurt. I gave you a place to sleep it off. No need to linger. He didn't blanch at my words. Instead, he continued to stare back at me. I was supposed to meet you after work last night. I was supposed to walk you home, and I didn't show up. I remember now. Well, good for you. I gestured to the window and glared. See ya. I'm sorry. You're not sorry. I stared hard back at him. You never say sorry because you're never sorry, remember? His green eyes remained locked on mine, unblinking. I am this morning. Well, this morning I'm too mad to accept it, I countered, swallowing down a surge of emotion. When you didn't show up last night or answer your phone, I thought you were hurt, or worse. My voice cracked, and I quickly steadied myself before adding, but you weren't hurt, or worse. You just had a better offer. He swallowed the venom in my words and didn't even try to deny it or fight with me. I wasn't sure if that made me feel better or worse. When he made no move to leave, I shook my head, feeling at a loss. I know that you're new to this. I waved a finger between us. Whatever you want to call what we're doing. But this is the part where you either give me some bullshit explanation for why getting high was more important than sending me a goddamn text, or it's the part where you leave. He didn't budge. He didn't open his mouth to defend his actions either. You're absolutely right, Malloy. With slow, stiff movements, I watched as Joey slowly dragged himself to his feet. I should go, was all he replied, and then shook his head. I will go. What? Throwing off the covers, I sprang out of my bed and stalked towards him. I wasn't serious, asshole. I was being dramatic. You're not going anywhere until we talk about what happened. I'm not really in the mood to talk about it. Well, I wasn't in the mood to be woken up by your big, drugged-up ass jumping through my window, but here we are. Planting my hands on my hips, I glowered up at him. Well? Well, what? He said, flatly, keeping his head down. I think it's pretty clear that I fucked up. Giving me his back, he moved for my window. Oh, hell no! Lunging towards him, I quickly stepped in front of the window and blocked off his escape route. You don't get to do that, I warned. You don't get to walk out on me without an explanation for last night. I got high, he snapped. Is that what you want to hear? Huh? I went out last night and I lost my fucking mind in the bottom of a bottle of vodka and a shit ton of pills. Why? I strangled out, feeling his words pierce through me like bullets. Why? He hissed. Why? Because that's what I do, Malloy, he snapped. That's fucking why. Joey! I know I messed up, okay? I know I let you down. He spat. But this is me, okay? Knocking his hood down when he roughly dragged both hands through his blonde hair, he hissed, I am who I am, Malloy, and who I am is not good for you. That's when I saw it. The bloody eye socket, the burst lip, the purple swelling down the entire left side of his cheek. His beautiful face was completely mangled. Jesus! Suddenly starved for oxygen, I sucked in a sharp breath and strangled out, What happened to your face? Don't ask me to say it, Joey warned, holding a hand up as he slowly backed away from me. Never once did he take his piercing green eyes off mine as he moved, putting space between our bodies and hearts. He was thrumming with tension now, visibly shaking with unrestrained fury. Not when you already know. Joey, don't walk away, okay? I hurried to say as I rushed to intercept him, stopping him from leaving through my bedroom door this time. Just stay, okay? Just stay and talk to me. I can't talk to you, he spat, tensing when I grabbed a hold of his forearm. That's the whole point. I can't fucking talk about it, okay? I've got too many people depending on me. I can't talk. He blew out a ragged breath. I don't want to hurt you with my bullshit, but I know that I'm going to. I shook my head. Joe, you should want me to leave, Malloy, he argued. You shouldn't be blocking the door, baby. You should be holding it goddamn open. I'm not going to do that, I warned, voice thick with emotion. It's never going to happen, so get that bullshit notion out of your head. I'm a mess, in case you haven't noticed. Yeah, I've noticed, I shot back, curling my fingers around his wrist as I pulled him back to me. Do you see me running? No, and thank fuck for that, because contrary to how I act sometimes, I don't want you to run, he admitted gruffly, chest heaving. I want time with you, Malloy, I do. I want to be all kinds of right for you. But I've walls and limits and boundaries, and the only way I can be with you, get close to you, is if you stay the fuck behind them. I opened my mouth to respond, but he got there before me. There are going to be times when I look like this, and I'm not going to be able to give you an explanation. I can't give you the words, Malloy, because those words will cost other people too much. Blowing out a ragged breath, he shrugged helplessly, arms by his sides. So, you need to decide if you can live with that. Because this is my life. This is me, and I can't change. Reeling, I absorbed his words, heard his plea, felt his remorse, and drowned in his pain. I'm willing to do that for you, if you're willing to do something for me in return. He eyed me warily. He acted like nothing bothered him, when in truth he was eaten alive by the pain and insecurity of his home life. The drugs, Joey. Heart racing violently, I reached up and pressed my hand to his chest. You told me once that you wouldn't hurt me on purpose again, but seeing you completely out of it last night hurt. I'm not a saint, Malloy, he replied gruffly. You've always known what I am. I've never tried to hide it from you. I've never been a... I'm not asking you to be a saint, Joey, I hurried to say. You're right. I absolutely do know who you are, and I'm in, okay? I am all in with you. All I'm asking for in return is that you try to stay clean. Try. Yes, try. I nodded slowly. Just try, Joe. For me. That's all I'm asking for. He was silent for so long that I thought he wasn't going to answer me. But then he released a ragged breath and pulled me into his arms. Okay, Malloy, he whispered, wrapping me up in his arms. I'll try.
Find you in the dark. April 2nd, 2004. Joey. A cold sweat beaded my brow as I sat in the corner of the lounge in Biddy's bar on Friday evening after school. I had my phone resting in one hand and a vodka and Red Bull in the other. Unlike most of the other pubs in town, Biddy's wasn't unaccustomed to serving minors. As long as you were discreet, kept your mouth shut, your drink out of sight, stayed in the back lounge, and didn't cause trouble, you were welcome. Which meant that my father wasn't. Resisting the carnal urge that I had growing inside of me, the one that demanded I get my hands on something more than just vodka to take the edge off my racing mind, I forced myself to slide my phone back into my jeans pocket and sit in my discomfort. In the horrible fucking feeling of withdrawal. I hadn't smoked in weeks. Hadn't taken anything harder than a few benzos, and it was showing. I was trying to behave myself, trying to keep the head and my shit together, but it wasn't coming easy to me. Growing agitated, I drummed my fingers against the table in front of me and looked around the bar, desperate to find a temporary distraction from the god-awful burning sensation in my throat. We were supposed to be celebrating my call-up to the minors. The lads were delighted for me. But my father was also delighted, which meant that I was anything but. Posh pricks, Podge muttered, gesturing to the table of lads in Thomond College uniforms, sitting at the other end of the lounge. I bet you that not one of those rugby-head fuckers have seen a hard day in their lives, or a day's work with it. I really couldn't care less about what they have or haven't seen, lad, I replied, unimpressed by their fancy uniforms, or their table laden down with top-shelf quality liquor. That's your man, isn't it? The lad from that fancy rugby academy? Podge offered, inclining his head to where a tall, dark-haired lad about our age was leaning against the bar, deep in conversation with the owner of Biddy's. What's his name again? Johnny Kavanagh, I filled in, recognising him the minute he walked through the door earlier, with his army of wealthy pals in tow. That's him, Podge agreed with a nod. I've heard he's going professional soon. Lucky fucker, Alec grumbled. There's nothing lucky about it, I replied, eyes trained on the back of the lad that resembled a brick shithouse in the physicality stakes. Look at the size of him. He didn't get that way for luck, lads. Well, give me a game of hurling any day of the week over their fancy fucking rugby, Alec huffed. That overgrown bastard might be able to throw a ball around with his posh pals over there, in their blazers and designer jackets, but he'd be eating your dust on a GAA pitch, Lynchy. Yeah, he would, Al, I agreed. But at least he'd be eating. Alec frowned. I don't follow, Joe. That fella over there is going to finish school and then make an absolute fortune playing a game he loves, I explained, turning to look at my drinking companions. The fuck am I going to get from amateur game? A slap on the back and a few ham sandwiches after a match. Aren't you happy you got called up to play for Cork? Yeah, of course I am, but I just... Releasing a frustrated sigh, I added, fuck it. It doesn't even matter. I'd kill to be in your position, Joe. Alec looked at me like I'd grown an extra head. To have your natural ability and pace. You don't get how unbelievably talented you are, lad. Everyone on our team would gladly change places with you in a heartbeat. Not if they knew how it really was for me, or how it felt to live in my head. Hurling isn't my whole future, I tried to explain. It won't pay my bills like rugby will for that Kavanagh lad. That's all I'm saying. It's not the be-all and end-all of my world. Speaking of worlds, Podge chuckled, digging me in the ribs, when a small group of girls sauntered in the lounge. Looks like yours is about to get rocked. A blonde, a brunette, and a redhead walk into a bar. It's like the start of a dirty joke. Alec groaned, and then tossed his drink back. I don't know which one I want more. There's some nice legs, Blondie. When do they open? One of the lads from the rugby table called out. Way past your bedtime, little boy. Instantly, I recognized said legs as the ones that almost cut off my circulation when they were wrapped around my neck the other night. Fuck. Instantly, my back was up, and a huge part of me wanted to walk over to where she was standing and claim her in front of those pricks. Whatever this thing we had going on wasn't exactly public knowledge, though. This was mainly due to the fact that Tony would cut my dick off if he found out I was sniffing around the forbidden fruit that was his only daughter. It didn't mean, however, that I would look even more psychotic than usual if I walked over and started swinging. Besides, Malloy was more than capable of handling herself against pretty much anyone, including me. The rugby table erupted with "Ooh" and "Burn, lad," as another one called out, "You look like a dream." "Then go back to sleep," Malloy called back, as she waited at the bar with her friends, while the barman prepared their drinks. "Why don't you come over here and sit on my face, sweetheart?" Another one took a swing before striking out in glorious fashion. "Why?" Malloy said sweetly, as she took her drink from the barman and sauntered off in the direction of our table. "Is your nose bigger than your dick?" Laughter erupted from the rugby table, and I couldn't stop the surge of heat that spread in my chest when she looked across the room at me and beamed. She was something else, that girl. She fucking beamed at me like I was someone worth being that happy to see. I'm not. Her smile caused a dull ache to settle in my chest. I watched as her red-headed neighbour said her goodbyes to Malloy and Casey before joining the Toman table and making a beeline for who I thought looked a lot like Shannon's friend's brother. "Evening, lads," Casey said brightly, taking a seat at our table beside Alec. "Mind if we join ye? Katie's gone off with her fella from Toman, but we'd rather sit with our own boys." "Be our guests?" "You're looking well tonight, Al." Alec's cheeks turned bright red. "Her?" he whispered to Podge. "She's my favourite." Podge smirked. "Of course she is. I hear congratulations are in order, Joe. Mac told us that you got the call-up for the minors." "Nice one, Case," I replied, not taking my eyes off Malloy, who was removing her coat, and holy fuck, if my heart wasn't racing before, it gunned in my chest at the sight of her little red dress. The girl had an unreal body. Seriously, she was something else entirely. Tall and blonde, with curves in all the right places, a nice big ass, and fabulous fucking double-D tits. I didn't blame the lads at the other table for trying their luck. She had the face of an angel and the tongue of a devil. "Lads," Malloy acknowledged as she subtly lowered herself down on the bench next to me. Her gaze flicked to me. "Joey." My lips twitched. "Malloy. Nice shirt. Nice legs." "So, girls, are you out on the drink or the pool for the night?" Podge asked, making conversation. "Well, since it's my birthday, I have every intention of pooling," Casey laughed. "If the right fella asks nicely enough." "Happy birthday!" All three of us chorused in unison. Casey grinned. "Thanks, boys." "What about yourself, Aoife?" Podge asked. "I heard things are finally over between yourself and Ricey. Have to say, girl, I think you made a smart move." "Yeah," Casey agreed. "Especially since he started texting Danielle an hour after you broke up." I watched Malloy's face for any indication that she was still bothered by Paul. She didn't bat an eyelid at the news. "Oh yeah, I heard about the breakup." Alec waggled his brows. "I heard Ricey caught the two of you shifting the faces off each other." I rolled my eyes. "Lies." "Yeah," Malloy said in agreement, grinning devilishly. She used a straw to sip her bottle of Smirnoff Ice, and then she subtly slid her hand under the table, not stopping until she had her hand between my legs. "All lies." Jesus Christ. A deep shiver rolled through my body. She made me weak. This girl. It was insane. But I forgot about things when I was with her. Things like time, school, hurling, home. She even made me forget about him. What about you, Malloy? I replied, quickly snaking a hand under the table to stop her from palming my rapidly hardening dick. Are you out on the hunt tonight? You know what, Joe? She replied, teasingly. I think I am. Well, be careful, I shot back with a smirk, because I hear there are some bad pricks out tonight. That's good to know, Malloy purred. I'm thinking of finding myself a bad boy to walk me home later. I hear they hit the spot just right. He'll hit more than just the right spot if he gets you alone in the dark, I told her in a low, warning tone. It's a dangerous move. You should have your daddy come get you. Dangerous sounds like just what I'm looking for, she whispered, hand sliding under the table once more to touch me, but I was prepared for her this time. Keep it up, Malloy. Snatching her hand up, I leaned in close, lips brushing against her ear as I said, He'll look forward to finding you in the dark later. I'll keep my window open for him, she whispered, breathing hard. You should keep your legs open too, I whispered, resisting the urge to lean in and kiss those pouty red lips. I hear he loves eating pussy. A deep shiver racked through her, and I smiled when she squeezed her thighs together, before dragging in a steadying breath and standing up. I'll be right back, she whispered, as her finger trailed down my arm. I need some fresh air. I need to smoke, I replied, not even managing to count to 3 before I stood up. All lies, was it? Alec grinned as he watched me trail after the fucking fantastic blonde. Yeah, lad, I believe you.
Interrupted by a flanker. April 2nd, 2004. Aoife. My back hit the wall of the empty corridor outside of the bathrooms moments before Joey's body came crashing against me. You don't get it, Malloy, he growled as his lips claimed mine, hands moving straight to my hips, as he dragged my hips roughly against his. I'm broken in the head. I don't work right. I get hooked. I get so fucking addicted, and if we keep this up, I won't let go. I won't be able to. If he intended to scare me, then he'd failed. His words had the opposite effect. Good, I breathed, because I don't want you to. Fuck, Malloy. Reclaiming his mouth with mine, I yanked and pulled at the hem of his shirt, knowing that my behaviour was beyond reckless, but desperate to feel his skin. He had been trying so hard to stay on track lately, and I had every intention of rewarding him for his efforts. Sliding my hands under his shirt, I revelled in the sharp hiss that tore from his lips when my cold hands connected with his hot skin. Jesus, you're freezing. Then warm me up, I breathed against his lips as I reached out and guided his big hands to my ass. Because I want you. Keep it up, he warned, giving me a tight squeeze, and you'll have me. That was a thrilling thought. Good. He rocked against me. You want me? Uh-huh. He pushed his knee between my legs, spreading them. How bad? I roughly dragged my nails down his stomach. So bad. And then his hand was under my dress, brushing the fabric of my thong aside, moments before he slid 2 fingers deep inside of me. You want this? My breath hitched. Joe. He did something with his fingers then, something wonderful that sent a full body tremor straight through me. Spread your legs. Shivering, I let my head fall back against the wall and opened my legs. Wider. Joe, He thumbed my clit and growled, Wider. Reckless, I hitched one leg up, and resting my heel on the wall at my back, I completely bared myself to him. Good girl. Asshole. An illicit shiver rolled through me. Hey, Joe? Yeah. Don't hurt me, okay? His hand stilled inside of me, and he frowned. Am I hurting you now? No. What you're doing feels amazing. Breathless, I shook my head and encouraged him with my hips to keep going. Just don't hurt me like my dad hurts my mum, okay? He stilled again. Malloy. Don't stop, I groaned, rocking into his touch. I want you. I won't do that to you. He pressed a kiss to my lips. I promise. Good. Exhaling a ragged breath against his lips, I bucked my hips and grinned. Now shut up and make me come. Fuck my fingers, he replied, tongue snaking out to trace my bottom lip before he claimed my mouth with his. Help me stretch this tight little pussy. Oh, Jesus. You're beautiful. Fuck me, Joe. I will. Fuck me now. I will, Malloy. Yes. But not tonight. Joe. You're not ready. I am. Shaking his head, he leaned in close and pressed a kiss to my lips. We've got plenty of time. Then don't stop. I encouraged breathlessly, reaching between my legs to push his fingers deeper inside of my body. Don't ever stop. Howdy, lovebirds. Don't mind me. I'm just on my way to send a salmon up the river. Oh my God! I strangled out, hands moving to push my dress back down as Joey reluctantly tore his hand away. Furious, Joey swung around to glare at the huge blonde guy in a Tommen uniform who was grinning at us. Do you want popcorn, asshole? Get the fuck out of here. No, I have everything I need, he replied, still grinning wolfishly at us. But I may be of some assistance to you. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out a condom and held it out to Joey. Because sex is fun and all that, but it's best practice with a glove on your Are you serious? I laughed, flustered and amused by the strange boy. We're not having sex. Yet. The blonde lad chuckled with a wink. Listen, prick. Joey snarled, bristling. I don't know how things work in that posh school of yours, but where I come from, you get your ass kicked for pulling a stunt like this. So if you don't start walking the fuck away from me and my girl, I'm going to rip your head off your shoulders and feed it to your asshole. Gibbs! An even taller, dark-haired boy snapped from the doorway, thankfully interrupting us. Would you leave them alone, you weirdo? They don't need your running, bleeding commentary. Hey, Cap, this Gibbs lad said in a cheerful tone. I was only providing some safety precautions. The dark-haired boy's eyes landed on the condom his friend was holding, and he audibly groaned. Jesus. With a shake of his head, he stalked down the corridor and quickly clamped an arm around his body. Excuse my flanker, he told us, as he led the blonde lad back towards the lounge. He's like a bleeding Labrador, completely harmless, with zero awareness of social cues and etiquette. I was only being friendly, the blonde lad argued as his friend led him away. It's nice to be nice, Johnny. Yeah, I know you were Gibbs, but those people are strangers, and what did we say about talking to strangers? Don't do it? Exactly. The lounge door closed behind them, and Joey turned to look at me. Did that really just happen? I choked out a laugh and shrugged. I think so.
Casual sex without the sex. April 12th, 2004. Joey. I was in over my head. What had started with a kiss had developed into several months' worth of kisses, with a whole heap of heavy petting thrown into the mix. Basically, what Malloy and I had going on was casual sex, minus the sex, and multiply the feelings. Yeah, I'd fucked around and caught feelings. I was a real genius. I never wanted to be in a relationship. Never wanted another person to depend on me for something that I couldn't give. And that's where it got fuzzy, because somehow Malloy had become exactly that. Hearing everyone at school whisper about how we wouldn't last longer than a week, or how my head would turn, only made me more determined to stick with the girl, to stand over my decision to be with her. Their lack of faith in me only strengthened my determination to not fuck this up, whatever the hell this was. I'd been with girls before Malloy, but I was no hardcore fuckboy like I knew the girls at school made me out to be. Like I knew she thought I was. It wasn't like I'd fucked my way through the entire female population at our school. Only a handful. And besides, that wasn't what was happening between us. When we were together, it wasn't because I was out of my mind and trying to float away in the moment. Being with her made me want to keep a clear head, because I wanted to remember her. I wanted to be in the moment with her, and not just float through it, because she was Malloy, my friend. Maybe even my best friend. "Are you going to do something about that?" Podge asked, dragging me back to the present, as he waved a spoon in front of us, gesturing to where Malloy looked to be in a heated discussion with Ricey. "I'm not her keeper, lad," I replied, leaning back in my chair as I studied the jam-packed canteen. Malloy was standing in line for the tuck shop, with Ricey breathing down her neck. She can handle herself. "You're a better man than him," Podge said. "Because if the shoe was on the other foot, and you were trying your arm with her like that, he would flip." "That was his mistake," I said, eyes glued to her fucking peachy, her ass barely concealed by her scrape of a skirt. "He thought that he could put her in a cage and slap a label on top saying, 'Look, don't touch.'" I shook my head. "That girl is her own person, lad, believe me. Nobody's going to cage her."
Except for you,
He chuckled. "No, lad," I corrected, feeling my heart roar to life when she smiled across the room at me. "Especially not me." The door's always open. April 23rd, 2004. Joey. Trouble. I was in big fucking trouble, and going through some major changes to add to the clusterfuck of a mix. On the one hand, since I turned 17, everything at home had steadily gotten worse. Dad was drinking more than normal these days, which only meant one thing. Mam was self-medicating with more Valium than usual. Something I'd realised the other night when I broke into her stash for my nightly fix and found it almost completely gone. Shannon was being continuously tormented at school. The boys were on edge, and I was beyond agitated. For as far back as I could remember, my coping mechanism from when shit hit the fan at home had always been one similar to my mother's. The only difference was that I didn't have a prescription from a doctor for what I needed. And I needed it badly. On the other hand, there was Malloy. That was it. She was the only reason I had to not lose myself. Because I told her that I would try. And I've been trying, damn it. I was trying so fucking hard. To be honest, the only reason I'd managed to hold out as long as I had was the thought of how she would look at me if she found out. She was a fucking beautiful distraction from a life of bullshit. but even she couldn't take the edge off how I was feeling tonight. Not after I'd taken just about all I could at the hands of my prick of a father. My body was aching in ways that I never knew it could, and there was only one thing I knew that could help me, and I hated myself for being weak enough to need it. Well, if it isn't the prodigal prick, Shane announced, when I walked into his sitting room late Friday night. Where the fuck have you been hiding, Lynchy? I thought that I was going to have to come break your legs for my money. Pillows of smoke wafted in the air, and the stench of alcohol mixed with sex, piss, weed, and dog was extreme. Jesus. I've been busy, I replied, tossing a wad of notes on his lap, inclining my head to 3 older men in the corner. And you know I'm good for it? True that. Shooing one of his 3 bull mastiffs off the couch, he gestured for me to take a seat. I wasn't stupid or suicidal enough to say no, so I sank down while he counted and then tucked my money into his jeans pocket. So, what's been happening, lad? He asked. Why haven't I seen you around lately? You on the straight and narrow again? Something like that, I replied, taking the spliff from his outstretched hand. I'm keeping me head down. I get you, lad, he replied, nodding as if he understood. Heard about your sister getting jumped the other week. Sad stuff. Was surprised when you didn't call for a fix, though. Like I said, letting my head fall back, I slowly released the smoke from my lungs. I'm keeping my head down. But you're back now. I sighed in resignation. Yeah, I'm back. Fair play, lad, he mused, clearly stoned off his head, as he slid a tin out from under the couch and lifted the lid off. So what's new? How's the family? Same old shit, I replied, taking another deep drag as I watched him rummage around in a stash of pills. Different day. You want anything stronger than 512s? He asked, holding up a bag of brownish powder, heroin. Guaranteed to blow your fucking mind. No, I shook my head. Just oxy. You know where I am when you need something that hits harder. Humming in contentment, he separated the pills into a small baggie. So, I heard from one of the boys that you've got yourself some regular pussy. Stiffening, I resisted the urge to tell him to go fuck himself. Like I said before, I wasn't suicidal. Don't we all, lad? Shane laughed. Don't be a coy fucker. I heard you're after setting yourself up nicely with that ride of a barmaid from the Dinnerman, the blonde with the legs. And? I stiffened, not fucking liking where this was going one bit. It unnerved me that he knew about Malloy because it meant that he was keeping tabs on me. What's it to you? Is she interested in making a bit of side cash? I could use a pair of tits like that to help shift some. Leave her out of your plans, I warned, standing up. Keep her out of your head, period. She hasn't got a damn thing to do with anything. Clearly she has, he taunted, chuckling. Just ask her. He tried to coax. Ask the girl, and see if she's open to making some easy money by shifting a few. No, I bit out, seething. Not fucking happening. She's not like you.
You mean she's not like us? He mocked.
I'm no dealer, Shane,
I said quietly, taking another deep drag before handing him his spliff. Never was, and never will be. Famous last words, he chuckled, as he watched me move for the door. Relax, lad. I won't look at your girl. She's a hard limit for me, I warned. Look at her and all bets are off, you hear? Yeah, it's all good, he chuckled, waving the small bag in his hand around. Have you forgotten something? Blowing out a frustrated breath, I snatched it up and quickly shoved it into my pocket. Thanks. Just remember, I'm always here for you, he called after me as I made my exit. The door's always open. Yeah, I know. That's the problem.
Weird Dreams and Wandering Hands. April 24th, 2004. Aoife. So, I had this strange dream last night. Did you, Aoife, love? Dad replied. Yeah, I did. Leaning my hip against the side of the jacked-up car that my father was working on, I sighed dramatically. And when I woke up this morning, I was completely soaked. The sound of a spanner clattering to the ground and then the words, Jesus Christ, filled my ears. I grinned in victory. Are you all right there, Joey, lad? My dad asked from where he was rummaging under the bonnet of the car with a dipstick in hand. How's that under tray coming along, son? Joey, whose upper body was hidden beneath the car they were working on, muttered another curse before saying, Yeah, Tony, it's nearly on there. Good lad yourself, Dad said, turning his attention back to me. You know, Aoife, pet, if you're sweating that much during the night, it's a sign that you're coming down with something. Yeah, I certainly felt like I was coming. Another loud clatter sounded from beneath the car. Fuck! Down with something at the time. I smiled sweetly at my dad. But I'm fine now, Dad. Good girl yourself. Dad smiled and then turned his attention to the phone ringing in the office. I better answer that. Yeah, you really should, Dad. I'll be back in a minute, he muttered, hurrying off in the direction of the ringing phone. Take your time, Dad, I called out when he closed the office door behind him. Please. Fucking with me in front of your dad. Rolling out from beneath the car, Joey glared up from his perch on the creeper. That's a new low, Malloy. How about I just fuck you instead? I teased, slowly lowering myself onto his lap. Joe? Please, he groaned, hands moving to my hips to stop me before I could straddle his dick. Don't do this to me. Don't you want me? Malloy, we could have so much fun on this thing, I purred, rocking my body enough to make his body roll back and forth on the creeper. Don't you want to play with me, Joe? Please, he begged, holding firm. I will play with you later. Fine. Huffing out a breath, I climbed off him and resumed leaning against the car. I really did have a dream about you last night. Is that so? Uh-huh. It was epic. I poked his blue overall-clad thigh with my foot and grinned. And I really was soaking when I woke. Okay. Quickly springing to his feet, Joey grabbed a rag off the trolley and wiped his oil-stained hands. I can't be hearing this when I have to spend the next 4 hours with your father. Casey and I had managed to sneak into an over-18s nightclub in the city, I continued, not listening to a word he said. She ditched me in the smoking area for some guy, and when I was all alone on the dance floor, you appeared. That's it? He folded his arms across his chest. That's your epic dream. Not all of it, I whispered, stepping closer, and then laughing when he took 2 steps back to put some space between us. You were flirting with me, and you bought me a beer. Wow, he deadpanned. Aren't I the gentleman? You weren't when you took me into the bathroom and fucked me against the sink. Against the sink? Now I had his interest piqued. How was that for you? Epic, I smiled, except that it wasn't our first time. In my dream, we had been having sex for months. Yeah, he laughed. In mine too. Funny. I took another step towards him. You came home with me afterwards. You were so sad. Sad? His brows furrowed. I just fucked you in a nightclub toilet, Malloy. Why would I be feeling anything other than delighted with myself? You wouldn't tell me, I explained, sidling closer to him. You were just so adamant that you couldn't go home, so you slept in my bed with me, and we were together the entire night. I blew out a shaky breath. See? Epic dream. Huh. Sounds similar to the dream I had last night, he said with a thoughtful look about him. But you were fucking me from above, and I was far from sad about it. Joe, that was Mary Deneen, Dad called out from the office doorway, causing Joy to practically leap away from me. She's after breaking down by the halfway roundabout. You told her about that head gasket, Joy whispered, smirking. But would she listen? I told the woman that head gasket didn't have another 10 miles in it, but would she listen? Dad growled. Joy winked, and it was slightly unsettling how well he knew my father. Well, now she'll be paying a lot more than she would have been. Dad shook his head in frustration and grabbed the keys of the tow truck. The tight old biddy. Do you need me to come with you? No, lad, you're grand here. Just finish off the oil change on the Rover and you can call it a day. I'll be half the day trying to sort this out. Fair enough. Good lad yourself. Don't forget to lock everything up when you're leaving, Dad called out as he climbed into his truck. Aoife, do you want to spin home, pet? No, I'm grand, Dad, I called back, waving my father off as he started the engine. I have my car with me, I added, knowing that it would delight him. Good girl yourself. He beeped twice before pulling out of the garage. Now, turning back to the boy who looked disgustingly sexy in his overalls, I pounced. Where were we? I was finishing up an oil change, he said, sidestepping me. If you can behave yourself, you can keep me company until I'm finished. Where's the fun in that? Malloy? What? It's Saturday. It's my day off. Then feel free to go enjoy yourself, he drawled, quickly setting to work like the dutiful apprentice he was. Because I have to work on Saturdays. Joe! He shook his head. No. Reaching for the buttons on my blouse, I flicked the top one open. I bet I can change your mind? Out. He slammed the hood of the car down. Get out, now. Fine, fine, I relented. I'll be good, I swear. Keeping Joey company while he worked turned out to be a very unboring experience. He knew his way around a car almost as well as my father did, and that wasn't an easy feat. Straddling the creeper, I had spent most of the afternoon wheeling back and forth while we chatted shit and exchanged banter. He was explicitly clean too, I found myself noticing, as I watched him clean as he worked, tidying everything up and putting every nut, bolt and tool back in its place before he finished up. So, what's the plan? I asked from my perch on my father's desk. Legs swinging, I reached into the large tub of lollipops and scooped up a red one. What do you want to do for the rest of the night? I should probably go home and check on things, he admitted, keeping his back to me as he scrubbed his hands at the sink. I've been here since early this morning and No, I protested, unwrapping my lollipop and popping it in my mouth. You can't go home. He sighed heavily. Malloy, it's Saturday night, I moaned, and I've waited all day for you to be done. I know, and I get that, but I have responsibilities at home. He turned to look at me. I'll walk you home first. I brought the car. He smiled. How's that going for you? Shocking, I admitted. I can't get past third gear. He laughed. Listen. Springing off my perch, I prowled towards him, giving him my best moves as I tried to look as enticing as possible. How about if we just... I have to go home, he warned, arms coming around my waist when I reached his chest. It's not a matter of want, it's a matter of need, okay? Fine. Letting my head fall forward against his chest, I muttered a string of curses under my breath. Or, I quickly added when an idea came to me, since you're finishing work an hour earlier than usual, you could come to my house and spend that hour with me, and I'll drive you home afterwards. You'll drive me home? It'll be good practice, and you'll still be home on time to do whatever it is that you need to do. I don't know, Malloy. Mam's not at home, I hurried to say, and Kev's at one of those creepy sleepovers. I could see the temptation in his eyes. Yeah? Yeah, we would be all alone. I went in for the kill. In an empty house with a big bed and no distractions. I felt his enthusiasm grow against my belly. You know exactly what you're doing, don't you? Grinning, I reached for his hand and pulled. Let's go. My back hit the mattress moments before Joey came crashing down on me. Laughing against his lips, I pushed myself up on my elbows and watched as he knelt between my legs and quickly dragged his t-shirt off before moving for my blouse. I didn't let it get in my way or sour my mood that he could flick the buttons off a blouse and unsnap a bra quicker than a porn star. I couldn't be mad at him for having a past. Besides, he had the good grace to never mention how experienced he was, while I was more than happy to enjoy the perks of said experience. See, it was a win-win situation all round. When we were both topless, he grabbed a hold of my hips and dragged me down the bed to where he was kneeling. An hour, he warned, lips claiming mine in the most drugging kiss imaginable. And then I'm gone. Fine, whatever you say, Joe, I whispered, and then moaned loudly when he reached between my jean-clad thighs and roughly cupped me, causing a jolt of pleasure directly to my clit. Oh, Jesus. Not Jesus, just Joey. Shh. With my hands knotted in his hair and my legs locked around his waist, I kissed the lips off the boy on top of me, needing him more in this moment than I thought humanly possible. Oh, Joe. Grimacing in what seemed like a combination of fury and pain, he cupped the back of my head with his big calloused hand, while he reached his free hand between us and deftly popped the button on my jeans. The zip went down next, and then, by some special sort of magic, he was dragging the fabric down my thighs, while his lips moved to my breasts, tongue flicking over my pebbled nipple as he licked and suckled me. When my jeans were off, he kissed a trail back up my body until he found my lips. Growling into my mouth, he snaked an arm behind my back, and then we were rolling, not stopping until I was the one on top of him. The move was just so effortless, sexy. You have some serious moves. I blew out a shaky breath and took in our surroundings. You even got your sweats off me without noticing. It's seriously impressive. He smirked up below me, hands moving to tangle with the waistband of my knickers. You're impressive. I am so wet for you right now, I admitted, hands moving to rest on his bare chest as I rocked my hips against his boxer-clad erection. It's insane. I know. He rocked his hips upwards. I can feel you. His words caused me to clench everywhere. So, trailing a finger down his chest, I stopped when I reached the elastic waistband of his boxers. What do you want to do now? You tell me, Malloy. His hands moved to my hips, and he gave me a reassuring squeeze. You're calling the shots here. I am? Yeah, you are. Leaning up on his elbows, he pressed an achingly soft kiss to my neck. You set the pace on this, and I'll fall in line with you. Fuck me. I exhaled a ragged breath before asking, So, if I told you that I wanted us to have sex? Then I'd tell you that I have a condom in my wallet. And if I told you that I just wanted to sit on your lap and look at you? Then I'd tell you feel free to look. My heart bucked around wildly. Joe? Malloy. Get your wallet. His eyes blazed with heat. That's the pace you want to set here, Malloy. Nodding slowly, I whispered, Get the condom. As I climbed off his lap and settled back down on my bed. Without a word, Joey did just that, reaching into his grey sweatpants pocket and then his wallet to retrieve a foil wrapper. Breathless and trembling, I lowered myself onto my back and reached for the waistband of my thong. Just don't hurt me, okay? I squeezed out, watching as he sheathed his impressively big dick. Oh, God. Seriously? I strangled out, eyes flicking to his, when he closed the space between us and climbed on top of me. Be, gentle with me. Nodding slowly, he pressed a kiss to my lips and then deepened it, kissing me with so much affection and tenderness that I felt myself relax into the mattress. Feeling weakened and aroused, I let my legs fall open to take him inside of me. Settling between my thighs, he kissed me deeply as he aligned the thick head of his cock against me. And that's when it happened. No, wait! Like the habit of a lifetime, I clammed up at the pivotal moment and choked out the words, I'm sorry, I've changed my mind. I felt his body tense above me, heard the groan when he buried his face in my neck, and I mentally prepared myself for the backlash I fully expected to come. It didn't. However, something much stranger happened. Instead of shouting at me and calling me a cocktease, like I had been so used to hearing from Paul when we had been in similar positions, Joey pressed a kiss to my neck before pulling back to ask, Do you want me to get you off anyway? My eyes widened. Huh? Get you off, Malloy, he repeated, leaning back in to kiss me. Do you want me to make you come? Aren't you mad? He frowned. Why would I be mad? Because I choked. His frown deepened. And? I shrugged. And I got your hopes up. Jesus. Chuckling softly, he pressed another drugging kiss to my lips before kneeling back on his haunches, his fully erect dick bouncing around proudly. You seem to be under the illusion that I'm some sex-starved deviant, incapable of spending time with you, unless that time revolves around being between your legs. Aren't you? You wound me. You want in between my legs, don't lie. I absolutely want in between your legs, he wholeheartedly agreed. But that's not what I'm here for. Then what are you here for, Joe? Your company. Funny. Your company, he repeated, unyielding. Really? I didn't come here with the expectation of sex, he said. That's not why I'm here, and it's not why I keep coming back either. But you do want to. Obviously I want to. He gestured to his dick. But I'm not going to force you into doing something that you have the honesty to admit you're not ready for. He blew out a breath and shrugged. I'd rather you tell me now than regret me after. Wow. He heard the word no, took the meaning and obliged without complaint or confrontation. It was so refreshing. It was such a turn-on that I almost regretted saying it. I would never regret you, Joe, I said, sitting up so that our chests were touching. I couldn't. Not ever. I care too much. I know. His eyes burned with heat. And I know that I'm not good with the words you need to hear from me. I know, I whispered, understanding. It's okay. But don't ever think that I don't have feelings, he said, and then pressed a kiss to my mouth. Because the only time that I allow myself to feel anything is when I'm with you. It's time to lay your cards down. May 7th, 2004. Aoife. Joey. Then, Aoife. She, Joey. Flicked, Aoife. The, Joey. Head, Aoife. Of, Joey. His, Aoife. Thick, Joey. Cock, Aoife. With, Joey. Her, Aoife. Tongue. Hello, Earth to Aoife. Clicking her fingers in front of my face, Casey swiped my phone out of my hand and groaned loudly. Whoops, on second thought, never mind. Grinning wickedly, she handed me back the phone. You go right ahead and suck his cock, girl. But doesn't he have construction class right now? Isn't it a bit risky to be sending the boy messages like that when he's surrounded by sharp saws and power tools? Smirking, I slid my phone back into my pencil case and gave my friend my full attention. So, what's new? What's new? Casey laughed. Are we really going to play it like this? I have no idea what you're talking about. Oh, come on. She rolled her eyes. It's been months. Everyone knows you guys are together. It's so bloody obvious. The rumours are rampant around school, and even if they weren't, your lingering stares and his I want to rip your clothes off heated glances when you're in the same classroom are a dead giveaway. So, come on. How much longer do you two plan to act like you're not riding like sexy little rabbits behind closed doors? Jesus, Case, say it louder, why don't you? I hissed, poking her with my elbow. I don't think Mr. Ryan heard you at the front of the class. Actually, I did. Our biology PE teacher confirmed, pushing his glasses up his nose. Please refrain from discussing the sexual productivity of rabbits until after my class. Your lunch break is in 10 minutes and patience is a virtue, girls. Sorry, sir, we both chorused, smothering our laughter behind a textbook. So, you admit it? She whisper-hissed. You're shagging Joey the roller coaster Lynch. No, I'm not shagging anyone, I strangled out through fits of laughter. And roller coaster? You know, she laughed, because every girl wants to ride him. Waggling her brows, she added, but it's clear by those sexy text messages that you guys are sending each other, you're the first in the queue. Oh, haven't you heard the news? After I got on his roller coaster ride, the queue got cancelled. Boom, bitch! Casey snickered, making the mic drop gesture with her hand. And that's how it's done. Thanks, I laughed. But to answer your earlier question, my dad still doesn't know about our little arrangement. I don't see that changing for the foreseeable. He still works with my dad, so it's just better if we, fuck around behind Daddy's back instead, she offered with a rueful smile. I'm not having sex with him, Case. Her eyes widened. How is this possible? See, Case, it's actually really easy, I drawled sarcastically. All you have to do is not allow a boy to insert his penis into your vagina. Very funny, bitch. Shaking her head, she leaned in closer to whisper, Seriously, though, you've been messing around for what, at least 3 months now? Her eyes bulged. How are you not getting naked with that boy? I never said that I wasn't getting naked with him. Details. A lady never tells. Good thing we both know that you're not one of those. She leaned closer. Okay, so you're not having sex yet, but there's some heavy petting going on, right? A little kiss here, a little finger there, a little tug of war down there. Casey! Oh, don't act all coy with me, she laughed. I've known you since we were 5, remember? We know everything about each other's lives, remember? Including the time that you made me go to the after-hours doctor with you when we were in 3rd year because you convinced yourself that you might be pregnant. All because Paul had wanked himself off before he tried to put his fingers. Oh my God, I was young and clueless, I hissed, clamping a hand over her mouth. And you swore that you would never bring that up again. Yeah, but it's on my medical file for the rest of time, she shot back with a cackle. You gave the receptionist my name and details, remember? Because you had your medical card with you at the time, and my mum keeps mine in her purse, I replied, cringing at the memory of how incredibly naive I used to be. God, I was a pure thick back then. Back then? Funny. Okay, so back to business, Casey said, tapping her hand on the desk to garner my attention. Give me those sexy details, Malloy. Heavy petting? I grinned. Maybe. Her eyes widened to saucers. Oral. I shrugged, but didn't respond, as my face burned with heat. Oh, come on! She grabbed my arm and squeezed. Who's doing who? I scrunched up my nose before admitting, both. Oh my God! Clapping with a ridiculous amount of enthusiasm for my sex life, my best friend asked, Okay. So, if we're talking in comparisons here, between Paul and Joey. Oh, Joey all day long. I gave her a look that said, Please, bitch. Hands down, Case, there's no competition. Jesus. So I guess it's true what they say about the boys from my terrace. Casey blew out an impressed breath. They fuck like they fight, all in and with 100% effort. Casey, I laughed, shoving her arm. I disagree, Danielle hissed from the desk behind us, and we both turned to face her. At least Paul has an actual functioning brain when he's with the girl. Yeah, a brain that only functions on one frequency. Me. Casey was quick to shoot back. I tried to strangle my laugh, but ended up looking like I had the face of a blowfish. Danielle glowered. How's life on the outskirts treating you, Aoife? I grinned in return. Why, it's fantastic, Danielle. Thanks for asking. Outskirts, Casey snorted. Get a handle on yourself, girl. We both know that you'd still be happily skulking around the outskirts if Joe hadn't sacked you off from my best friend here. No, I wouldn't, she huffed. And do you want to know why? No, but I'm sure that you're going to tell us, I drawled. Because Joey Lynch might be beautiful and charismatic and have a million other qualities that draw girls to him, but he's broken in the head. Sure, he might be riding the high life right now with his bad boy status at school and his ability to master a hurley and a schlitter, but that's as good as it's going to get for him, she told us. He's already peaked. I narrowed my eyes at her. You don't know what you're talking about. I know that you made a huge mistake when you threw away a boy with a bright future ahead of him for a boy with no future. Fuck you, Danielle. I would say fuck you right back, but you already did that to yourself, she snapped, releasing a frustrated breath. Listen, Aoife, I'm not nearly thick-headed or spiteful enough to deny that you're a 10 around here, she said. You're clever and funny and beautiful and had your pick of the bunch in first year. You could have picked any one of the lads at school, but you made the smart decision when you chose Paul. He is going to be a solicitor, Aoife. He is going places, and if you had only managed to keep your head, he would have taken you right along with him. He adored you, Aoife, and he would have given you a good life with a nice house and a stable bank account. We both know that kind of a future doesn't come along often for girls who come from where we come from. She shook her head and added, But you couldn't resist the temptation of the school's bad boy, and now you're screwed. Folding her arms across her chest, she arched a brow and said, Because boys like Joey Lynch never go anywhere in life, and girls like you go nowhere right along with them. You only need to look at his parents for proof of that. Oh, get a handle on yourself, Danielle. Casey was quick to interject. It's not that deep. Isn't it? Danielle looked me right in the eye when she said, Enjoy becoming his ma'am, Aoife. I doubt you'll make it to 6th year graduation without a baby Joey in your belly. Listen, bitch, Aoife is nothing like you, Casey hissed, jumping to my defence, which I was grateful for, because I had been rendered speechless. She doesn't drop her knickers the second a fella beckons, and she doesn't need Paul Rice or any other fella to give her a leg up in life. She'll do that just fine by herself. While she's claiming lone parent allowance off the government, while her junkie baby daddy sits it out in a prison cell for finally pushing the law too far. Danielle tossed back dryly. Oh, you mean the same junkie you've been chasing after since first year? Casey shot back. Give it a rest, Danielle. You reek of jealousy, girl. Yeah, I was jealous, she offered. It hurt me when I saw them together that day. She spoke directly to me now. But instead of being mad at you, I should have been thanking you. For swapping futures with me. You're with my ex, and I'm with yours. Smiling, she flashed a shiny gold bracelet on her wrist. And, unlike you, I'll be sure to appreciate the upgrade. Oh, yeah? Well, make sure you appreciate the feeling of being treated like a glorified mannequin while you're at it. Twisting in my chair, I leaned over her desk and said, All of those expensive dinners and flashy gifts might seem tempting now, Danielle, but the shine will quickly fade. When it does, you'll be left with the knowledge that all you are to him is a pretty face and a nice pair of breasts. I hardened my stare when I added, Because that's all you'll ever be to him. Paul will never care about what's inside your head or put your feelings before his. He'll come first in every way and everything, and if that's enough for you, then I'm happy for you. I sincerely am. But it was never enough for me. The bell sounded then, and I didn't wait around to hear Danielle's smart response. Instead, I quickly packed up my books and hurried out of the classroom, with only one destination in mind, the front of the line at the tuck shop for my daily fix of a packet of Rolos and a Roy of the Rover bar. Yeah, I was in no mood to be beaten by the hordes of lads in our school and get left with only a damn wham bar to choose from instead. Besides, I needed the sugar rush to steady the tremor in my hands. Daniela was wrong about Joey. Yeah, she was so wrong. I hope you're not letting that pinhead with only boobs for a brain get inside of your head, Casey warned a little while later when we were sitting in the canteen. Daniela's full of crap, Eve. She was only venting because she's still salty over Joey dropping her ass like a bag of coal for you. They were never in a relationship to begin with, I argued. They slept together a few times, that's it. My case in point, my best friend agreed. It drives Danielle crazy that you can hold his attention effortlessly when she spent the last 5 years trying and failing to do just that. He lost his virginity to her, you know. Psh! She waved a hand around. That doesn't mean anything. Losing their virginity doesn't mean the same thing to a fella as it does to a girl. That's a fairly sexist statement, Case. I chuckled. How would you know that? Because, my dear, sweet summer child, she crooned, pausing to pat my hand. By the time boys grow hair on their balls, they're desperate to give it away to the first girl willing to take it. You're terrible, I laughed. Terribly accurate, she pointed out. It's the truth, Eve. I'm dead right. It's a matter of getting it out of the way for boys, not holding onto it for dear life like us girls. You haven't been a virgin since 3rd year, I reminded her. Okay, she drawled, rolling her eyes. Holding onto it for dear life like you then. She waved a hand around aimlessly. Just like Paul was stupid enough to hand his over to that girl from Tommen, Joey just so happened to be equally stupid when he inserted his virginal pecker in our classmate. Girls, Mac interrupted with a friendly smile as he slid into the seat beside Casey. How are you getting on? Speak of the devil, I snickered, offering Casey a knowing wink, you know, just in case she had forgotten who she gave her virginity away to. Hiya, Mac. Yeah, hi, Mac, Casey bit out, giving me her infamous bring it up and you're dead look. What's new? No one nearly as lovely as your good self, Case, he replied, nudging my friend's shoulder with his big one. I was out having a smoke with Podge and the lads, but your man from Elk's Terrace is sniffing round, so I got the hell out of Dodge. Elk's Terrace? My ears pricked up. Who? That Holland creep, Mac replied, and my heart sank into my ass. Shane Holland. He's one bad egg, girls. Mac continued, unwrapping the paper covering his chicken fillet roll. Skulking around the school car park when he finished going here years ago. Is he with him? Mac looked at me in confusion. Who? Joey? Who? Joey! Ah, you mean Lynchy? He chuckled to himself. I was like, who's Joey? I was so used to calling him, Focus, Mac, Jesus! I practically shouted as I leaned across the table and tapped his forehead with my empty plastic bottle. Did you see Joey out there with Shane Holland? Yeah, Jesus, Mac grumbled, rubbing his head. He's outside with him now. Shoving my chair back, I jerked to my feet, leaving my bag, lunch, and friends behind me, and stormed out of the canteen. Eva, wait up, I'll come with you. No, don't follow me, I warned Casey as I stormed through the hallway and out the front entrance of the school. I was going to blow a head gasket. Joey had been doing so damn well. No goddamn way was I allowing this piece of shit to throw him off kilter. Hey! I screamed when the familiar black Honda Civic came into my focus, parked up at the far end of the school car park. Hey! Barging through a group of stoners from the air above me, I whipped out my phone, which absolutely did not have a camera on it, and pretended to take a picture of Shane's car. Get out of the car, asshole! My, whatever the hell he was sitting in the passenger seat of a car full of much older boys, turned to look out the windscreen with a look of confusion etched on his face. However, the moment his eyes landed on me, his confusion quickly morphed into recognition before settling on anger. Oh, be angry, fucker, because I can be angrier. I said get out of the car, asshole, I demanded, slamming my hands down on the bonnet, uncaring of how much attention I was drawing on them. Now! What the fuck do you think you're doing? Joey snarled, throwing the car door open and climbing out. Jesus Christ, Malloy! Rounding the bonnet, he quickly slid between me and the car. What are you thinking? What am I thinking? I strangled out, chest heaving as I quickly searched his eyes for the familiar signs that he was high. What are you thinking? Losing my cool, I shoved him out of the way and kicked the number plate of Shane's car. Hey! Shane roared, rolling down his tinted window. Get a handle on your doll, Lynchy, or I will. I'd like to see you try, asshole! I screamed back at the big bastard, and then I flung my phone at his windscreen for good measure. I'm not afraid of you. Malloy. No! Pushing Joey when he tried to wrestle me away, I strode back to the car and kicked it again before retrieving my phone. He's not interested in what you have to offer anymore. Do you hear me? He's not fucking interested, so back off. Malloy! You said you'd try, Joe. Feeling my eyes well up with tears, I roughly pushed on his big shoulders. You fucking promised me that you wouldn't. And I haven't, he snapped, quickly snatching up my flailing arms and pulling me roughly against him. Do you have a death wish? Furious, crystal-clear green eyes glared down at me. You don't fuck around with guys like him, Malloy. Keeping my arms pinned by my sides, he hissed, and you definitely don't go around making a scene in public and kicking their goddamn cars. I don't care, I screamed back, and I meant every word. I don't care about his bullshit threats. What I care about is what you were doing in his car, Joey. I don't answer to you, Malloy, which means I don't need to explain myself either. He was quick to say, eyes burning with frustrated heat. I'm not fucking around behind your back with other girls. That you can be rest assured of. I'm with you and only you. But everything else I do, or who I do it with, when we're not together, is not your business. You are my business, asshole, I strangled out. Reckless and wild, I broke free of his hold, knotted his jumper in my fist, and dragged his mouth down to mine, kissing him hard and rough. Pulling back, I hissed, and if you gave one single shred of a shit about me, then you would understand why you need to walk away from this car. Malloy. Right now, Joey, I cried out angrily. It's not a matter of pride here. It's a matter of laying your cards on the table and proving that I matter to you just as much as you matter to me. He stared down at me for the longest moment, nostrils flaring and chest heaving with temper. Finally, thankfully, he relented with a stiff nod. I could feel the fury emanating from him as he muttered something in the car window to Shane, before following me to where I had barely driven and parked my car at school today. Don't talk to me, Joey warned when I passed him my keys and slid into the passenger seat. The fact that he had climbed into the driver's seat beside me wasn't a victory that I could celebrate, not when I could feel the war brewing between us. Not one fucking word.
Jump off the deep end. May 7th, 2004, Joey. Fury. I'd never tasted it quite this bitterly. Unable to look at Malloy for fear of what I might say, I kept driving away from the school and further out from Ballylagan, hoping that some distance would help cool me down. We need to talk about this. She was right, we did, but I wasn't ready for a conversation. I couldn't listen to her words right now. I couldn't hear her reasoning for doing what she did earlier. Talking, while I was wrestling with my temper like this, wouldn't do either one of us an ounce of good. I would lose my head and spit my poison all over her feelings. It wouldn't matter if I meant the words coming out of my mouth or not. They would explode from my lips like bullets intended to decimate my intended target. A self-preservation tactic that had been programmed into me since birth. Right now my head was telling me that the target for my fury was the girl sitting beside me, which was a stark contrast to my heart. That was warning me to lower the proverbial gun and don't shoot. Are you sure that the insurance my father put you on at work covers you driving this? She was trying to get me to come around with small talk. It wouldn't work. I still can't believe you got your full license before me. If she couldn't, then she was the only one, judging by the way she drove, like a 90-year-old, with poor eyesight and a serious lack of awareness. I had a feeling Sean would pass his driving test before she did. I'm mad at you too, you know. Yeah, I got that loud and clear, when she went batshit and attacked Shane's car. Parking up at the beach, I killed the engine and took a deep, steadying breath before I turned in my seat to face her. She was already facing me with her arms folded across her chest, and her face set in a hard line. Her blonde hair fell loosely down her shoulders to her elbows. She looked like an angel, poised and ready to go to war with me. And that was unnerving as fuck. You don't get to do that, Malloy, I finally said, when I was sure that I could control the words coming out of my mouth. You don't get to stamp your feet and throw a tantrum at school when I'm talking to someone you don't approve of. With her back leaning against the car door, she glared at me sulkily, but didn't respond. She looked ridiculously sexy, with her full lips set in a pout, and I wasn't sure if I wanted to fight with her or fuck her in that moment. I'm serious, I told her. If any other girl pulled a stunt like that on me, then I wouldn't be sitting in a car with her, talking to her about it. No, because I would have told her where to go back at school. But I'm not any other girl, she said huffily. That's exactly the point. So fucking confident. You were wrong to do what you did. No, you were wrong. He's not someone you mess with, Malloy. Did you not think about that before you decided to kick the shit out of his car? Neither am I. Did you not think about that before you got into his car? I can talk to anyone I want. Not when they sell you drugs, you can't. I told you that I didn't take anything. That doesn't mean that you weren't tempted. You can't tell me what to do, Malloy. Even when it's for your own good. Even then. You don't own me. Yeah, I do. No, Malloy. I blew out a frustrated breath. You don't? She glared back at me. You're here, aren't you? Because you spat the dummy. And you came running. I narrowed my eyes. Malloy. She narrowed her eyes right back at me. Joey. Jesus. I couldn't deal with this girl. I shook my head, feeling at a loss. Well, if people at school didn't know about us before, they certainly do now. Good. More bitchy, glaring. I have nothing to be ashamed of, have you? I glowered back at her. No. Good, she bit out. Glad we got that cleared up. I don't know what I'm doing here. I threw my hands up. I really fucking don't. You're here for the same reason that I am, asshole. She came right out with it, and then sucker punched me in the chest with her next statement. Because you're in love with the person staring back at you. The same way I am. I'm not in love with you, I warned her, tone shaky now. I'm not, Malloy. I don't love you. Don't bullshit a bullshitter, Joey. She had the nerve to roll her eyes and say, You love me so much that it makes you sick. You're so fucking full of yourself, I snapped, completely unnerved by the blonde, who was crawling over the console to sit on my lap. You don't know what's in my head, Malloy. I'm in your head. Straddling my hips, she reached for the hem of her school jumper and quickly yanked it off. Then, now, always, don't pull this shit on me, I heard myself say, even though I had my hand behind the back of my head to tug the jumper right off along with hers. Her hands moved to the buttons of her school shirt, and I didn't even pretend not to watch as she deftly flicked each one open, revealing a sexy lace pink bra constraining her massive tits. Jesus, I growled, hardening to the point of pain beneath her. Tell me. Shrugging off her shirt, she reached behind her for the clasp of her bra and gave me a teasing smile as she withdrew her hand and settled her palm on my chest instead. Tell me what I want to hear. Not happening, I replied, hooking an arm around her waist and pulling her roughly to my chest. Reaching a hand up the middle of her back, I quickly unsnapped the clasp of her bra. Because I don't. Because you're scared, she corrected, pressing a feather-light kiss to the corner of my mouth, as she slowly drew the straps of her bra down each arm before tossing it on the floor. Because you're... Pausing, she leaned in and traced my bottom lip with the tip of her tongue, and then whispered, A pussy.
Making up and making out. May 7th, 2004. Aoife. You know the old saying, don't poke the bear? Yeah, I poked him. Furious at my goading, Joey had decided that the best way to prove that he wasn't a pussy was by eating mine. Strewn over the passenger seat of my steamed-up car, which had been fully reclined to the point that my hair was spilling onto the back seat, I rocked my hips against his face as my fingers clutched at his hair. Don't stop! As naked as the day I'd been born, and in broad daylight, I gave a grand total of 0 fucks as he drove me to the brink of madness with his fingers and tongue. Don't fucking stop, Joe! Ease up on the thigh clenching, Malloy, he growled, and I looked down to see my thighs squeezing his neck tightly. You're cutting off my circulation here. Sorry, I cried out, letting my legs fall to his sides, only to feel them spring back up when his tongue flicked over my clit. I can't. You can either come or you can kill me, he warned, prying my thighs open. You can't do both. The first one, I quickly replied, breathless. I can do the second one later. Joey chuckled. That's my girl. Jesus! My eyes rolled back of their own accord, and I drowned in the sensations and the unimaginably addictive pulsing of pleasure that he conjured up from deep inside of me. Fuck me! I heard myself cry out as I came hard, shuddering and shaking as shocks of white-hot heat tore through me. "Fuck me, Joe!" It wasn't my plea that surprised me as much as it was his response. He laughed. That's right. Instead of taking advantage of the opportunity I'd offered no other boy before him, the big, bare-chested bastard laughed. "Wow, thanks for laughing," I deadpanned, watching as he flopped back into the driver's seat and ran a hand through his thoroughly mussed hair. "I feel so special." "You should," he replied, thoroughly amused as he reached a hand inside his jocks and readjusted his hard-on. "I just spent the past half an hour with my head between your legs, Malloy." Which, as you can tell by my earlier screams, I am very grateful for. "But I just offered you my virginity on a bloody platter and you laughed at me." He laughed again, louder this time. "What's so funny?" "Nothing, nothing," he choked out, trying and failing to sober his features as he wheezed with laughter. "It's just, you said bloody platter." "Oh, come on to yourself," I flushed bright pink. "You know what I meant." "Yeah, I do," he chuckled. "It just got me." "So come on," I demanded. "Tell me why you laughed." "Because you were high and not thinking it through." My mouth fell open. "I don't take drugs. I'm not you, asshole." "Do you still want to give me that virginity of yours?" he shot back, waving a hand around us. "Or have you come down from your come high enough to remember that fucking me in a car is not what you've held out this long for?" "Oh." "Yeah." He laughed. "Oh." Well, my face flamed as I begrudgingly agreed with his logic. "I suppose I should thank you," I muttered as I quickly threw my dishevelled school uniform back on, "for being so chivalrous when it comes to my protecting my virginity." "You're welcome," he replied, rebuttoning his school shirt. "Contrary to popular belief, I'm not that guy, Malloy." "No," I blew out a shaky breath as I flipped my hair over one shoulder and reached for my seatbelt. "I know you're not, Joe." "But I'm not a saint either," he warned, when he was fully dressed and had the key turned in the ignition. He cast me a heated look and said, "Next time you beg me to fuck you, I won't say no." "Yeah," I laughed nervously. "I'll be sure to remember that." He winked. "You do that." Oh boy.
Phone calls and phonies. June 8th, 2004. Joey. And then she poured the jug of water over his head and told him to go fuck himself. Malloy laughed down the line. Can you believe the audacity of that man? He thought he could cop a feel, and Julie would just take it lying down. "Julie?" I asked, as I tried to balance my phone between my ear and shoulder while rolling a tire across the garage floor. "You know Julie." I had no clue who Julie was. She was the barmaid that I'm always telling you about. No, still nothing. This woman was a mystery to me. "Oh yeah, I remember now," I said instead. Like I gave a shit about this Julie and her audacious punter. "Good for her," I added, indulging Malloy for the sake of a quiet life. "Wait, he didn't touch your tits, did he?" "No, chill. The only one touching me is you." "Good." Pausing to sit the tire against the wall, I moved for the next one. "Listen, I'd love to stay and talk, but I'm still at work." "And so are you." "Yeah, me too," she replied with a sigh. "I'm on my break." "Well, I'm not," I replied, growing frustrated by the distraction. It was an unfamiliar feeling for me because when I was at work, I was at work. I didn't mess about. I put my head down and got shit done, unlike the deviant on the other line. So, I'm hanging up now. No, don't hang up. Malloy whined down the line. Stay on the line and keep me company. Call Casey to keep you company, I replied. I've a lot to get done here before I clock out. Joe, do you want to meet up at 5? I growled. Because that won't happen if you don't let me finish my jobs, Malloy. Fine, she huffed out a breath. I'll call Casey. You do that, I replied. Bye. Love you. See you at 5. Say it. Jesus Christ. Just go the fuck back to work. Say it, and I will. No. I blew out a frustrated growl. Stop pushing. You love it when I push you, she teased, and then her voice took on a flirty purr when she added, but you love it even more when I pull you. What have I got myself into? The best relationship of your life? She wasn't wrong there. See you at 5.
Summer lovin'. I got me a tat. July 11th, 2004. Aoife. Joey never should have let me talk him into going to that damn techno festival in Tralee on Friday night. If he hadn't, then we wouldn't be here. 2 days later, in a shitty B&B on the side of the road in the middle of the back end of Kerry. Not a penny in our pockets to rub together, and dying slow deaths from the kind of alcohol abuse that turned a man's liver yellow. We were a disgrace, and my only consolation was the fact that it was all Joey's fault for going along with my idea. God, he was so damn impressionable sometimes. I think I'm hemorrhaging vodka from my dick, he announced when he stepped out of the ensuite bathroom in our room on Sunday morning. Seriously. Standing in nothing but his boxers, Joey rubbed his hands up and down my arms as he padded back to the bed. I just took a piss that lasted a full 2 minutes without stopping and smelled exactly like what we were drinking last night. So sexy, I purred, rolling over to snuggle into him when he flopped back down on the mattress. Hold up. Springing up in the bed, I gaped down at the 5-lettered word inked on his chest. What the hell is that? What? That? I poked the piece of skin covering his heart. Aoife was written in italic scribe across the left side of his chest. What? He drawled lazily. Did you look in the mirror when you were recording your personal best time for the Piss Olympics? Huh? Look! I whisper-hissed and then bit down on my fist in nervous anticipation. Bleary-eyed, Joey pulled himself up on his elbows, glanced down at his chest and released a frustrated groan before flopping back down on the pillows. Well, I can tell you one thing for sure that I do remember about the past 2 days, Malloy, and it's that this was your genius idea. What? I shook my head at a total drunken hazed loss. No, it wasn't. That creepy tent with those hippies, he grumbled. You dragged me in there last night, demanding to be tramp-stamped. I did? Yeah, you did. Well, it looks like you're the one with the tramp stamp, bitch, I cackled, slapping my palm down on his tender chest. Hard luck. That's what you think. He grunted, shrugging me off and then draping an arm over his face. Check your ass. Huh? Your ass, he mumbled, voice raspy and hoarse. I'm on it. No, you're not. Yeah, I am, he replied, yawning. If you're on my heart, then I'm on your ass. Oh, cop on, I growled, narrowing my eyes. That's not even funny. You're mine now, Malloy, he mimicked my voice. Hard luck. Falling off the bed, I staggered over to the mirror on the back of the bedroom door and unceremoniously yanked my knickers down my legs. Oh my God! I screamed, eyes glued to the red-inked heart on the right cheek of my ass with the name Joey in black ink inside it. Your name is on my ass! Like I said, he shot back with a yawn. Looks like you're my bitch. I'm on my period, you idiot. How is being on your period my fault? His voice echoed out from under the pillow he draped over his face. I'm not Mother Nature, Malloy. It's your fault because you should have stopped me, I strangled out, gaping in absolute horror at the reflection of my red and weltered ass cheek. Jesus Christ, I don't know what's worse, I wailed, reaching around to rip the cling film off. The fact that I got a tattoo of my boyfriend's name on my ass like some slut, or the fact that I did it with a tampon string dangling between my legs. Do you have any painkillers? Was his loving and supportive response. My head's in pieces. Screw your headache, I wailed, arms flailing. How could you let this happen to me? I shook my head and fought back a whimper. Joe, my dad is going to kill me. Why? He drawled, not one bit fazed by any of this as he sprawled out and starfished the mattress. Does Tony have a habit of checking the cheeks of your ass, Malloy? Summer lovin'. I got me a tat. July 11th, 2004. Aoife. Joey never should have let me talk him into going to that damn techno festival in Tralee on Friday night. If he hadn't, then we wouldn't be here. 2 days later, in a shitty B&B on the side of the road in the middle of the back end of Kerry. Not a penny in our pockets to rub together, and dying slow deaths from the kind of alcohol abuse that turned a man's liver yellow. We were a disgrace, and my only consolation was the fact that it was all Joey's fault for going along with my idea. God, he was so damn impressionable sometimes. I think I'm hemorrhaging vodka from my dick, he announced when he stepped out of the ensuite bathroom in our room on Sunday morning. Seriously. Standing in nothing but his boxers, Joey rubbed his hands up and down my arms as he padded back to the bed. I just took a piss that lasted a full 2 minutes without stopping and smelled exactly like what we were drinking last night. So sexy, I purred, rolling over to snuggle into him when he flopped back down on the mattress. Hold up. Springing up in the bed, I gaped down at the 5-lettered word inked on his chest. What the hell is that? What? That? I poked the piece of skin covering his heart. Aoife was written in italic scribe across the left side of his chest. What? He drawled lazily. Did you look in the mirror when you were recording your personal best time for the Piss Olympics? Huh? Look! I hissed, and then bit down on my fist in nervous anticipation. Bleary-eyed, Joey pulled himself up on his elbows, glanced down at his chest, and released a frustrated groan before flopping back down on the pillows. Well, I can tell you one thing for sure that I do remember about the past 2 days, Malloy, and it's that this was your genius idea. What? I shook my head at a total drunken hazed loss. No, it wasn't. That creepy tent with those hippies, he grumbled. You dragged me in there last night, demanding to be tramp-stamped. I did? Yeah, You did? Well, it looks like you're the one with the tramp stamp, bitch, I cackled, slapping my palm down on his tender chest. Hard luck. That's what you think. He grunted, shrugging me off and then draping an arm over his face. Check your ass. Huh? Your ass, he mumbled, voice raspy and hoarse. I'm on it. No, you're not. Yeah, I am, he replied, yawning. If you're on my heart, then I'm on your ass. Oh, cop on, I growled, narrowing my eyes. That's not even funny. You're mine now, Malloy, he mimicked my voice. Hard luck. Falling off the bed, I staggered over to the mirror on the back of the bedroom door and unceremoniously yanked my knickers down my legs. Oh my God! I screamed, eyes glued to the red-inked heart on the right cheek of my ass with the name Joey in black ink inside it. Your name is on my ass! Like I said, he shot back with a yawn. Looks like you're my bitch. I'm on my period, you idiot. How is being on your period my fault? His voice echoed out from under the pillow he draped over his face. I'm not Mother Nature, Malloy. It's your fault because you should have stopped me, I strangled out, gaping in absolute horror at the reflection of my red and weltered ass cheek. Jesus Christ, I don't know what's worse, I wailed, reaching around to rip the cling film off. The fact that I got a tattoo of my boyfriend's name on my ass like some slut, or the fact that I did it with a tampon string dangling between my legs. Do you have any painkillers? Was his loving and supportive response. My head's in pieces. Screw your headache, I wailed, arms flailing. How could you let this happen to me? I shook my head and fought back a whimper. Joe, my dad is going to kill me. Why? He drawled, not one bit fazed by any of this as he sprawled out and starfished the mattress. Does Tony have a habit of checking the cheeks of your ass, Malloy?
Road trip home. July 11th, 2004. Joey. You're going the wrong way. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Do you want to drive? No. Then shut up. She gasped in a loud breath. I'm offended. I shrugged. Say sorry. No. She folded her arms across her chest and huffed. Do it. I laughed. No. I want an apology. And I want €1,000,000. I laughed. Tell you what. You'll get your apology when I get my money. She glared at the side of my face for a few moments longer before her expression softened. Hey, Joe. Do you think I'm dramatic? Only when you're awake. Her glare made a reappearance. Now I want 2 apologies. Her phone started to ring then, and she quickly answered the call. Hello, Father. This is your favourite child speaking. Rolling my eyes, I concentrated on the road ahead of us, while she rambled on to her dad. Yeah, we had a great time, she said, ripping off a lollipop wrapper and popping it into her mouth. Yeah, Casey really enjoyed the festival too. She paused to wink at me before continuing with her conversation. Yeah, I'm totally safe, Dad. I'm really getting the hang of driving. Yeah, fucking right. Okay, Dad. I'll see you tonight. Yeah. Okay, love you. Bye. Hanging up, she tossed the phone on her lap and twisted in her seat to face me. So, I had a really good time this weekend, boyfriend.
I'm not your boyfriend, Malloy. Oh yeah, I forgot. She shot back with a grin. You're my bitch.
Meet my dad. I mean, your boss. August 22nd, 2004. Aoife. On Sunday morning, Joey had a face like thunder when he stepped out his front door and made a beeline for where I was sitting on his garden wall. I told you that I'd meet you on your street, he snapped, quickly snatching me up and throwing me over his shoulder. I don't want you anywhere near this house, Malloy. His bad mood was something I expected, so I didn't let it faze me. Instead, I laughed at how ridiculous we looked as he continued to stalk down the footpath with me over his shoulder and my ass in the air. I'm wearing a skirt, I laughed, which earned me a string of curse words as he quickly set me on my feet and pulled the hem of my skirt down. It's nice, huh? Stepping closer, I grabbed his hand and made him feel the fabric. It's totally fake leather, but I feel like a pure ride in it. You look like one too, he muttered, rubbing his jaw as his eyes drank me in. Jesus, did you go to Mass wearing that skirt? I sure did. Batting my eyes, I grinned up at him. But don't worry, I plan on going to confession next week to atone for my sins. Atone? Smirking, he slung an arm over my shoulders as we walked. You don't know the meaning of the word. And you do? Reaching around, I slipped my hand into his back pocket, my favourite place to touch him. I didn't see you lining up for Holy Communion. Fair point. So, thinking carefully about how I was going to phrase my next question, I said, We've had fun this summer, haven't we, Joe? Yeah, he replied slowly. We have. I mean, we have though, right? Exhaling heavily, I added, We've spent a lot of time together, had a lot of fun, done a lot of stuff. Is this the part where you tell me that you've had a great time and you'll always cherish the memories we've made together, but it's time for me to get the fuck away from you now? What? I gaped at him. No! Why would you even say that? Not sure, he replied in a curious tone, rubbing his jaw. Those damn TV shows you make me watch must be making me soft. Well, I'd say that I'm the one making you soft, but we both know that never happens when you're around me. Nice. Thanks. So, listen, I have no plans on ending anything, I hurried to say, but I was hoping that I could run something by you really quick. Sounds dangerous. Only a little. I laughed nervously and looked up at him. How would you feel about coming over for dinner? Huh? Joey stared down at me like he hadn't understood the question. Dinner, I repeated, swallowing deeply. I want you to come over for dinner. With you? Yeah, I replied with an enthusiastic nod. And the rest of my family? No. He was quick to shut down, as his hand dropped from my shoulder like my skin had burned him. Not happening. I rolled my eyes. Joey! I'm not interested, he snapped, running a hand through his hair. If you wanted a guy that you could take home to meet the family, then you should have stuck with Ricey. I'm clearly not that guy, Malloy. I'm not the kind that mothers want to see with their daughters shacking up with. Oh, please, I snapped. My mum loves you. Only because she doesn't know what I do to her daughter when they go to bed at night. My jaw fell open. Joe, come on. No, don't look at me like that. He warned. Don't give me those big eyes, Malloy. It's not happening. You know that I don't want your father finding out about us. I could lose my job. How the fuck am I supposed to explain rolling up to the dinner table with his baby girl in tow? I shrugged. We could just tell them. Now he was the one whose mouth fell open. Tell me you're joking. What? I defended. Would it be so terrible if our parents knew about us? Yes, it would, he argued right back. It would be very fucking terrible. I could lose my job. He won't fire you for being my boyfriend. I'm not your boyfriend, Malloy. He was quick to deny. I'm just your... Yes, you are, you big idiot. I snapped, irritated now. It's been 7 months. You're my boyfriend, I'm your girlfriend, and we love each other a lot. We absolutely do not. So much, in fact, that we love to take our clothes off and put our mouths on each other's... Jesus Christ. He blew out a pained breath. You are hell-bent on getting me killed, aren't you? It's going to be fine, I coaxed, sliding my arm through his as I practically dragged him down the road. They didn't even sound that surprised when I mentioned it. What? He gaped at me. What did you do? Nothing. Malloy? Nothing, I swear. Malloy? Fine. I threw my hands up. I already told my parents that I invited you over for dinner. No. Joey stopped walking again, and this time I think he stopped breathing. Tell me you didn't. And I also told them that you said you'd come, I admitted, covering my eyes with my hand and then peeking through my fingers. His eyes bulged. And they said that dinner will be ready at 1 o'clock. I twisted the knife by adding, We're having roast beef. Please don't be mad. Roast beef. Running a hand through his hair, he hissed, Aoife, I'm going to be roast fucking beef when your father gets his hands on me. Wow, I mused. You called me Aoife. You never call me Aoife. Well, I suppose I'd better start practicing. He hissed, you know, for when I meet your parents. I grinned. As my boyfriend. Not your boyfriend, he muttered, and then released a pained groan. Oh my Jesus, I just realized something. What? My boss's daughter is my girlfriend. Laughing, I patted him on the shoulder. That she is.
Dinner with Tony, August 22nd, 2004, Joey. Malloy snookered me with an invitation to dinner with her family that I couldn't get myself out of. I'd been in her house countless times over the years, but never as her invited guest for a family dinner. Unnerved and completely unprepared for what I was about to face, I stood silently behind her the whole way there, keeping my hands in my jean pockets. Don't touch her, I mentally warned myself as she opened the front door and stepped inside. And no goddamn fighting. It's okay, she said, with a smug grin, as she gestured for me to follow her into the lion's den. Yeah, it might be okay for her, I thought bitterly, but I was the one with everything on the line here. My ability to provide for my family, my ability to procreate with a functional pair of balls. Yeah, I had a feeling both were at stake today. This was all new territory to me. 1 minute I was 12 years old and locking eyes on her at the school gates, and the next I was 17, standing in her house, about to tell her father that she was mine. Christ. I had no fucking clue how to make this work without screwing everything up. Because let's face it, I had a gift for fucking up. Muttering out a string of coarse words under my breath, I followed her into the house, feeling my heart rate increase with every step I took closer to the kitchen. A kitchen I knew well, considering I'd helped Tony fit it 3 years ago. Aoife, is that you, love? With her back to the door, Trish Malloy reached into the oven and retrieved the nicest smelling joint roast beef I'd ever had the pleasure of smelling.
Have you any idea what time young Joey is coming over? The meat's just done, and I want to serve it while it's hot." Yeah, ma'am," Malloy offered, offering me a reassuring nudge with her shoulder. "We're both here." Here we go. "Joey, love." Setting the roasting tin on the counter, Trish pulled off her oven glove and shuffled over to us. "How are you?" With a warm smile, she grabbed my arms, reached up, and pressed a kiss to my cheek. "It's lovely to have you over." Repressing the urge to jerk away from her touch, I forced myself to smile down at the low-sized blonde. "It's good to see you, Trish." Feeling at a complete fucking loss, I shrugged and added, "Thanks for having me over." Again, "The food smells great." "Ah, sure. You should know by now that you're always welcome in this house," she replied, and then frowned. "But what have I told you about keeping that hood up and hiding that handsome face?" Reaching a hand up, she pulled my hood down. "Now," she smiled and patted my cheek. "Much better." Jesus. "Yeah, Joey." Snickering, Malloy trailed after her ma'am, helping to set the table and lay out the cutlery. "You really need to stop wearing your hood up all the time." "Force of habit, I guess," I bit out, glaring at the back of her head. "Can I help with anything?" No, love," Trish said, ushering me over to the table. "You sit down and relax. You're our guest. We'll look after you for a change." The sound of a throat clearing filled my ears, and I didn't need to look behind me to know that Tony had entered the kitchen. "Joey," he said with a sniff as he walked over to the joint of beef. "You're keeping well?" "Tony." Forcing myself to remain calm, I offered him a small nod. "All good, thanks for having me over." "It was Aoife's idea." Reaching into the drawer, he retrieved the sharpest-looking carving knife I'd ever had the misfortune of laying eyes on. "She said the two of you had something to discuss with us." That's how he'll do it, I thought to myself, as I made my peace with God. That's what he'll use when he cuts my balls off. "Dad," Malloy growled in a warning tone, "you promised." Tony held his hands up. "Have I said a harsh word to the lad?" "You don't have to," she snapped back. "The fact that you're glaring at him while yielding a carving knife says it all for you." Christ. "Listen, Tony." Knowing that I was going to have to get this over with sooner or later, I pushed my chair back and stood. "Can we talk outside?" "You want to talk?" "Yeah, I do." I glanced wearily at the shiny piece of steel in his hand, preferably without the knife. "Right so, boyo. Let's have that talk." Reluctantly setting the knife down, my boss nodded stiffly and opened the back door before stepping outside. "Aoife, stay here," Trish called out when Malloy attempted to follow me out. "But no buts, young lady," her mother replied. "Now be a good girl and mash the spuds for your poor mammy. My arthritis is flaring up." Worrying on her lip, Malloy offered me a helpless shrug as I walked to my fate. "If I die today, it's on your conscience," I mentally told her as I stepped outside and closed the back door behind me. Turning to face her father, who was glaring at me like I had betrayed him, and let's face it, I had, I quickly held my hands up. "Before you say a word, just know that I didn't set out to disrespect you in any way, shape, or form." He sighed heavily. "Joey, I know that
You've been good to me," I hurried to add, "and this probably feels like the ultimate betrayal, considering you warned me not to go there with her, but I care about your daughter, Tony." He shook his head. "Joey." "I do, Tony," I urged. "I really fucking care about her, okay? This isn't a fleeting notion either. We didn't get together on a whim. I put a hell of a lot of thought into this," I added, blowing out a breath. "She's my friend, Tony, my best friend. Has been for a long time now. I'm not going to lie to you and say that I didn't see it coming, but I can truthfully say that I did everything I could to stop it from happening." "Joey!" Tony barked, and I quickly clamped my mouth shut. "I only have 2 questions for you." Oh, Jesus. "And take your time answering them," he added. "Because I only want the truth, lad." I nodded. "Okay. First," he eyed me carefully and asked, "do you love my daughter?" Heart thumping violently in my chest, I felt myself nod. "Entirely." And then I heard myself say, "For about 5 years now." Well, shit. "Second," he said slowly, "do you see a future with her?" "No," I admitted, hating my words but needing to give him the truth, because if anyone deserved my honesty, it was this man. "I don't see a future for us, but that's not because I don't want one with her. It's because I don't see a future for myself, period." The hard look on his face softened. "Ah, lad." I shook off his sympathy. I didn't want it, and I didn't need it. "I know that I let you down," I continued, blowing out a harsh breath. "So there won't be any hard feelings on my end if you need to let me go at work." "Let you go?" Tony frowned. "Why would I do that?" I stared back in confusion. "Because I fell in love with your daughter when you told me not to." "We seem to have our wires crossed, boyo," Tony said with a heavy sigh, as he walked towards me and clamped a hand on my shoulder. "I warned you off my daughter because I didn't want to lose a good worker if it all went pear-shaped, and for no other reason." I frowned at him. "But I thought—" "You're a grand lad, Joey," Tony added, giving my shoulder a squeeze. "A lad I would be happy to see look after my Aoife." "No." I shook my head, brows furrowed in confusion. "I'm really not, Tony." "You forget that I've known you since you were a small boy of 12, he reminded me, as he steered us towards the back door. "I remember looking at this small scrap of a lad standing in the garage, down on his luck and with the weight of the world on his shoulders. That small boy asked me for a chance that day," he added, voice thick with emotion. "I took a chance on that boy, and I'm glad that I did, because the man that small boy turned into is a man who I'm damn proud of."
Meeting Mammy and making plans. August 22nd, 2004. Aoife. My parents were far from perfect, but as I sat at the dinner table and watched them embrace Joey, I was glad they were mine. The only skeptic in the midst was a very wary-looking Kev who seemed to have a nervous disposition around my boyfriend. I couldn't blame my brother, not when the same hands that made me feel so good had almost throttled him. Somehow, through the jigs and the reels, we had managed to broach the subject of what would happen after all 3 of us finished secondary school next year. That sounds lovely, Mam said after dinner, when we were all in the sitting room with bowls of Viennetta on our laps. Yeah, Mam had brought out the fancy ice cream. And you're happy with the qualification you'll get from that course, yeah? You'll get a good job from it? Absolutely. They also have a fantastic campus and the curriculum seems solid, which is vastly contradictory to what they have on their pamphlets and website. My brother continued to drone on, almost boring me to tears, as I sat on the couch between him and Joey. The same Joey who looked incredibly uncertain as he looked from one face to another. Stretching my leg out, I discreetly nudged his foot with mine. His wild green eyes flashed to mine, and I gave him a reassuring smile. So, Joey, love, Mam said when Kev finally decided to stop blowing his own trumpet. Kev's aiming to get into UCC. Aoife's hoping for hairdressing. What are you planning to do after 6th year? What do you mean, what's the plan? Dad interrupted, a spoonful of ice cream held in the air. You'll complete his apprenticeship and come on full-time with me at the garage. Would you stop, Tony? Mam admonished, reaching over to slap my father's leg. I was asking the young lad what he wanted to do after school, not what you want him to do after school. Roughly clearing his throat, Joey set his bowl on the floor beside him and turned to my mother. Well, I was hoping that Tony would consider taking me on for an apprenticeship. See now, Trish. My father beamed like the cat that got the cream. And there's no hoping required, son. He added, this time addressing Joey. I didn't spend the last 5 years training you up for some other fella to swoop in and steal you off me. Holy fuck. The tension in Joey's shoulders seemed to melt away as he looked at my father like he'd just told him he won the lotto. Are you serious? I am, Dad replied. Just finish off this last year of school. Do the best you can. Keep your head down and out of trouble, and we'll talk business then. Jesus. Exhaling a ragged breath, Joey dropped his head and cupped the back of his neck. Thanks, Tony. Don't you go scaring him off now, you hear? Dad said, eyes on me. I can't be losing my apprentice if you two decide to part ways. You won't, Joey assured him. I won't mess this up. Yes, good lad, Dad said. But I was talking to her ladyship alongside you. Me? I laughed. How am I responsible for this metaphorical parting of ways? Probably because you're such a demanding pain in the hole, Kev offered dryly, and Dad's having a hard time understanding why anyone would voluntarily agree to set up house with such a princess. Ha fucking ha, I shot back, digging both of my couch buddies in the ribs when they erupted with laughter. Aren't you all just so hilarious? Don't worry, Aoife, love, Mam offered then. Dad didn't have to pay Joy too much to go out with you. More eruptions of laughter unfolded. Don't take any notice of them, pet, Dad crooned through fits of laughter. It only cost me a $5. I hate you all, I announced dramatically, and then waved a finger in Joey's amused face. Especially you, turncoat. 6th year.
Home by now. August 31st, 2004. Joey. You need to do something. Shannon all but begged when I stepped through the front door on Tuesday evening after an extra-long training session with the miners in the city. Please, Joey, please, you have to do something. With tear-filled eyes, she clung onto my arm like it was a life jacket. There's so much blood. Jesus Christ, calm down, I snapped, dropping my hurley and gear bag on the hallway tiles. What's after happening?
I demanded, flustered, as I glanced around wildly. Who's bleeding? Hiccuping out a sob, Shannon dragged me up the staircase, stumbling over her own legs until we were on the landing. In there, she choked out, pointing to the bathroom. In there, Joe. Ma'am? I strangled out, chest heaving, as I threw the bathroom door open and barreled inside. Ma'am! It's not ma'am, Shannon cried out. It's okay, a small voice said, and my legs gave way beneath me. No. It's okay, Joey. No. Really? I'm okay? Please, God, no. Sinking to my knees on the blood-encrusted floor, I just stared helplessly at the small child leaning over the side of the toilet, and the steady flow of blood coming from his nose, completely fucking reeling. I felt my head grow light as memories from what felt like a lifetime ago bombarded me. It's okay, Dar, I wheezed, leaning heavily over the toilet bowl, as a mixture of vomit and blood continued to heave from my black and blue stomach. I'm okay. Joey, Darren croaked out, as he knelt beside me and kept a steadying hand on my back. I'm so sorry I wasn't there. I had training. It doesn't matter, I strangled out, as the pain of having my 7-year nose broken threatened to consume me. I don't care, I continued to say over and over, hoping that if I said it enough times, it might come true. It's not as bad as it looks, Tag tried to comfort me by saying, as he spat a mouthful of clotted blood onto the toilet bowl. He pressed a fresh wad of tissue to his clearly broken nose, as the skin under his eyes already started turning a yellowish brown. Really, Joe, it doesn't even hurt. He's gone, Shannon hurried to fill in. I think he left because he knew you'd be home soon. Home soon? I mumbled, shaking my head. Yeah, she replied softly. You're usually home by now. I'm sorry that I wasn't here to protect you, I heard myself whispering, numb to the bone, as I watched him churn in pain. I had training. It doesn't matter, Tag replied, giving me a horrible taste of déjà vu. I don't care. What happened? I strangled out, feeling my heart hammer violently in my chest. What the fuck happened, Tag? Dad hit Shannon, Tag bit out. So I hit Dad. He spat out another globber of bloodied snot. Dad hits harder. Jesus Christ, I choked out, staggering to my feet, when a surge of panic rocketed through me. Ollie, Sean, are in your room, listening to music, Shannon hurried to say. I hope that's okay. It's the only place they feel safe. It wasn't okay. None of this is okay. I'd been knocked on my ass again, and I was losing the will to get back up on my feet. Are you staying home tonight? Shannon asked. Or do you have plans with Aoife? No, I replied, pulling my phone out of my pocket and quickly unlocking the screen. I don't have any plans. Joey,
Change of plans. Can't meet up tonight. I'll see you at school tomorrow. Malloy. Absolutely unacceptable, Joseph. I'm outraged. Malloy. Joke. Hope everything's okay. Joey. All good. See you in the morning. Malloy. Okay. Joey. I don't love you. X. Malloy. I don't love you back. Heart. Sliding my phone back into my pocket, I pushed all thoughts of Malloy out of my mind and got down to the business of cleaning up my parents' mess.
Favorite exclusive friend, September 1st, 2004. Aoife. Look, Nessa, it's the boyfriend-stealing bitch herself. Resisting the urge to laugh out loud in their faces, I pretended to ignore the girls from my class as they shuffled past me on the footpath outside of school on Monday. What a bitch. Oh, such a bitch. Grinning to myself, I continued to suck on my lollipop, thoroughly amused by Rebecca's blatant dislike of me. I had no doubt that the Scarlet Woman label they assigned to me back in 5th year would follow me into the months ahead, but I had a hard time caring. Especially when Scarlet Women got to kiss sexy bad boys like Joey Lynch. Yeah, we had been liking each other exclusively for about 9 months now, and while he went into panic mode every time I put a label on us, I considered myself to be his girlfriend, whether he liked it or not. Sure, Joey fought me at every hand's turn. He pissed me off to epic proportions and drove me batshit crazy at times. But on the other side, I had never felt more alive and more like, well, me than when I was with him. The truth was that nothing about being with Joey was easy, and yet being with him felt so incredibly right. Like I was exactly where I was supposed to be, with exactly who I was supposed to be with. Excitement thrummed to life inside of me the minute my eyes landed on him, walking up the road towards the school with his little sister in tow. Feeling ridiculously perky, considering it was the first day of a new school year, my last one, I tossed my lollipop in the nearby bin and strolled down to greet them both. Nice shirt. Nice legs. Hooking an arm around my waist, Joy pulled me roughly to his chest and kissed me hard. Yeah, he said against my lips, it's going to be a good day. Is that an analogy for something dirty? I teased, pulling back to look at him, only to feel my stomach somersault, and not in a good way, when my eyes landed on his face. No. A surge of sadness threatened to drown me as I took in the sight of fresh bruises. It hurt to look at him sometimes, to see the marks and bruises on his skin. It made me so utterly depressed to think about the life he lived when he wasn't with me. I loathed the fact that he had been thrust into playing the role of both mother and father to his siblings because his shitty parents wouldn't do their job. It sucked. It pissed me off that they depended on him for every bloody thing. Especially his mother. She was the worst one of all. Sometimes I wanted to stand in front of him and scream, "Back off," to his family. He has a life of his own to lead. Because I knew in my heart that he would never leave Ballylagan and take a year out to travel. Not while those kids were still in that house. No, because he needed to work to pay for his parents' mistakes. I knew that I was extremely selfish for wanting his family, kids included, to back off and leave him alone. I mean, they were little kids for Christ's sake. They depended on him. Still, that didn't stop me from wanting to snatch him away and keep him safe, from wanting to give him a safe place to fall, to stay, to rest, and recover. Of course, Joey was as closed off now as he ever was when it came to his home life. He never wanted to talk about it, and whenever I tried to broach the subject, it usually resulted in a fight, with him storming off with those assholes from the terrace. And that was something that scared me almost as much as when he was at home. I didn't know what to do, how to help him, or how to exist in his complicated world. His parents made me feel homicidal. His siblings made me feel helpless. His smoking friends at school made me feel uncomfortable. And his friends from the terrace made me feel entirely unwelcome. Especially that dickhead Shane Holland. But I cared enough about him to want to stay. "I'm grand," he was quick to say, reaching up to remove my prying hand from his face. "I'm grand, Malloy," he repeated, pressing another hard kiss to my lips. "Yeah, guys," Shannon groaned from nearby. "Get a room." "Hey, Shan," I said, repressing a shiver of pleasure when her brother slung his arm over my shoulder as we walked up the footpath towards the school entrance. "How was your weekend?" "Hey, Eva," she replied with a small smile. "It was okay." "Better than your brother's, I hope," I mentally replied, taking in the sight of her thankfully unmarked skin. Slipping a hand into the back pocket of his grey school trousers, I gave his ass a little pinch, and then leaned into his side and resisted the urge to drag him into the bushes so that I could keep him safe and get him naked. "Keep on pinching my ass, Malloy, and I'll have to retaliate," he said in a husky tone, lips brushing against my ear as he spoke. "I have behavioural problems, in case you haven't heard." "You know, I think I've heard that a time or 10. "According to my file, I can't control myself when confronted with a physical altercation." "Is that so?" "Yeah, that's so." Pulling me flush against his chest, I felt his hand slide up my bare thigh and under my skirt, not stopping until his fingers trailed over the hem of my knickers. "Oh my God, you did not just do that," Shannon wailed, covering her eyes with her hand. "Ah, fuck," Joey declared with a dramatic sigh as he pulled the elastic of my knickers and let it snap back into place. "Period knickers." I threw my head back and laughed at his forlorn expression. "How would you know anything about my period knickers?" "Oh my God, you did not just... Oh, you know what? Never mind. I'll see you guys later," Shannon groaned as she clenched the straps of her school bag and hurried away. "Come on, Malloy," he said with a lopsided grin. "You've won Granny Knickers for a grand total of 5 days a month, every month since we've been special friends." His voice was low and ridiculously sexy as his eyes burned with heat. "I know this because those are the only 5 days each month that you won't let me put my..." "Okay, la la la, I get it. You've got my menstrual cycle down to a T," I laughed, clamping a hand over his mouth. "But I think that you've just scarred your sister for life in the process." "She'll recover," he replied, giving my ass a firm tap. "But I won't." "It's only for a few days." I rolled my eyes. "Get a handle on yourself." "I'd prefer if you got a handle on me instead." His hand gripped me tighter. Again. "Okay, you've officially shamed me into silence." My cheeks flushed bright pink. "You win this round." "Thanks." Grinning, he caught a hold of my hand and led us towards the main building. "I look forward to your comeback, Malloy." "Oh, you better believe it's coming, Joe," I replied, entwining my fingers with his. We were crossing the teacher's car park when a familiar Honda Civic flashed its lights. I felt Joey stiffen beside me, and my heart plummeted into my chest. "No, no, no. Joey, don't." I tightened my hold on him. "Just ignore him." "He's clearly here for me." So? I clutched him tighter. Just keep walking. Malloy, please don't. The sound of a car horn beeping erupted. I better go see what he wants, he muttered, gaze flicking to where Shane Holland was signalling him over. I'll meet you in class. No, no. Joey, I'm just going to talk to him, he assured me. Just talk. That's it, Malloy. I stared up at his face, soaking in the image of his clear, focused eyes, and made a silent vow to God that I would rain hell down on that asshole Shane if my boyfriend returned to me in any other condition. Promise me, I heard myself beg. Promise me, Joe. Everything is fine, he soothed, leaning down to press a soft, lingering kiss on my lips. Stop worrying. He kissed me again. I'll meet you in class, he added, giving my chin a playful nudge with his fist before he turned on his heels and jogged across the car park. Feeling sick to my stomach now, I clutched the straps of my school bag and stomped towards the entrance of the school, growing more agitated with every step I took away from him. Is that Shane Holland? Shannon asked in a small voice as she stood under a tree near the front door of the school, with a look of concern etched on her face that resembled the one on mine. I thought he was gone. Yeah, I whispered. So did I. Cunt! Shannon's breath hitched, and she shifted closer to me. You heard me. Cunt! I hated that word. There were few words in the English language that I chose to avoid, but that particular one was not included in my vocabulary. Swinging around, I locked eyes on none other than Ciara Maloney and Hannah Daly. Two vicious little bitches from the year below me that needed to be taken down a peg or 10. Now, taking a firm stance in front of my boyfriend's sister, I planted my hands on my hips and arched a brow. Which one of you thick fuckers has a death wish? We weren't talking to you, Ciara replied, trying to act tough, but withering now that she was faced with someone older, taller, and stronger. We meant her. Her? I looked around me. Who's her? Me, Shannon whispered, trembling behind me. It's me. And if by her you're referring to my fella sister, then I'll give you a 5-second head start to get the fuck out of her face before I cut your ponytail off and strangle you with it. Stay out of this, Aoife. Hannah tried to interject, glancing around nervously. This isn't your fight. If you fight her, you fight me, I warned, as unaffected by their bullshit as I was unwilling to back down. So, are we fighting, or are you bitches keeping your hair for another day? I'm down either way. They both looked at each other, and then Shannon, before shaking their heads and stalking off in the direction of the main building. When they were out of sight, Shannon released a huge breath and clutched the sleeve of my jumper. You didn't have to do that for me. I know. They might go after you next. I rolled my eyes. I'd like to see them try. And if they go near you again, all you need to do is come and find me. It doesn't matter if I'm in class or not. Just come and find me and I'll help you, okay? She looked up at me with the biggest blue eyes I'd ever seen, so full of sadness and uncertainty, and whispered, Why? Because I love your brother, and your brother loves you. Keeping you safe is important to him, which makes it important to me. Smiling, I threw my arm over her skinny little shoulders and walked her into school. And who knows? Maybe in time you'll be coaxed out of that pretty little shell and we can be friends. You want to be my friend? Is that okay with you? Yes. She nodded uncertainly. Please. My heart cracked in my chest. She was so small, so vulnerable, so broken. Then it's official. I gave her a reassuring hug as I walked her down the corridor to class, making sure that every catty bitch in the school got a good look at us. We're friends.
Old habits die hard. September 1st, 2004. Joey. I didn't need anyone to tell me what a piece of shit I was. My conscience was more than willing to do that.
As it screamed liar with every step that I took closer to the car.
It had been screaming at me last night too, when I sent that text. Now, as I found myself climbing into the passenger seat beside him, I felt a level of self-loathing that I hadn't plummeted to before. "Lynchy," Shane said the minute I climbed into the car. "You look like hell." "No shit, Sherlock." "Yeah." Knees bopping restlessly. I blew out a shaky breath. "I feel like it too." Last night was the closest I'd come to cracking up in a very long time. After finally calming the kids down and persuaded them to go to bed, I necked a few of my mom's Valium to calm me the fuck down and help me get some sleep. The only problem with that had been the fact that my old man decided to make a reappearance in the middle of the night, which meant that I had been too strung out to defend myself when his fists started swinging. When I woke up this morning, it was to a body of bruises and a mind that had hit its limit. I couldn't fucking do this anymore. I couldn't. I tried. I did. I tried so hard to be good, but it never seemed to matter because nothing was going to change for me. I was never getting away from that house, not while the kids were still there, which meant that in order to survive another day in hell, I found myself breaking promises and slipping back into old habits. "Was surprised to get your message last night, kid," he stated. "Haven't heard from you for a while." "Twist the fucking knife, why don't you?" "Thought you switched up suppliers or something." "No, I wanted to keep my legs." "Listen, Dad, it's like I said last night. I just need some benzos." "Same as always, just something to relax my brain." Reaching into my pocket, I grabbed the folded wad of cash and dropped it on his lap. "It's all there." He picked up the cash and counted it before offering me a clipped nod. I was ashamed to say that I lunged for the glove box to retrieve my poison of choice, only to frown when my eyes landed on some serious bullshit. "Weed, Shane." Furious, I tossed the bag back into the glove box and ran a hand through my hair in frustration. "What the fuck am I supposed to do with that?" "There's been a situation with my carrier," he explained calmly. "A temporary delay in delivery." "Fine," I bit out, feeling jittery at the prospect of not getting what I'd come for. "What I fucking need. Got any oxy or hydro? A few benzos? Come on, Shane. Don't throw me under the bus like this." "Like I said, kid, there's been an issue with my supplier." Sparking up a cigarette, he inhaled a deep drag and then tossed both box and my cash on my lap. "Which means it's going to be a while before I have your usual." "How long are you talking?" I bit out, sparking up a cigarette, as I shakily tucked my cash back in my pocket. "A couple of days, a week, because I'm fucking drowning here, lad. I can't wait." "Relax, Lynchy," he interrupted, tone coaxing. "I know you're in a bad way." "Yeah," I seethed, chest heaving now. "I am." There was no point in denying it. Shane had known me since I was a child. He could read me like a book. Nodding in understanding, he reached into his pocket. "Which is why this is on me," he added, sliding the small paper fold over to me. "No strings." Unfolding the neatly wrapped paper, I stared down at the off-white coloured powder in my hands. "That's not coke, is it?" He shook his head and exhaled a cloud of smoke. My pulse skyrocketed. "Shane." Keeping his eyes trained on the windscreen in front of him, he said, "Gear guaranteed to give the desired effect?" "No," I shook my head. "I told you before that I don't want heroin." I know," he coaxed, holding his hands up. "But this shit just hits on a different level. It's cheaper too, kid." "How cheap?" "What you've been paying for, one flush of your usual, will keep you good for a week and smack." No goddamn way. "I don't do needles," I snapped, running a hand through my hair. "I'm not a fucking junkie." "You don't have to," he was quick to explain. "You're watching too much television. That's brown sugar. What I'm offering you is pure, the good stuff. You can smoke it or snort it. Whatever you like, lad. It'll make everything else feel like Smarties, kid. Take my word for it." I can't, I strangled out, staring down at the temptation in my hands. "It's too fucking risky." "Not when it's used safely," he encouraged. "Come on, kid. Do you think I'd fuck you over like that? We're from the same terrace. I've known you since you were in that piece." "Listen, Shane, I just need something to help me get by," I heard myself argue, and I wasn't sure who I was arguing with, him or me. "I'm so fucking fucked in the head here. I don't need anything that's going to make my life worse." "I get it," he said, giving me an understanding nod. "Those GAA trainers are breathing down your neck. You have teachers giving you shit, and that little ride of yours has you strung up by the bollocks. You're under pressure, kid, and you need a little release. I get that. They might not understand, but I do. Don't feel bad for needing a little help to get you through that bullshit you have to take from your old man." I glared at him, and he held his hands up. "Your old man's a scumbag, kid. It's common knowledge. I'm not judging you for needing a reprieve from a bastard like that." That was the problem. I did need that reprieve. I needed it so damn badly that I heard myself relent and say, "Fine, but only until your supplier comes good with my usual." "Absolutely," he agreed enthusiastically. "Have at it, kid." Fuck. Shaking my head, I stared down at the contents of the folded and muttered, "You said I can snort it, yeah? Here." Reaching across the seat, he took the fold from me and quickly went to work on splitting it. "This is enough at a time to get you fucked," he explained, handing me a CD case with a small amount of powder. "Snort it like you would any other line and feel yourself relax, kid." "The hell am I doing?" I grumbled as I looked around the empty car park before taking the rolled-up fiver from his hand and leaned in close. Disgusted with myself for my weakness, I pressed the makeshift straw to my nose and inhaled deeply.
Resigned to heartache. September 1st, 2004. Aoife. I never wanted to experience a day like today ever again. There were no words to describe the level of helplessness I had felt when I watched Joey soar and then roughly crash and burn. I wasn't stupid. I could see the red flags shooting up in every direction. Problem was, I was too in love to take heed. Because I knew that beneath all of the pain and bullshit, there was someone worth saving in there. He was a good person who made terrible decisions. He wasn't trying to hurt anyone. He was trying to survive in the only way he'd ever known how, by self-medicating. Even as I watched him sleep it off on my bed, I could see the heartache he represented to me written all over every inch of his skin. He was going to break my heart. I knew it. I could see it coming from a mile away, and I still couldn't seem to get my self-preservation instincts to kick in and protect me from the inevitable. Listening to him talk about his father earlier was the most forthcoming he'd ever been with me. Sitting in the middle of my bedroom, I couldn't help but feel like my world had been rocked. It was a monumental breakthrough. The omission may have been lacking in specifics, and he held many more cards close to his chest, but for the boy lying next to me, it had been a Grand Canyon-sized step closer to me. I couldn't walk away if I wanted to. You're all I have to wake up for in the morning. That small slip of tongue had cut me to the bone, and as I lay on my side, running my hand through his hair and watching him sleep, I made a mental vow that I wouldn't allow him to lose himself to the world he teetered on the edge of. No matter what, I would be right beside him, ready to pull him back to safety. Even if it meant that I lost myself in the process. Birthday celebrations. September 18th, 2004. Aoife. Well, you made it to 18, Casey called over the DJ as we threw shapes on the dance floor of the Dinneman. And with your virginity intact. Laughing, she added, I don't know which one I'm more surprised about. Funny, I shot back, feeling tipsy as I readjusted my happy birthday sash across my chest and bounced around to the killer's Mr. Brightside. Ma'am, with the help of Casey, had organised this party to celebrate mine and Kev's coming of age, and the entire place was jammed with friends, family, and most of our year from school. Balloons and banners were hung all around the bar, and I was on such a high to know that this many people turned out for us. I was finally legal, entitled to both order and be served whatever I wanted at the bar, and I was taking full advantage of the new perks. Cupping her hands around her mouth, Casey asked, Where's Joey? Where do you think? I replied, pointing a thumb in a direction to where both Joey and my dad were deep in conversation at the bar. Dad was nursing a pint of Guinness, while my boyfriend gripped a tall glass of vodka and Red Bull, his drink of choice. Joey looked incredibly sexy tonight in his jeans and a fitted white shirt, with his sleeves rolled up to the elbow, revealing some mighty fine forearm porn. He'd gotten a new haircut for the occasion too. The back and sides were shaved tight, leaving an adorable mop of blonde, wavy curls on top. Of course, he was sporting one hell of a shiner under his left eye, but I was determined not to ask him about the bruise. If I did, the chances were that we would end up in a fight, and that was the last thing I wanted tonight. Joey had opened up to me a few weeks ago, but had quickly returned to his usual closed-book persona soon after. As weird as it sounded, and even though I was still plenty mad about the whole ordeal, Joey getting high and puking all over the walls of my bedroom had unintentionally brought us closer. He'd been on his best behaviour since, with his try-mode reactivated and Shane's number deleted from his phone, courtesy of yours truly. It was like one of the roadblocks that he used to keep me out had been knocked aside. I was one step closer to getting over the illustrious walls he'd built up to protect himself. Towering over my dad, I watched as my boyfriend leaned a hip against the bar and bowed his head to listen to whatever it was my father was rambling on about, nodding in response every once in a while. I think it's nice that your boyfriend and your dad are such good buddies, Casey laughed. They've got this cute little bromance going on. It's adorable. True, I agreed, linking arms with my bestie as we stumbled back to our table. But when he's bromancing my dad, it means that he's not romancing me. So you're thinking tonight might be the night? Maybe. Oh, Christ, Casey groaned. The anticipation is unbearable. How are you, Aoife, love? Mam asked when I flopped down beside her. How are you, Casey, pet? Hiya, Trish. My best friend sighed happily as she plopped down beside me and rested her head on my shoulder. I'm a small bit tipsy, Trish. Are you now? Mam replied, tone laced with amusement. What about you, Aoife? I'm tone-sold Cobra, Mam. Stone cold sober, you mean? Mam eyed me with that look only mothers could master. I'm sure you are. I love you, Mammy. Hooking an arm around her neck, I pulled her close and pressed a kiss to her cheek. Thanks for my party. I love you too, my little rogue. Worrying her lip, she eyed the hem of my white, skin-tight boob-tube dress and said, But I don't love that dress. I could see the cheeks of your arse when you were dancing earlier. No, you couldn't, I snorted, batting a hand in the air as I polished off what was left of my Smirnoff Ice. Because if you had actually seen what's on my ass, you'd have dragged me off the dance floor. What's on your ass? I tapped my nose with my finger. Nothing. And Jesus wept, Mam groaned, shaking her head. I'm warning you now, young lady, I don't care that you're 18 now. You're not too big for a clip around the ear. You'd never clip my ears. I grinned at her. You're just a big old softy, aren't you, Mam? She looks like a model, doesn't she, Trish? Casey interjected as she pulled at the top of my dress. Yourself and Tony must have used the good stuff when you made this one. With tears welling in her eyes, Casey grabbed my shoulders and stared at me. You are my bestestest friend in the whole wide world of Ballylagan, Aoife Malloy. And you're mine, Casey Lorden, I wailed back, throwing my arms around her. You're the biggest ride in school. No, you're the biggest ride. No, I insist it's you. Okay, then we're both rides. Yay! You're both in love with yourselves, that's what you are. Tutting, Mam held a finger up and said, Listen to me now. Don't be losing the run of yourself with the novelty of buying your own alcohol now, you hear? I hear you, Mam. I mean it. You are both lovely-looking girls, Mam urged, addressing us both now, which is why you need to keep a handle on yourselves and keep your wits about you. Don't be drinking to the point of intoxication. It's not safe. You never know who's got their eye on you. Frowning, she added, And don't be leaving your drinks unattended either. I was here to watch them, but what if I wasn't? The bar is heaving to the rooftops with young fellas. You could have been spiked. Relax, ma'am, I cooed, waving a hand around. Everyone here is a friend of ours. Exactly, Casey agreed, smiling. We're totally safe, Trish. Relax. Famous last words. Ma'am muttered, unconvinced. Oh my God! I squealed, leaping up when Maniac 2000 blasted from the DJ booth. This is our jam case. I grabbed her hand and dragged her to her feet. Let's go. Just be careful tonight, okay? Mam said. "Please, girls." "Okay," we both chorused in unison as we stumbled towards the dance floor. "We will."
Happy 18th, Malloy. September 18th, 2004. Joey. Malloy had a lot of fans. The entire back bar of the Dinnerman was littered with bodies, all here to celebrate her turning 18. I felt bad for her brother, Kev, who was sitting in the corner with his select group of 4 friends, while his twin drew half the school to her like moths to a flame. A very sexy flame. A flame that, if I saw one more lad from our year kissing on the cheek or touching dangerously low on the back, I was going to lose my shit. I had no problem with Malloy's extroverted nature. It was who she was. It was a huge part of why I had been drawn to her in the first place. But I had a very big problem with her male friends' wandering hands. "Looks like you've got your hands full there, son," Tony interjected, inclining his head to where his daughter was surrounded by a group of lads from our year, as they danced and jumped around to Kevin Little's "Turn Me On." "Yeah, Tony," I replied, rubbing my jaw. "Looks like I have." "Ah, nothing to be worried about there, boyo. She's always been like this, our Aoife, has never been in short supply of admirers," Tony explained in an amused tone. "There's something infectious about her personality, you see. It draws people in." Chuckling to himself, he finished off his pint before adding, "Which puts the fear of God in her poor mother." I watched from a distance until I saw Owen Cadogan wrap a strand of Malloy's long blonde hair round his finger as he danced up behind her. "And that's me off, Tony," I announced, tossing back the last of my drink. "It's time to put the fear of God into someone else." First love." Laughing, he waved me off. "Keep the head, young fella." "Don't count on it," I muttered under my breath, as he pushed through the crowds, not stopping until I was on the dance floor, with my arm wrapped around her waist. "Joe!" Malloy smiled up at me as her arms came around my neck. "I thought you said you don't dance." Reaching up on her high-heeled tippy-toes, she pressed a red lipstick kiss to the corner of my mouth. "Tonight's an exception," glowering at the prick from school who was gingerly backing away from my girl. I pulled her body flush against mine. "Happy 18th, Malloy." Beaming up at me, she let her hands wander to my chest as she rocked and thrust her hips against mine, grinding herself against me to the rhythm of the music. Fuck me. I needed a lot more than a vodka and Red Bull to handle this girl. "I absolutely don't love you, Joy Lynch," she breathed, fist knotting in my shirt, as she tugged my face down to hers. "And I always won't."
Flying high and falling low. September 19th, 2004. Aoife. "Are you okay?" I asked Joey several hours later when we arrived back to my house after the most epic birthday party ever. "Yeah, Malloy, I'm fine," he replied, dropping my heels and a stack of birthday cards on my bed. "It's all good." Leaning heavily against my closed bedroom door, I watched as my boyfriend shook out his hands and walked over to my bedroom window. The tension emanating from his frame assured me that he was anything but fine. "You sure, Joe?" "Yeah," he called over his shoulder as he leaned against the windowsill and stared out at the pane of glass. "It's all good." It clearly wasn't, and I wasn't nearly drunk to believe otherwise. Moving over to my stereo, I racked my brain to uncover what I might have done to put him in such a weird mood while I pressed play on a random CD. Brittany's Every Time wafted through the air, and I heard myself say, "If you're feeling weird about staying here tonight, then don't. My parents know, and they're fine with it." Closing the space between us, I wrapped my arms around his waist and pressed a kiss to the middle of his back. "I don't love you." Sighing heavily, he covered my hands with his and whispered, "I don't love you back." "Tell me what's wrong." Forcing him to turn and look at me, I reached up and cupped his hands between my hands. "Why do you look so sad?" I was drunk, but not drunk enough to miss the lonesome look in his eyes. "Talk to me." "I'm not sad, Malloy," he replied, hands settling on my hips. "I'm just—" "You're just what?" "Worried." My brows rose in surprise. "About what?" "My sister," he confessed quietly, and then blew out a pained breath. "My brothers." My heart sank into my chest. "Oh." "I don't like leaving them at night." Depressed at where this was going, I heard myself ask, "Do you want to go home?" "No." He surprised me by saying, "That's the thing, Malloy." He shook his head, eyes filling with guilt, and said, "Leaving this room is the last thing I want to do." "Then stay," I whispered, pulling him close enough to touch his forehead against mine. "Stay right here with me." Stroking my nose against his, I tightened my arms around his neck and pressed a kiss to his lips. "I need you too, Joe. I need you safe and unharmed, and the only way I can make sure that happens is if you stay right here with me." His eyes burned with conflicting emotions. "Malloy." I need you too," I choked out, holding on for dear life. "I need you to stay right here with me, because if you leave now, I won't be able to breathe until I see you again." The fact that he had necked at least a dozen shots with me tonight gave me a slight advantage against his ridiculously unyielding moral compass when it came to his siblings. If I was dealing with sober Joey, he would go home, regardless of how much I begged him not to. But I was dealing with drunk Joey, and drunk Joey was vulnerable to persuasion. "Please stay," I whispered, hand snaking up to clutch the small silver chain he always wore round his neck, as I slowly backed towards my bed, taking this beautiful boy with me. "It can be my birthday present." The back of my legs hit the bed, and I fell backwards, taking his big body with me. "Please." Breathing hard against his mouth, I pressed a searing kiss to his swollen lips. "I want this face to be the first thing I see when I open my eyes in the morning." "Okay," he mumbled against my lips. "I'll stay with you, Malloy." Thrilled that he relented so easily, I threw myself into the moment, into feeling his body on mine, his hard edges against my soft ones, as we touched each other in ways that should have been illegal. Later that night, as we lay in bed, facing each other, he broke the silence by saying, "I did, you know." "You did what?" "Get your present." A smile spread across my face. "Yeah?" Nodding, he quickly rolled out from under the covers and reached for his discarded jeans. "It's nothing as flashy as you're used to from Ricey," he warned when he climbed back into bed and tossed a small black jewellery box on the mattress between us, along with a half-melted packet of Rolos. My heart fluttered. "A whole pack just for me?" He winked. "I told you I would. And if you don't like the other thing, then it's tough shit because Shannon washed the receipt with my clothes." Excited, I snatched up the box and flipped the lid open. Resting against the velvet padding interior was a tiny silver locket with the date 30/08/99 on the front. That date! I blew out a shaky breath. It's the first day of first year, he explained quietly. The first time I laid eyes on you, and the first time I understood what it meant to have my heart beating for someone outside of my family. My heart squeezed so tight in my chest it was hard to breathe. Joe, when I say I don't love you, he continued, nuzzling his face in my neck, it's the furthest thing from the truth. Love. He was talking about loving me. It's okay, Joe, I whispered, fastening the locket around my neck. I'm used to your denial by now. I already know how you feel. Yeah, but you shouldn't have to be used to it, Malloy. I hear you say the words, and I know that I feel it back. I do, but I just... He shook his head in frustration. I just don't know how to not do it. Not do what, Joe? Reject human affection. My heart. My poor, poor heart. It's because of your shitty parents, because they treat you like a dog instead of a son. It's okay, I croaked out, shifting closer until I snuggled up to his chest. We can handle the words the same way we handle sex. Pressing a kiss to his chest, I whispered, except in this instance, you set the pace, and I'll fall in line. That sounds like a plan. He agreed, gruffly. Yeah. I closed my eyes and sighed in contentment. It does. Coffee with Marie. October 3rd, 2004. Aoife. This is a bad idea, Malloy. A really fucking bad idea. Jesus. How did I let you talk me into even considering this? Standing in his driveway, with my hand firmly clamped in his, Joey glared at the bricks of his house like he was sizing up a mortal enemy. Every instinct I have inside of me is demanding that I get you as far away from this shithole as possible. My heart broke. This wasn't easy for him. In fact, this was quite possibly the most riled up I'd seen him behave in a while. It was unsettling, and I offered him a reassuring squeeze. It's going to be okay. No, it's not. He shook his head sadly. You don't know what you're letting yourself in for with those people. I looked up at him. Those people? Nodding grimly, he glared down at me. My parents aren't your parents, Malloy. They don't welcome you with a hug and a roast dinner. A visible shiver racked through his tall frame, and then he was moving, turning away from his house and doing his very best to take me with him. Fuck it. Forget it. Let's just go back to your place. I'm doing this, Joey, I warned, digging my heels into the gravel. It's been almost 9 months. I'm meeting them whether you take me inside there or I go in alone. For fuck's sake. He blew out a harsh breath. Why is this such a big deal for you? I didn't flinch or shy away when I said, because I want to look that bastard in the eyes and show him that you have somebody ready and willing to go to war both with you and for you. Jesus. Running a hand through his hair, he muttered, Now you're definitely not going inside that house. You won't talk about what happens inside of that house, and I don't push, I stated calmly. I never pushed you, Joe, even when I see the bruises, even when you keep me completely in the dark, and especially when every fibre of my being demands that I do something to protect you. His eyes flashed with fear. You swore. I know, and I won't call them. I hurried to assure him, remembering the epic fight we had the last time he showed up to school with a bloody lip, and I made the mistake of asking if we should call the guards. I told you I wouldn't, and I won't. Releasing a shaky breath, he whispered, Okay. But I will stand beside you, I told him, reaching up to wrap my arms around his neck. I will do that, Joey, and there's absolutely nothing you can do to stop me. He stared back at me for the longest time before relenting with a frustrated growl. It doesn't matter what they say or how they react, I whispered, reaching up to press a kiss to the curve of his jaw. I won't run. He might be home, he warned, tone thick now. He might. I won't run, I vowed, stretching up to kiss him. I'm not leaving you, and there's nothing he can say or do to change that. Don't make me do this, Eve, he whispered then, tone begging. His plea hurt because he used my first name, and that meant that he was reaching out to tell me just how serious he was. It's going to happen someday, I whispered back, stroking his nose with mine, desperate to give him comfort. It might as well be this day. After a long moment, the imploring look in his green eyes morphed into reluctant acceptance. Stay with me, he told me as he kept a death grip on my hand. I'll keep you safe. Fear washed over me. Jesus, what the hell was he living with? Sucking in a steadying breath, I followed Joey inside, not stopping until he had walked us past the outdated living room, through the small run-down hallway, and into the kitchen. Is he here? Were the first words he greeted his mother with. Daydreaming at the kitchen table, his mother's head snapped up, and she stared wild-eyed for a moment before schooling her features. Who? Dad, came Joey's flat voice. No, his mother replied softly. He's not back yet. I wasn't sure if the shudder that racked through Joey's frame was one of relief or fearful anticipation, but I didn't have much time to think about it because he quickly pulled me forward. Ma'am, this is Aoife Malloy, he announced, keeping a tight hold on my hand. Aoife, this is my ma'am, Marie Lynch. Hey? I offered a small wave with my free hand. It's nice to see you again, Mrs. Lynch. I remember you. Recognition flashed in her big blue eyes. You were the girl with Joey's school bag. Yeah. Nodding, I smiled. That's me. Joey roughly cleared his throat before adding, Aoife's my girlfriend. Your girlfriend? His mother repeated with a small shake of her head. I didn't know that you were in a relationship with anyone. Yeah. Joey shrugged, his stance defensive. Well, now you know. Now I know, his mother said, eyeing me carefully. This is your girlfriend. For his sins, I joked, but she didn't laugh. Ah, crap. Quickly sobering my features, I added, It really is lovely to see you again, Mrs. Lynch. I've heard a lot about you. God, I was such a bullshitter. Joey speaks very highly of you. It would be nice if I could say the same, she said, before adding quietly, But Joey doesn't speak about you at all. Ma'am, Joey said in a warning tone. A small tremor rolled through his body, and I gave his hand a gentle squeeze, desperate to give him reassurance. That this was okay. That I could exist in both of his worlds. That I wouldn't run. My act of support was awarded with a smile as his green eyes locked on mine, searching my face for something he would never find. He was looking for my trepidation. It didn't exist. When did you both meet? She asked then, dragging my attention back to her. First year, I told her. We've been in the same class ever since. Her eyes widened. So, this relationship has been going on for a long time. Well, we've been friends for... I began to say, but Joey quickly interrupted when he said, "You could say that." "And is it serious?" She looked at her son. "Are you serious about her? You could say that," was all he replied, but it caused my heart to hammer with pure, unadulterated joy. He wasn't denying how he felt. He didn't play it down or brush it under the rug. "You could say that" was all but a declaration of love when it came to this boy. "Ma'am!" a voice screamed from somewhere above us then. "He's blocked the fucking toilet again!" Startled, Mrs. Lynch literally jerked before releasing a small shudder. "Tig, mind your language, will you?" she called back. "We have company." "Like I give a crap," came the voice again. "That dope of a son you call Oliver doesn't seem to understand that he doesn't need to use an entire toilet roll to wipe his hole." "Tig!" Mrs. Lynch shouted, but it was a pitiful attempt, sounding more like a defeated sigh as she reached for cigarettes. "I told you to mind your language." "Ollie plugged the toilet," Tig shouted again, "and I need to take a... I like to make sure I'm clean." A younger male voice called out, "It's hyglemic." "It's hygienic, not hyglemic," Tig screeched. "And you'll be far from hyglemic when I take a shit on your... Jesus Christ, I'll sort it," Joey barked. Releasing my hand, he shook his head and moved for the hallway. "Anything to shut the pair of you up." "Sound, Joe," I heard Tig call back. "See?" I heard Ollie cheer. "Told you Joey would fix it." "I'll be right down," he called over his shoulder while he bounded up the stairs. "Just give me 2 minutes to sort these spanners out." "You're going to need more than 2 minutes," Tig called back. "Ollie might be small, but he sent a man-sized salmon up the river. It's blocked solid." "Fuck my life," I heard Joey groan as he disappeared up the staircase. "Take your time," I laughed. "I'll wait." When he was gone, I remained by the fridge, feeling a little unsure of his mother and a lot unwelcome. If I thought Joey was closed off, it was nothing compared to the woman in front of me. "He doesn't do much of that, you know," Mrs. Lynch said, flicking her cigarette ash into the already overflowing ashtray in front of her. "At least, not these days." "Much of what?" I replied evenly, unsure of what to make of the broken woman in front of me. I wanted to hate her so bad for allowing Joey to suffer for as long as he had. Instead, all I felt in this moment was pity. "Smile," she clarified. "He doesn't smile often." "He's smiling a lot more lately," I told her. "More than he used to, at least." Offering me a weary smile of her own, she exhaled softly. "You must mean a great deal to my son." "I hope so." "You must." With a small shrug of her frail shoulders, Mrs. Lynch took a deep drag from her cigarette. "He's never brought a girl home before now." That statement should have thrilled me, knowing that I was the only girl that Joey had brought home, but to be honest, why would he want to bring anyone here? Certainly not to meet the parents, that was for damn sure. "Yeah, well, he means a lot to me too," I told her. She arched a brow. "A lot?" "An awful lot," I clarified, unwilling to be ashamed of how I felt. "I'm in love with your son, Mrs. Lynch." "I thought you might be." Something that looked a lot like sadness flickered in her blue eyes then. "I could see it written all over your face when you walked into the room with him." She blew out a shaky breath before asking, "Are you being safe?" I just stared at her, unsure of what to say. "Is he protecting you?" She pushed. "I'm on the pill," I heard myself admit, "but we're not sleeping together." She didn't look like she believed me. "Be safe," she replied. "Protect yourself if he won't." "He always keeps me safe, Mrs. Lynch," I told her, needing her to know how epic her second-born was. "Your son is an amazing person." "My son is a loose cannon," she corrected sadly, "just like his father was at that age." "Yeah, that's not even close to being true," I shot back heatedly, her words irking me. "Joey is nothing like your husband." Surprise filled her eyes. "Yeah," I bit out, staring right back at her. "I have eyes. I know what happens in this house." "You don't know anything," she whispered. "I know a lot more than you think," I shot back. "So don't you dare tar Joey with the same brush as him." "I understand the need to defend him," she whispered sadly. "I understand the temptation. I was your age once. I understand all about the temptation that comes with loving a boy like my son. He's handsome and talented, headstrong and protective, wild and reckless. But just remember that protectiveness can switch to possessiveness in the blink of an eye. Headstrong can switch to commanding and, well, recklessness can lead to more than just addiction." She sucked on her cigarette before exhaling a cloud of smoke and asking, "You do know that, don't you?" "Know what?" She looked so sad when she said, "That my son has an ongoing battle with addiction." My heart plummeted. "He used to," I corrected, thinking about how good of a handle Joey had gotten on things since his slip back in September. "He's okay now, though." "You don't really believe that," she replied softly. "Someone like my son, with the kind of habit that has been going on for as many years as it has, can't make it go away overnight. And as powerful as first love may seem, it will never be strong enough to overcome his demons. He will never want you more than he wants his next fix, Aoife. That's the sad truth of my son's life." Instantly, my back was up. "You're wrong." "I wish with all my heart that I was," she said. "But I know I'm not. It's only one flick of the switch away at any given time. And if I could give you one piece of advice, it would be to run for cover before my son explodes like his father and you're swallowed up in the riptide." Stunned, I gaped at the woman in front of me and just shook my head. How could she think about her son like that? How could she have so little faith in him? "You know, I'm really trying hard to think of something diplomatic to say to you, but I'm coming up empty." I shook my head, unable to hide my disgust. "How can you say that about your own flesh and blood? You're supposed to be his mother." "I am his mother," she agreed, weary. "And that's how I know that he will break you." A shiver racked through her slender frame. "He will chip away at your heart, gnawing and gouging at it, tearing away at it strip by strip until there is nothing left, until you are nothing. He will break you because that's all he knows. It's all he's ever known." "He loves you," I bit out, feeling my eyes burn with tears of devastation for the boy who kept me company at night. "So much, and you speak so badly about him." "I love my son, Aoife. I do." Exhaling a cloud of smoke, she took another deep drag from her cigarette. I have 6 children, and make no mistake when I tell you that I love each one of them equally. But there's only one of my children that frightens me. Only one of my children is the walking reincarnation of his father. Horrified, I shook my head. Why are you telling me this? She looked me dead in the eyes and said, because nobody told me. I managed to unclog the toilet. Joey said then, rejoining us, but you're going to need to get someone to take a look at the cistern and the piping behind the bowl, ma'am. He continued, moving to the kitchen sink to wash his hands. That leak is worse than ever and is starting to rot away at the floorboards beneath the lino in the bathroom. Grabbing a bottle of generic branded washing-up liquid from the windowsill over the sink, he soaked up his hands, oblivious to his mother's words of warning. If we don't get a handle on it, it's only a matter of time before the floorboards give way. Shaking his hands, he reached for a tea towel. I could try and replace the piping at the back, but it would be a patch-up job at best. Thanks, Joey. I'll get your father to have a look at it later this evening. His mother replied. Why? Joey shot back defensively. He doesn't know shit about plumbing. I've already told you what the problem is. Once I get paid on Friday, I can get the parts for you. And I've told you that I appreciate your help, and your father will sort it when he comes home. When he comes home? Joey sneered, tossing the tea towel down. You mean when he's pissed off his head and falling through the door, looking for a warm body to either fuck or fight with? Moving to stand beside him, I slipped my hand into his, desperate to show him the support he needed. That's enough, Joey. Mrs. Lynch whispered. I don't want to hear the truth. He balked. Well, you're going to. Fight. His mother corrected. I don't want to fight. What's going on? A soft voice said from the doorway, and I swung my gaze around to see Shannon standing there. Is everything okay, Joe? Everything's grand, Shan. He was quick to placate. I was just about to show me your room, I blurted out, unable to spend another second with his mother, but even more unwilling to run like I'd promised I wouldn't. Joey swung his surprised gaze on me. I was? His mother watched him as he watched me, and I felt this swelling resentment build up inside of me on his behalf. Yeah. Nodding, I squeezed his hand and smiled, letting his mother know that her words had fallen on deaf ears. I would only ever leave this boy if I was dragged from him kicking and screaming. You were? I made a point of dutifully ignoring the decaying plaster on the walls and the general dilapidated condition of their home as I followed Joey up the staircase and straight into his bedroom. The minute the door was closed, I watched as he twisted a key in the lock. Don't ask, was all he muttered when he dragged a chest of drawers across the room and set it in front of the locked door. I won't, I whispered, watching as he kept his back to me, with his head bowed and his hands resting on the chest of drawers. I shouldn't have brought you here. I'm glad you did. Be real here, Malloy. He hissed out a pained breath, giving me his back. My life is a fucking mess. Yeah, it was. I couldn't deny it. Everything about this home and the people inside of it screamed messy. Still, I chose to remain right here, playing with fire and willing to get burned. Talk to me, I instructed calmly. Tell me what you're thinking right now. I'm mad, he bit out, keeping his back to me. I'm pissed the fuck off, Malloy. With me? Yes. For making you bring me here? Yes. Do you want to talk about it? No. Because you're afraid you'll blow up? Yes. Okay, I replied calmly. Then you be mad for as long as you need. Because I'm not going anywhere. Quietly, I took in my surroundings, eyes wandering around the meticulously clean bedroom that housed a wardrobe, nightstand, chest of drawers, and a metal bunk bed with a double on the bottom and single on top. Forcing myself to ignore several makeshift bunks scattered around his bedroom floor, I let my gaze land on the big-ass stereo in the corner of the room, and I honed in on it. Flicking through a bunch of CDs, I waited until he was ready to talk it out. After another 5 minutes, he was. I hate that you've been here. He finally broke the silence by admitting, Because I don't want your pity. Tough, it's already yours. Good, I said instead, because you don't have it. What are you doing? Putting some music on. I slid my chosen disc, Damien Rice's O album, into the CD player, and then browsed through the listing on the back of the case until I found the number of the track I wanted to play. Delicate. I pressed play, and then I clicked the repeat button, knowing that this was exactly the song I wanted playing when I made my next move. Music. Seriously? He swung around to glare at me. What kind of game are you playing here, Malloy? It's pretty fucking obvious I don't live in a house we can hang out and listen to music in. I know. Breath hitching in my throat, I shakily reached for the hem of my t-shirt and tugged it over my head. I'm not playing any games, Joe. Then I reached behind my back and unhooked my bra. I swear. Then what? He shook his head, and I watched as a look of tormented confusion filled his eyes. What are you doing? It's okay. Unsnapping the button of my jeans, I pushed them down my legs and then kicked them off, right along with my knockoff Converse. His eyes burned with heat and his nostrils flared. Malloy. It's okay, I repeated, slowly pushing my thong down until it landed with the rest of my clothes. I want this. Joey stood, frozen as a statue, watching me as I walked over to his bed and sat down on the bottom bunk. You want what? I want you to have me, I told him, heart hammering with nervous anticipation as I lay naked on his bed. All of me. No. He quickly shook his head, refuting my offer. You don't want this. Trust me, and especially not here. Yes, Joey, I do, I urged, and it has to be here. He looked so lost when he choked out the word. Why? Because I want to put one good memory of this house in your head. Malloy. Raw emotion flashed in his eyes. You don't have to do that. I want you to take my virginity, Joey, I breathed, chest rising and falling rapidly. I'm offering it to you, right here on this bed, in this house. Just us. I told you before, he warned gruffly, running a hand through his hair. The next time that I begged you to fuck me, you wouldn't say no. Exhaling a shaky breath. Yeah, I heard you. And here I am. I patted the mattress. So, are you going to make good on your promise, or do I really have to beg? Fuck me. Exactly, Joe, I breathed. Fuck me. I watched him watch me, his gaze trailing down my body. When his eyes locked on mine, I swear I saw something shift inside of him. His lips tipped upwards, eyes returning to mine, asking me a million unspoken questions. I answered them all with a small nod. Jesus, Malloy. I watched as he reached a hand behind his back and dragged his shirt off, revealing a tanned, toned stomach with the most gorgeous indented V on his hips and a glorious treasure trail of golden brown hair that disappeared beneath his waistband. His arms were seared with permanent black ink, more visible to the naked eye than the perpetual mark he had carved inside of me. My breath hitched in my throat when his hands moved to the button on his jeans, and I watched through hooded eyes as he pushed them down his legs and then kicked them off. His green eyes were locked on mine as he stood before me in only a pair of grey boxers that couldn't conceal his bulging erection. This isn't one of your TV shows. His tone was laced with hated warning as he closed the space between us. This is real life, Malloy. I felt the mattress dip and he moved to settle between my legs. And in real life, it's going to hurt. Good. I licked my lips and pulled up on my elbows to press a kiss to his neck. I want the pain. Settling between my legs on his knees, Joey placed his hands on the curves of my hips and shook his head. I can wait. I thought you said that you wouldn't try to talk me out of it. Yeah, well, maybe I care enough to give it another shot, he said thickly. I mean it, though. I can wait. I don't have any problem with waiting. I know you can wait, I agreed, sitting up so that our chests were flush together. But I don't want you to. You're sure? I'm sure. I exhaled a ragged breath and nodded. You're what I want. His lips came down on mine, moving with such certainty that I just laid there beneath him, my body alight with an illicit trepidation, because I was in no way naive enough to believe that having him inside of my body wouldn't hurt. But I wanted this. I wanted him. His lips were everywhere, my neck, my breasts, my navel, between my legs. Awakening that familiar yearning that I'd only known with him, I gave my body over to him, trusting him with the only thing that still remained mine, because God knew my heart was his. I don't have anything. I heard him growl a little while later as he knelt between my quivering thighs and rummaged through his wallet. Fuck! Hissing out a pained growl, he tossed his wallet across the room and swore like a sailor. Jesus fucking Christ, this is not happening. Looking a little devastated, he leaned back on his heels and glared at his naked dick like it had personally insulted him. Fuck! It's okay, Joe. I'm on the pill. I strangled out, reaching up to pull his face back to mine, desperate to have his skin on mine again. It's all good. I'm covered. Malloy. He looked at me with uncertainty. I don't. Blowing out a ragged breath, he confessed, I've never not used a condom. Good. Reckless, I wrapped my arms around his neck and forced him to come with me as my back hit the mattress. Then this is a first for you too. Kissing me deeply, I felt his hand come around my thigh as he hitched my leg around his waist and settled in deeper between my legs. I could feel his hard dick probing my wet folds as he continued to fuck me with his tongue. His hand slipped between us then, guiding his erection to my entrance. Just relax, okay? Joey whispered against my lips. And then he pushed inside of my body with one sharp thrust of his hips. And the pain that emerged from the act? Oh, sweet, merciful baby Jesus, the pain was horrendous. Crying out against his lips, I felt the stem of tears prickling my eyes as my entire body locked tight from the sheer shock of it all. It's okay, he coaxed, claiming my mouth with his once more as he held perfectly still inside of me. "I've got you," he whispered, nuzzling me with so much affection that I felt like I would drown in him. "I've got you, baby." Stroking his nose against mine, he leaned in close and pressed a kiss to where a tear was trickling down my cheek. Inhaling a shaky breath, I wrapped my arms around his neck and clutched onto his big body for all I was worth. Slowly, the pain began to subside, and the tight pressure eased up enough that he was able to move again. With my legs spread open, he buried himself to the hilt inside of me, and the horrendous pain from moments before changed to a dull throb, which grew stronger and more addictive with every thrust of his hips. My cries had morphed to moans, and my hands moved wildly, touching every bare inch of his skin as he continued to ignite the most fantastic ripple of heat inside of my core. "Fuck me!" I heard myself croak out, urging him to chase after that amazing sensation that only grew with each thrust of his cock. Every time he stopped, the flame would dim, and it was driving me close to madness. Jerking my hips restlessly, I clawed at his hips and tried to pull him closer. "Please, Joe." "Don't beg," he bit out. "You're so tight, and I can feel you so much better without a condom. I'm trying really fucking hard not to come, Malloy. Please don't fucking beg me." Beyond reasoning, I grabbed the back of his head and dragged his face down to mine. "Don't you dare come yet." Biting at his bottom lip, I hissed, "Fuck me, Joe. Fuck me hard and fast." "Jesus," he rasped, plunging his tongue into my mouth as his hips bucked wildly against my inner thighs as he stretched me to the point of pain. If the hurling ever failed Joey Lynch, he would make a mighty fine porn star. The boy certainly fucked like one. Reveling in the sensations he evoked from my body, I shook and jerked beneath him, feeling my legs tremble uncontrollably as the familiar roll of pleasure threatened to wash over me. "I'm coming!" I cried out, shivering violently as my entire frame clamped up in ecstasy when he pushed me over the ledge with the most amazing thrust of his hips. Clenching my eyes shut, I shuddered and shook beneath him as he upped his pace, fucking me so hard that the headboard clattered loudly against his bedroom wall. "I'm going to come," he groaned, hips still thrusting almost manically. "Tell me if you want me to pull out." "Don't you dare," I groaned, reaching around to grab his ass and drag him in deeper. "Stay in me." "You sure?" "Ah, fuck." A flood of heat washed through me then as he released the sexiest, guttural groan I'd ever heard in my entire life. He was emptying himself inside of me, I realized, and the sensation caused several mini ripples of pleasure to wash over me. "Jesus," Joey panted above me, breathing hard and fast as he looked down at where our bodies were still joined. "Are you okay?" Breathless, he leaned heavily on one arm while using the other to push my hair out of my face. "You good, Malloy?" "I think so." I nodded weakly as my body continued to tremble beneath his. "Are you?" "Yeah." Nodding, he leaned in and kissed me. "I'm good." I could feel him hardening inside of me again, and I tensed. "Don't even think about it." "I'm not," he laughed, still a little breathless as he slowly pulled out. "It just happens. I can't help it." "Lovely," I replied, and then groaned when my gaze fell on the blood smeared all over my thighs and his dick and pubic hair. "That's not embarrassing at all." "Huh." He grinned back at me. "I've never taken anyone's virginity before." "And you'll never take anyone else's," I warned him. That's your lot, Lynch. Your first, last and only virgin. You just signed your dick away in the blood oath, buddy. You're so strange. He threw his head back and laughed. I love it. You mean you love me? I teased, grinning up at him. Yeah, Malloy. His eyes burnt with sincerity when he said, That's exactly what I mean. Finally!
Whatever makes you happy. October 3rd, 2004. Joey. I held her hand the entire walk home from my housing estate to hers. It was the least I could do for the girl, considering the momentous sacrifice it must have taken her to let down her walls enough to take me inside of her body. She played it down, but Tony's extramarital activities had fucked her up good in the head when it came to trusting men. Sometimes I liked the fact that she seemed just as broken as I was. It made me feel a little less fucked up. It was her dad's wondering eyes that had kept her from sleeping with Ricey after a nearly 4-year relationship. And as for us, we'd been together for almost a year now. Fuck, where had the time gone? Slow down, Malloy grumbled, pulling on my hand as we crossed the bridge over the river that separated her estate from mine. It's your fault I'm walking like a wide-legged cowboy. I laughed, because in all honesty, what else could I do? It's not funny. Do you want to piggyback? How about I wait here, while you run back to my house for my car and come get me? She suggested instead. Malloy. I laughed. We're nearly there. Ugh, fine. She relented with a huff as she released my hand only to wrap her arm around my waist, and then slid her hand into my ass pocket. So, what's the plan for your birthday? It's only a couple of months away, Joe. Which might sound like we have a lot of time, but with all the project work and practical exam prep we have at school between now and Christmas break, we really need to start making a plan. No, we don't, I warned, because I'm not having a party or any of that bullshit, so put it out of your head right now. Fine, you don't want a party, but how about we go out with a bunch of our friends on Christmas Eve instead? I need to be home on Christmas Eve. Why? She teased. Is Santa coming? I smirked. Funny. Just hear me out, she said, and then dove into a flamboyant tangent of plotting and planning before finishing it up with, and after the pub, we can stay at my house, and then we can spend the day lounging around. That night we can sleep over at your house, and I'll make sure you're tucked up in bed nice and early for Santa. Then when you wake up the next morning on your birthday, we can celebrate with some very fun and un-Virgin Mary birthday sex. Sounds tempting. Then be tempted, she encouraged, twirling under my arm until she was flush against me. Say yes. Batting her long lashes, she smiled sweetly up at me. Please. Fine. I gave in and replied, Whatever makes you happy, Malloy. She grabbed my face and kissed me, giving me no choice in the matter, no option but to feel her presence to kiss her back. See? Breaking our kiss, she winked and patted my chest. I know you'd get the hang of this boyfriend gig. Hey, Joe. Yeah? I'm glad that I waited, she whispered, curling her arm around my neck. It meant more with you. What was I supposed to say to that?
We both knew I couldn't say the same. Blowing out a breath, I went with the truth and said, "It never meant anything before you." "Ah," she teased. "You're a sweet slut." I grinned. "Thanks."
I know exactly who I'm talking to. October 18th, 2004. Aoife. Joey didn't show up to school today. I knew this because I'd waited an abnormal length of time, standing in the rain outside of school, waiting on him to arrive. All of my calls had gone straight to voicemail, and I wasn't ashamed to say that I was beyond worried. Shannon wasn't at school either, which put me on red alert. I knew his sister was having even more problems than usual with some of the girls at school. While I had warned off a group of little bitches when I caught them hassling her in the bathroom, I knew there was a war raging. By the time school ended, I got in my car and headed straight for Elks Terrace with a pain in my chest and a knot in my stomach. "Back like a bad smell," his father sneered when he opened the front door and locked his menacing brown eyes on me. "You're here so often you should start paying fucking rent." Asshole. I'd been here a grand total of 3 times and had only bumped into him on one of those occasions. "Funny," I deadpanned. "I could say the same thing about you." His eyes narrowed. "What did you say to me?" My hands itched from the urge I had to lunge forward and avenge my boyfriend. Instead, I offered him a cold stare. "Only that you're here enough that you should be contributing, instead of having your teenage son shoulder your dead weight." "You cheeky little whore," he snarled, hand tightening on the door. "Who the fuck do you think you're talking to?" "Oh, I know exactly who I'm talking to," I snapped right back. Folding my arms across my chest, I let him know in no uncertain terms that he didn't wield an ounce of power or control over me. "Now, is Joey here or not?" Whatever he saw on my face in that moment caused him to back down. "No, he's down the station with the other one." "The Garda station?" My heart rate spiked. "With who? Shannon?" He gave me a clipped nod. "He's missing an important fucking training session for her too." "Why?" My eyes widened. "What happened to her?" "Some young ones gave her a hiding on the way to school." There was no emotion in his voice, no affection or concern. He truly didn't care about his daughter, about any of his children. "That girl has never brought anything but hassle to her mother." "No, that's you, dick." Not bothering to say goodbye, I turned on my heels and made my way back to where I had parked my car. "You know," he called after me, "if you ever get tired of letting my young fella dick you could always let his old man show you how it's really done." "No thanks," I called over my shoulder, repressing the urge to show weakness and shudder. "That young fella of yours is more than capable of keeping me satisfied." "Prick tease," he muttered after me. I rolled my eyes. "Scumbag."